"Friends and neighbors," cried Leon Berners, lifting up his voice, so that it could be heard all over the room, "I implore you to withdraw to your own apartments. Your presence here only serves to distress yourselves and embarrass us. And we have a duty to do to the dead." The crowd began to disperse and move toward the doors when suddenly Sybil Berners lifted her hand on high and called, in a commanding tone, "Stop!" And all stopped and turned their eyes on her. She was still very pale, but now also very calm, the most self-collected one in that room of death. "I have somewhat to say to you," she continued. "You all heard the dying words of that poor dead woman, in which she accused me of having murdered her, and your own averted eyes accuse me quite as strongly, and my own aspect, perhaps, more strongly than either." She paused and glanced at her crimsoned hand, and then looked around and saw that her nearest neighbors and oldest friends, who had known her longest and loved her best, now turned away their heads, or dropped their eyes. She resumed, "The dead woman was mistaken, you were misled, and my very appearance is deceptive. I will not deny that the woman was my enemy. Driven to desperation, and in boiling blood, I might have been capable of doing her a deadly mischief, but bravely and openly, as the sons and daughters of my fiery race have done such things before this. But to go to her chamber in the dead of night, and in darkness and secrecy. No, I could not have done that, if she had been 10 times the enemy she was. Is there one here who believes that the daughter of Bertram Berners could be guilty of that or any other base deed?" she demanded, as her proud glance swept around upon the faces of her assembled friends and neighbors. But their averted eyes too sorrowfully answered her question. Then, he looked up, and their eyes met. If he had really believed her guilty he did not now. He answered briefly and firmly. "No, Sybil, heaven knows that I do not. But oh, my dear wife, explain, if you can, how that dagger came into your possession, how that blood came upon your hands, and, above all, why this most unhappy lady should have charged you with having murdered her. At your desire, and for the satisfaction of the few dear old friends whom I see among this unbelieving crowd, the friends who would deeply grieve if I should either do or suffer wrong, I will speak. But if it were not for you and for them, I would die before I would deign to defend myself from a charge that is at once so atrocious and so preposterous, so monstrous," said Sybil, turning a gaze full of haughty defiance upon those who stood there before her face, and dared to believe her guilty. A stern voice spoke up from that crowd. "Mr. Leon Berners, attend to this. A lady lies murdered in your house. By whom she has been so murdered we do not know. But I tell you that every moment in which you delay in sending for the officers of justice to investigate this affair, compromises you and me and all who stand by and silently submit to this delay, as accessories, after the fact." Leon Berners turned towards the speaker, a grave and stern old man of nearly 80 years, a retired judge, who had come to the mask ball escorting his granddaughters. "An instant, Judge Basham. Pardon us, if in this dismay some things are forgotten. The coroner shall be summoned immediately. Captain Pendleton, will you oblige me by dispatching a messenger to Coroner Taylor at Blackville?" he then inquired, turning to the only friend upon whose discretion he felt he could rely. Captain Pendleton nodded acquiescence and intelligence, and left the room, as if for the purpose specified. "Now, dear Sybil, with Judge Basham's permission, give our friends the explanation that you have promised them," for all his anger as well as all her jealousy had been swept away in the terrible tornado of this evening's events. "The explanation that I promised you, and those who wish me well," she said emphatically. And then her voice arose clear, firm, and distinct, as she continued. "I was in my chamber, which is immediately above that occupied by Mrs. Blondel. My chamber is approached by 2 ways, first by the front passage and stairs, and secondly by a narrow staircase running up from Mrs. Blondel's room. And the door leading from her room up this staircase and into mine, she has been in the habit of leaving open. Tonight, as I said, I was sitting in my chamber, from causes not necessary to explain now and here. I was too much disturbed in mind to think of retiring to rest, or even of undressing. I do not know how long I had sat there, when I heard a piercing shriek from someone in the room below. Instinctively I rushed down the communicating stairs and into Mrs. Blondell's room, and up to her bed, where I saw by the light of the taper she was lying. Her eyes were closed, and I thought at first that she had fainted from some fright until, almost at the same instant, I saw this dagger. Here Sybil stooped and picked up the dagger that she had dropped a few minutes before, driven to its haft in her chest. I drew it out. Instantly the blood from the opened wound spurted up, covering my hand and sleeve with the accusing stains you see. With the flowing of the blood her eyes flew wildly open. She gazed affrightedly at me for an instant, and then with the last effort of her life, for which terror lent her strength, she started up and fled shrieking to this room. I, still holding the dagger that I had drawn from her bosom, followed her here. And, you know the rest, said Sybil, and overcome with excitement, she sank upon the nearest chair to rest. Leon Berners still held her hand. Her story had evidently made a very great impression upon the company present. But Leon Berners suddenly exclaimed, "Good heavens, that lady's mistaken charge has put us all off the scent, and allowed the murderer to escape. But it may not yet be too late. Some clue may be left in her room by which we may trace the criminal." And Leon Berners, leaving the shuddering women of the party in the room with Sybil and the dead, and followed by all the men, went to search the house and ground for traces of the assassin. Chapter 20. The Search. My friends, I care not, so much I am happy above a number, if my actions were tried by every tongue, every eye saw them, envy and base opinion set against 'em, to know my life so even. Shakespeare. And first they went to Mrs. Blondell's room, and carefully examined every part of it, especially the fastenings of the doors and windows. They all seem to be right. I have a theory of this murder now, said Mr. Berners, standing in the middle of the room and speaking to the men who were with him. Humph, what is it? Coldly inquired old Judge Basham. It is this, that as Mrs. Blondell was known to have possessed jewels of great value, some miscreant came here with the intention to rob her of them. Well, and what then? Asked the judge. That this miscreant entered either by the outer door, or by one of these windows, approached the bed of his victim, who, being awake and seeing him, shrieked, either before or at the moment of receiving the death wound, and then fainted. Humph, what next? Grunted the judge. That first shriek brought my wife running to the rescue. At the sound of her approach, of course the murderer turned and fled, escaping through the outer door or window. An ingenious story, and a plausible explanation, Mr. Berners, but one, I fear, that will never convince a jury, or satisfy the public, remarked Judge Basham. Nay, and it will na satisfy mysel, neither. It'll na do, gentlemen. The murderer didna come through the outer door, nor the windows either. For mysel fastened them before I went to my bed. And yes'ls found 'em fastened when ye cam, said the Scotch girl Janet, who had now entered the room with the child in her arms. But he may have come through the door, my good girl, suggested Mr. Berners, whose very blood seemed to freeze at this testimony of the maid. Nay, nay, laird, that will na do either. The murderer could na he come by the outer door, for mysel bolted it before I went to bed. And it was still bolted when my poor leddy. Oh, my poor bonny leddy, oh, my poor dear murdered mistress, broke forth from the girl in sudden and violent lamentations. Compose yourself, and tell us all about the bolted door, said Judge Basham. Aweel, sir, the door was bolted by mysel, and bolted it stayed until that poor leddy started out of her bed and tore the bolt back, and fled away from before the face of her murderer. Too late, oh, too late, for she carried her death wound with her. So you see, Mr. Berners, your theory of the murder falls to pieces. This girl's testimony proves that the murderer could not have entered the room, from this floor, said Judge Basham. Then he must have been concealed in the room, exclaimed Leon, desperately. Nay, nay, that will na do either, laird. Na mon was hid in the room. Mysel looked into all the closets, and under the bed, and up the chimney, as I always do before I go to sleep. I could na sleep else. Nay, nay, laird. The murderer came in neither by outer door nor window, nor yet lay hidden in the room, for Meisel had fastened the Mistress Berner's room down to the little stairs, and through this door which was not bolted, persisted the Scotch girl. Leon Berner's heart seemed turned to ice by these last words. Nevertheless he summoned fortitude to say, "We must examine and see if there has been a robbery committed. If there has been one, then, of course, in the face of all this woman's evidence, it will prove that the robber has done this foul deed." "I do not see clearly that it will," objected Judge Basham. "However, we will make the examination. Your honors need not tack the trouble. Meisel saw to that too. See, the bureau drawers and wardrobes are all fast locked as me lady saw me lock 'em hersel. And the keys are safe in the pocket of my gown." Nay, lairds, nothing is stolen," said Janet. Nevertheless, Mr. Berners insisted on making the examination. So Janet produced the keys and opened all the bureau drawers, boxes, wardrobes, etc. All things were found in order. In the upper bureau drawer, caskets of jewels, boxes of laces, rolls of bank notes and other valuables were found untouched. Nothing was missing. In a word, no clue was found to the supposed murderer and robber, but, on the other hand, every circumstance combined to fix the deed on Sybil. Leon Berners felt a faintness like death coming over him, and subduing all his manhood. Unblenchingly, in his own person, he would have braved any fate. But that his wife, his pure, high-toned, magnanimous Sybil, should be caught up and ground to pieces by this horrible machinery of circumstance and destiny. Was this a nightmare? His brain was reeling. He felt that he might go mad. Like the drowning man, he caught at straws. Turning to the Scotch girl, he demanded somewhat sternly, "And where were you when your mistress was being murdered? Where were you, that you did not hasten to her assistance? You could not have been far off. You must in fact have been in that little adjoining nursery." And say, fra the room, followed close behind by Mistress Berners. And thin Meisel sprang up the bairn in me arms and ran after them, thinking the Dell was behind me. "Oh, me poor leddy, oh, me poor, bonny leddy, oh, wept and wailed the girl, dropping down on the floor and throwing her apron over her head. But the cries of the child from the adjoining nursery caused her to start up, and run in there to comfort him. The searchers left that room, and pursued their investigations elsewhere. They went all through the house without finding any clue to the mystery. They attempted to search the grounds, but the night was pitch dark, and the rain was falling fast. Finally, they returned to the room of death. All the ladies and all the servants had gone away. No one remained in it but Sybil and Miss Tabby, watching the dead. Sybil sat near the head of the body, and Miss Tabby near the feet. At the sight of his doomed young wife, Leon Berners' senses reeled again. She is so inexperienced in all the ways of the world, so ignorant of the ways of the law. Oh, does she know, does she even dream of the awful position, the deadly danger in which she stands? No, she is unconscious of all peril. She evidently believes that the explanation she gave us here, and which satisfies her friends, will convince all others. Oh, Sybil, an hour ago so safe in your domestic sanctity, and now momentarily exposed to heaven. I cannot bear it, he groaned, as he struggled for self-command and went towards her. She was sitting with her hands clasped, as in prayer, and her eyes, full of the deepest regret and pity, fixed upon the face of the dead. There was sorrow, sympathy, awe, anything but fear or distrust in her countenance. At the approach of her husband, she turned and whispered gravely, "She was my rival where I could least bear rivalry, and I thought she had been a successful one. I do not think so now, and now I have no feeling towards her but one of the deepest compassion. Oh, Leon, we must adopt her poor child, and rear it for our own. Oh, who has done this deed? Someone whose aim was robbery, no doubt. Has any trace been discovered of the murderer?" she inquired. "None, Sybil," he answered, with difficulty. "Oh, Leon, such awful thoughts have visited me since I have sat here and forced myself to look upon this sight. For I see in it that which I might have done, had my madness become frenzy, but even then, not as this was done. Oh, no, no, no. May God forgive me and change my heart, for I have been standing on the edge of an abyss. Mr. Berners could not speak. He was suffocating with the feeling that she now stood upon the brink of ruin, yawning to receive her. Heaven help you, Sybil, was the silent prayer of his spirit as he gazed on his unconscious wife. Miss Tabby, who sat whimpering at the feet of the dead, now spoke up. I think, she said, wiping the teardrop from the end of her nose, I do think as we ought not to leave it lying here, cramped up onto this sofa, where we can't stretch it straight. We ought to have it taken to her room and laid out on her bed, decent and in order. It is true, but oh, in a shock like this, how much is forgotten, said Mr. Berners. Then turning to old Judge Basham, who had sank into an easy chair to rest, but seemed to consider himself still on the bench, since he assumed so much authority, Leon inquired, do you see any objection to the body being removed to a bedroom before the coroner's arrival? Certainly not. This is not the scene of the murder. You had best take it back to the bed on which she received her death, answered the old judge. Friends, said Mr. Berners, turning to the gentlemen, who had all solemnly and silently seated themselves as at a funeral, will one of you assist me in this? Captain Pendleton, who had just re-entered the room, came promptly up. By the way, did you send for the coroner, sir? Demanded the old judge, intercepting him. Yes, sir, I did, curtly answered the captain. Then I shall sit here until his arrival, observed the judge, settling himself. That old fellow is in his dotage, growled Captain Pendleton to himself, as he tenderly lifted the head and shoulders of all that remained of poor Rosa Blondel. But at the touch of her cold form, the sight of her still face, tears of pity sprang into the young soldier's eyes. Rosa had been a fine woman, and her body was now no light weight. It took the united strength of Captain Pendleton and Mr. Berners to bear it properly from the parlour to the chamber, where they laid it on the bed, and left it to the care of Sybil and Miss Tabby, who had followed them. Mr. Berners then pulled the captain into an empty room and whispered hoarsely. Did I understand you to tell the judge that you had sent a messenger for the coroner? Yes, but mind, I sent an old man on an old mule. It will be many hours before he reaches Blackville, many more before the coroner gets here. Good heaven, Berners, I had to do that. Don't you see the awful danger of your innocent wife? Exclaimed Captain Pendleton, in an agitated voice. Don't I see it? I am not mad, or blind. But you, in the face of this overwhelming evidence, you believe her to be innocent? Demanded Leon Berners, in a tone of agonized entreaty. I know her to be innocent. I have known her from her infancy. She might have flown at a rival, and torn her to pieces, in a frenzy of passion, but she could never have struck a secret blow, answered Captain Pendleton, emphatically. Thanks. Oh, thanks for your faith in her, exclaimed Leon Berners, earnestly. But now, do you not see what is to be done? She must be got out of the house before the coroner or any officer of justice arrives, said Captain Pendleton, earnestly. Oh, this is so sudden and terrible. It is an avalanche, an earthquake. It crushes me. It deprives me of reason, groaned Leon Berners, sinking into a chair, and covering his face with his hands. Leon, my friend, arouse yourself. Rise above this agony of despair, if you would save your imperiled hour, and you must accompany her, urged Captain Pendleton. I know it. But oh, heaven, the anguish of my heart, the chaos of my thoughts. Pendleton, think for me, act for me, tell me what to do, cried the strong man, utterly overwhelmed and powerless. Captain Pendleton hurried into the supper room, the scene of the late revels, and brought from there a glass of brandy, which he forced his friend to swallow. Now listen to me, Berners. Go and call your wife, take her to your mutual room, tell her the necessity of instant flight. She is strong, and will be equal to the occasion. Then, quickly as you can, collect all your money and jewels, and conceal them about your person. Dress yourself, and tell her to dress in plain stout weather-proof riding habits. Do this at once. Meanwhile, I will go myself to the stables, and saddle 2 of the swiftest horses, and bring 'em around to the back door, so that no servant need to be taken into our confidence tonight. When I meet you with the horses, I will direct you to a temporary retreat where you will be perfectly safe for the present. Afterwards we can think of a permanent place of security. Now, then, courage, and hurry. My friend in need, fervently exclaimed Leon Berners, as they parted. I have further suggestions to make when we meet again. I have thought of everything, Captain Pendleton called after him. Chapter 21. Sybil's Flight. 'Tis well, my soul shakes off its load of care. 'Tis only the obscure is terrible. Imagination frames events unknown, in wild, fantastic shapes of hideous ruin, and what its fears creates. Hannah More. Upon the snow-white bed the form of Rosa Blondel, wrapped in pure white raiment, was laid out. Very peaceful and beautiful she looked, her fair face, framed in its pale gold hair, wearing no sign of the violent death by which she died. At her head sat Sybil, looking very pale, and shedding silent tears. At her feet sat Miss Tabby, whimpering and muttering. Within the little nursery, beyond the chamber, the Scotch girl sat, crying and sobbing. Leon Berners softly approached the bed, and whispered to Sybil, "Dearest, come out, I wish to speak to you." She silently arose and followed him. He was silent until they had reached their own room. "Sit down, Sybil," he then said, as calmly as he could force himself to speak. She sank into a seat and looked at him inquiringly, but fearlessly. He stood before her unable to proceed. It was terrible to him to witness her utter unconsciousness of her own position, more terrible still to be obliged. She continued to regard him with curiosity, but without anxiety, waiting silently for what he should say to her. "Sybil," he said at length, as soon as he was able to speak. "Sybil, you are a brave and strong spirit. You can meet a sudden calamity without sinking under it." "What is it?" inquired his wife, in a low tone. "Sybil, dearest Sybil, there is no time to break the bad news to you. Brace yourself to hear it abruptly." "Yes. Tell me." "Sybil, listen, and comprehend. The circumstances that surround this mysterious murder are of a character to compromise you so seriously, that you may only find safety in immediate flight." "Me? Flight?" exclaimed Mrs. Berners, dilating her dark eyes in amazement. Mr. Berners groaned in the spirit, as he replied, "Yes, Sybil, yes. Oh, my dearest, attend and understand, and be strong. Sybil, hear. The quarrel you were known to have had with this poor woman, the threats you used on that occasion, the dagger in your hand, the blood on your wrist, and above all the words of the dying woman charging you with her death. All these form a chain of circumstantial and even direct evidence that will drag you down." "I cannot say it," burst forth Leon in an accession of agony. Sybil's dark eyes opened wider and wider in amazement, but still without the least alarm. "It is enough, oh, Sybil, to repeat to you that your only safety is in instant flight," he exclaimed, dropping his face upon his hands. "Flight," echoed Sybil, staring at him. "Why should I take refuge in flight? I have done nothing criminal, nor will I do anything so ignominious." "Why, I explained all that," replied Mrs. Berners naively. "I told you all how it was, that when I heard her scream, I ran to see what was the matter and I drew the dagger from her bosom, and then the blood spurted up and sprinkled me. It was terrible enough to see and bear that, without having to hear and endure such a preposterous suspicion. And it is all easy enough for any honest mind to understand my explanation." "Oh, Sybil, Sybil, that indeed. I mean your presence at her death, with all its concurrent circumstances might be explained away. But the dying woman's last solemn declaration, charging you as her murderess, that was the most direct testimony. Oh, heaven, Sybil. Sybil, prepare for your flight, for in that is your only hope of safety. Prepare at once, for there is not an instant to be lost." "Stop," said Sybil, suddenly and solemnly. "Leon Berners, do you believe that dying declaration to have been true?" "No, as the Lord hears me, I do not, Sybil. I know you were incapable of doing the deed she charged upon you. No, I am sure she spoke in the delirium of sudden death and terror, said Leon Berners earnestly. Nor will anyone else who knows me believe it. So be tranquil. I am not guilty, nor will I run away like a guilty one. I will stay here and tell the truth, said Sybil composedly. But, oh, good heavens, telling the truth will not help you. The law deals with facts, not truths, and judges of facts as if they were truths. And oh, my dear Sybil, the lying facts of this case involve you in such a net of circumstantial evidence and direct testimony as renders you liable to arrest, nay, certain to be arrested and imprisoned upon the charge of murder. Oh, my dear, most innocent wife, my free, wild, high-spirited Sybil, even the sense of innocence could not save you from imprisonment, or support you during its degrading tortures. You could not bear, I could not bear for you, such loss of liberty and honor for 1 hour, even if nothing worse should follow. But, Sybil, worse may, worse must follow. Yes, the very worst. During the latter part of his speech the wife had started to her feet, and now she stood staring at him, amazed, incredulous, yet firm and brave. Rouse yourself to the occasion, Sybil. Oh, for my sake, for heaven's sake, collect your faculties and prepare for flight, he passionately urged. I am innocent, and yet I must fly like the guilty. Leon, for your sake, and only for yours, I will do it, she answered gravely and sadly. We must not call assistance, nor stop to compliment each other. Pack quickly up what you will most need for yourself, in a traveling bag, and I will do the same for myself, explained Leon Berners, suiting the action to the word by shoving into his valise some valuable papers, money, razors, a few articles of clothing, etc. Sybil showed more promptitude and presence of mind than might have been expected of her. She quickly collected her costly jewels and ready money, a change of underclothing, combs, and brushes, and packed them in a small traveling bag. We go on horseback, quickly explained Leon Berners, as he locked his valise. Swiftly and silently Sybil threw off her masquerading dress, that she had unconsciously worn until now, and dropped it on the floor, where it lay glowing like a smoldering bonfire. She then put on a waterproof riding habit, and announced herself ready. Come, then, said Leon Berners, taking up both bags, and beckoning her to follow him silently. They slipped down the dark stairs and through the deserted halls, and reached the back door, where, under the shelter of a large hemlock tree, Captain Pendleton held the horses. It was dark as pitch, and drizzling rain. They could see nothing, they could only know the whereabouts of their friend in need, and their horses, by hearing Captain Pendleton's voice speaking through the mist in cautious tones, and whispering. Lock the door after you, Berners, so as to secure us from intrusion from within. And then stop there under the porch until I come and talk to you. Mr. Berners, you have got all you will need on your journey, have you not? Inquired the captain. Mr. Berners replied by telling his friend exactly what he had brought. All that is very well, but people require to eat and drink once in a while. So I have put some sandwiches, and a bottle of wine from the supper table, into your saddlebags. And now, in the hurry, have you decided upon your route? Yes, we shall endeavor to reach the nearest seaport, Norfolk probably, and embark for some foreign country, no matter what, for in no place but in a foreign country can my unhappy wife hope for safety, mournfully replied Leon Berners. Endeavor to reach Norfolk. That will never succeed. You will be sure to be overtaken and brought back before you go a score of miles on that road, declared Captain Pendleton, shaking his head. Then, in the name of heaven, what will do? Demanded Mr. Berners, in a tone of desperation. You must find a place of concealment, and then take time to disguise yourself and your wife, so that neither of you can be recognized, before you venture upon the road to Norfolk. You see, Leon, you are the better lawyer, but I am the better strategist. I graduated among the warpaths and the ambushes of the Redskins on the frontier. But where shall I find such a place of concealment? I have thought of that. You think of everything. Ah, it is easy to show presence of mind in other people's confusion. Almost as easy as it is to bear other people's troubles. said the captain, attempting a jest, only to raise his friend's drooping spirits. But now to the point, for we must be quick. You know the haunted chapel. Single quote. The old ruined church in the cleft on the other side of the Black Mountain. Yes, that is the place. Its deep solitude and total abandonment, with its ghostly reputation, will be sure to secure your safety. Go there, conceal yourselves and your horses as well as you can. In the course of tomorrow, or tomorrow night, I will come to you with such news and such help as I may be able to bring. Thank you. Oh, thank you. But what are words? You are a man of deeds. Your presence of mind has saved us both, said Leon Berners earnestly. And now to horse, said Captain Pendleton, taking Mrs. Berners under his guidance, while Mr. Berners brought on the valise and traveling bag. Captain Pendleton placed Sybil in her saddle, whispering encouragingly, "Be strong and hopeful. This necessary flight is a temporary evil, intended to save you from a permanent, and even perhaps a fatal wrong. Be patient, and time shall vindicate you and bring you back. But oh, to leave my home, and the home of my fathers, to leave it like a criminal, when I am innocent, to leave it in haste, and not to know if I may ever return," cried Sybil, in a voice of anguish. "It is a fearful trial. I will not mock you by denying that it is. Yes, it is a terrible ordeal, but one, Mrs. Berners, that you have heroism enough to bear," replied Captain Pendleton, as he bowed over her extended hand and gave her the reins. Leon Berners was also mounted. They were ready to start. With a mutual "God bless you," the friends parted. Leon and Sybil took the dark road. Captain Pendleton unlocked the door that had been locked by Mr. Berners, but as he pushed to open it he felt an obstruction, and instantly afterwards heard someone run away. A listener, he thought, in dismay as he pursued the fugitive. But he only caught a glimpse of a figure disappearing through the front door and into the darkness without, in which it was lost. "An eavesdropper!" he exclaimed, in despair. "An eavesdropper! Who now can be assured of her safety? Oh, Sybil, you rejected my hand, and very nearly ruined my life. But this night I was dozing, in the parlor, while waiting for the physician's or the coroner's arrival." "Where is Mrs. Berners?" inquired the old judge, rousing himself up. "She retired to her chamber about an hour ago," answered Captain Pendleton, telling the truth, but not the whole truth, as you will perceive. Yes. Well, and where is her husband?" "He followed her there," answered the captain, shortly. Yes, well. The coroner is long in coming," grumbled the judge. "It is some distance to Blackville, sir, and the roads are rough and the night is dark," observed the captain. "Well, yes, true," agreed the old man, subsiding into his chair and into his doze. Captain Pendleton threw himself into a seat, but had not sat long before the parlor door opened, and his sister appeared at it and called to him in a low voice. He arose, and went to her. "Come out into the hall here. I want to speak to you, Clement," said Miss Pendleton. He went out. Then his sister inquired, in a voice full of anxious entreaty, "Clement, where is Sybil?" "She went to her room a little more than an hour ago," answered the brother, giving his sister the same answer that he had given the judge. "Clement, I must go to her, and throw my arms around her neck and kiss her. I must not tell her in so many words that I know she is innocent, for to do that would be to affront her almost as much as if I should accuse her of being guilty, for she will rightly enough think that her innocence should not be called into question, but should be taken for granted. So I must not say a word on that subject, but I must find her and embrace her, and make her feel that I know her husband is with her, Beatrix, and so you cannot of course go to her now. Oh, but I am so anxious to do so. Look here, Clement. I stood there among the crowd this evening, gazing upon that bleeding and dying woman, until the sight of her ghastly form and face seemed to affect me as the Medusa's head was said to have affected the beholder, and turn me into stone. Clement, I was so petrified that I could not move or speak, even when she appealed to us all to know whether any among us could believe her to be capable of such an act. I could not speak. I could not move. She must have thought that I too condemned her, and I cannot bear to rest under that suspicion of hers. I must go to her now, Clement. Indeed you must not, Trix. Wait till she makes her appearance. That will be time enough, answered her brother. Oh, this is a horrible night. I wish it were over. I cannot go to bed. Nobody can. The ladies are all sitting huddled together in the dressing room, although the fire has gone out, and the servants are all gathered in the kitchen, too panic-stricken to do anything. Oh, an awful night. I wish it were morning. It will soon be daylight now, dear Beatrix. You had better go and rejoin your companions. And so the brother and sister separated for the night. Beatrix going to sit and shudder with the other ladies in the dressing room, and Clement returning to the parlour to lounge and doze among the gentlemen. Only his anxiety for Sybil's safety so much disturbed his repose, that if he did but drop into an instant's slumber he started from it in a vague fright. So the small hours of the morning wore on and brought the dark. Chapter 22. The Haunted Chapel. The chapel was a ruin old, that stood so low, in lonely glen. The Gothic windows high and dark were hung with ivy, briar, and yew. The haunted chapel to which Mr. and Mrs. Berners were going was in a dark and lonely gorge on the other side of the mountain across Black River, but near its rise in the Black Torrent. To reach the chapel, they would have to ride 3 miles up the shore and ford the river, and then pass over the opposite mountain. The road was as difficult and dangerous as it was lonely and unfrequented. Leon and Sybil rode on together in silence, bending their heads before the driving mist, and keeping close to the banks of the river until they should reach the fording place. At length Sybil's anguish broke forth in words. "Oh, Leon, is this nightmare? Or is it true that I am so suddenly cast down from my secure place, as to become in 1 hour a fugitive from my home, a fugitive from justice? Oh, Leon, speak to me. Break the spell that binds my senses. Wake me up, she wildly exclaimed. Dear Sybil, be patient, calm, and firm. This is a terrible calamity. But to meet calamity bravely, is the test of a true high soul. You are compelled to seek safety in flight, to conceal yourself for the present, to avoid a train of unmerited humiliations that even the consciousness of innocence would not enable you to bear. But you have only to be but flight itself looks like guilt, will be taken as additional evidence of guilt, groaned Sybil. Not so. Not when it is understood that the overwhelming weight of deceptive circumstantial evidence and deceptive direct testimony had so compromised you as to render flight your only means of salvation. Be brave, my own Sybil. And now, here we are at the ford. Take care of yourself. Let me lead your horse. No, that would embarrass you, without helping me. Go on before, and I will follow. Leon Berners plunged into the stream. Sybil drew up her long skirts and dashed in after him. And they were both soon splashing through the Black River, blacker now than ever with the double darkness of night and mist. A few minutes of brave effort on the part of horses and riders brought them all in safety to the opposite bank, up which they successfully struggled, and found themselves upon firm ground. The worst part of the journey is over, dear Sybil. Now I will ride in advance and find the pass, and do you keep close behind me, said Leon Berners, riding slowly along the foot of the mountain until he came to a dark opening, which he entered, calling Sybil to follow him. It was one of those fearful passes so frequently to be found in the Allegheny Mountains, and which I have described so often that I may be excused from describing this. They went in, cautiously picking their way through this deeper darkness, and trusting much to the instinct of their mountain-trained steeds to take them safely through. An hour's slow, careful, breathless riding brought them out upon the other side of the mountain. As they emerged from the dark labyrinth, Leon Berners pulled up his horse to breathe, and to look about him. Sybil followed his example. Day was now dawning over the broken and precipitous country. Where is that chapel of which you speak? I have heard of it all my life, but I have never seen it, and beyond the fact that it is on this side of the mountain, and not far from the Black Torrent, I know nothing about it, said Sybil. It is near the Black Torrent, almost under the bed of the cascade, in fact. And we shall have to turn our horses' heads upstream again to reach it, answered Leon Berners. You know exactly where it is. You have been there, perhaps, inquired Sybil. I have seen it but once in my life. But I can easily find it. It is not a frequented place of resort, dear Sybil. But that makes it all the safer as a place of concealment for you, said Leon Berners, as he started his horse and rode on. Sybil followed him closely. Day was broadening over the mountains, and bringing out 1,000 prismatic colors from the autumn foliage of the trees, gemmed now with the raindrops that had fallen during the night. It will be quite clear when the sun rises, said Leon, encouragingly to Sybil, as they went on. He was right. Sunrise in the mountains is sometimes almost as sudden in its effects as sunrise at sea. The eastern horizon had been ruddy for some time, but when the sun suddenly came up from behind the mountain, the mist lifted itself, rolled into soft white wreaths and crowned the summits, while all the land below broke out into an effulgence of light, color, and glory. But people who are flying for life do not pause to enjoy scenery, even of the finest. Leon and Sybil rode on towards the upper banks of the Black River, hearing at every step the thunder of the black torrent, as it leaped from rock to rock in its passionate descent to the valley. At length they came to a narrow opening in the side of the mountain. "Here is a path I know," said Mr. Berners, "though its entrance is so concealed by undergrowth as to be almost impossible to discover." Leon Berners dismounted, and began to grope for the entrance in a thicket of wild rose bushes, that were now closely covered with scarlet seed pods that glowed, and raindrops that sparkled, in the rays of the morning sun. "We cannot take our horses through the thicket, dear Sybil. You will have to dismount and remain concealed in here until I lead them back across the river, where I will turn them loose. There will be a great advantage gained by that move. Our horses being found on the other side, will mislead our pursuers on a false scent." While Leon Berners spoke, he assisted his wife to alight from her saddle, and guided her to the entrance of the thicket. "This path has not been trodden for a score of years, I can well believe. Just go far enough to be out of sight of any chance spy, and there remain until I return." "I shall not be absent over half an hour," said Mr. Berners, as he took leave of Sybil. She sank wearily down upon a fragment of a rock, and prepared to await his return. He mounted his own horse, and led hers, and so went his way down the stream to the fording place. He successfully accomplished the difficult task of taking both horses over the river to the opposite bank, where he turned them loose. Next, with a strong pocket jackknife he cut a leaping pole from a sapling near, and went still farther up the stream to the rapids, where, by a skillful use of his pole and dexterous leaping from rock to rock, he was enabled to recross the river almost dry-shod. He rejoined Sybil, whom he found just where he had left her. She was sitting on a piece of rock, with her head bowed upon her hands. "Have I been gone long? Were you anxious or lonely, dearest?" he inquired, as he gave her his hand to assist her in rising. "Oh, no, I take no note of time. But oh, Leon, when shall I wake?" she exclaimed in wild despair. "What is it you say, dear Sybil?" he gently asked. "When shall I wake? Wake from this ghastly nightmare, in which I seem to myself to be a fugitive from justice, an exile from my home, a houseless, hunted stranger in the land. Dear Sybil, collect your faculties. Do not let despair drive you to distraction. Be mistress of yourself in this trying situation," said Leon Berners, gravely. "But oh, heaven, the crushing weight and stunning suddenness of this blow. It is like death, like perdition," exclaimed Sybil, pressing her hands to her head. Leon Berners could only gaze on her with infinite compassion, expressed in every lineament of his eloquent countenance. She observed this, and quickly, with a great effort, from a strong resolution, throwing her hands apart like one who disperses a cloud, and casts off a weight, she said, "It is over. I will not be nervous or hysterical again. I have brought trouble on you as well as on myself, dear Leon, but I will show you that I can bear it. I will look this calamity firmly in the face, and come what may, I will not drag you down by sinking under it." And so saying, she gave him her hand, and arose and followed him as he pushed on before, breaking down or bearing aside the branches that overhung and obstructed the path. Half an hour of this difficult and tedious traveling brought them down into a deep dark dell, in the midst of which stood the haunted chapel. It was an old colonial church, a monument of the earliest settlement in the valley. It was now a wild and beautiful ruin, with its surroundings all glowing with color and sparkling with light. In itself it was a small Gothic edifice, built of the dark iron-gray rock dug from the mountain quarries. Its walls, window frames, and roof were all still standing, and were almost entirely covered by creepers, among which the wild rose vine, now full of scarlet berries, was conspicuous. A broken stone wall overgrown with brambles enclosed the old churchyard, where a few fallen and mouldering gravestones, half sunk among the dead leaves, still remained. All around the church, on the bottom of the dell, and up the sides of the steeps, were thickly clustered forest trees, now glowing refulgent in their gorgeous autumn. A little rill, an offspring of the black torrent, tumbled down the side of the mountain behind the church, and ran frolicking irreverently through the old graveyard. The great cascade was out of sight, though very near, for its thunder filled the air. "See," said Sybil, pointing to the little singing rill. "Nature is unsympathetic. She can laugh and frolic over the dead, and, besides, the suffering. It would seem, then, that nature is wiser as well as gladder than we are, since she, who is transitory, rejoices while we, who are immortal, pine," answered Leon Berners, pleased that any thought should win her from the contemplation of her misfortune. He then led the way into the old ruined church through the door frames, from which the doors had long been lost. The stone floor and the stone altar still remained, all else within the building was gone. Leon Berners looked all around, up and down the interior, from the arched ceiling to the side walls with their window spaces and the flagstone floor with its mouldy seams. The wild creeping vines nearly filled the window spaces, and shaded the interior more beautifully than carved shutters, velvet curtains, or even stained glass could have done. The flagstone floor was strewn with fallen leaves that had drifted in. Up and down, in every nook and corner of the roof and windows, last year's empty birds' nests perched. And here and there along the walls, the humble mason's little clay house stuck. But there seemed no resting place for the weary travelers, until Sybil, with a serious smile, went up to the altar and sank upon the lowest step, and beckoned Leon to join her, saying, "At the foot of the altar, dear Leon, there was sanctuary in the olden times. We seem to realize the idea now. You are cold. Your clothes are all damp. Stop. I must try to raise a fire. But you, in the meantime, must walk briskly up and down, to keep from being chilled to death," answered Leon Berners very practically, as he proceeded to gather dry leaves and twigs that had drifted into the interior of the old church. He piled them up in the center of the floor, just under the break in the roof, and then he went out and gathered sticks and brushwood, and built up a little mound. Lastly he took a box of matches from his pocket and struck a light, and kindled the fire. The dried leaves and twigs crackled and blazed, and the smoke ascended in a straight column to the hole in the roof through which it escaped. "Come, dear Sybil, and walk around the fire until your clothes are dry, and then sit down by it. This fire, with its smoke ascending and escaping through that aperture, is just such a fire as our forefathers in the old times enjoyed, as the best thing of the kind they knew anything about. Kings had no better," said Leon Berners, cheerfully. Sybil approached the fire, but instead of walking around it, she sat down on the flagstones before it. She looked very weary, thoroughly prostrated in body, soul, and spirit. "What are we waiting for, in this horrible pause?" she inquired at length. "We are waiting for Pendleton. He is to bring us news, as soon as he can slip away and steal to us without fear of detection," answered Leon Berners. "Oh, heaven, what words have crept into our conversation about ourselves and friends too. Steal, fear, detection. Oh, Leon. But there, I will say no more. I will not revert to the horror and degradation of this position again, if I can help it," groaned Sybil. "My wife, you are very faint. Try to take some nourishment," urged Leon, as he began to open the small parcel of refreshments thoughtfully provided by Captain Pendleton. "No, no, I cannot swallow a morsel. My throat is parched and constricted," she answered. "If I only had a little coffee for you," said Leon. "If we only had liberty to go home again," sighed Sybil, "then we should have all things. But there, indeed I will not backslide into weak complaints again," she added, compunctuously. Modify your grief, dear. There was silence between them for a little while, during which Sybil still sat down upon the flagstones, with her elbows resting on her knees, and her head bowed upon the palms of her hands, and Leon stood up near her with an attitude and expression of grave and sad reflection and self-control. At length Sybil spoke. "Oh, Leon, who could have murdered that poor woman, and brought us into such a horrible position? My theory of the tragedy is this, dear Sybil, that some robber, during the confusion of the fancy ball, found an opportunity of entering and concealing himself in Mrs. Blondell's room, that his first purpose might have been simple robbery, but that, being discovered by Mrs. Blondell, and being alarmed lest her shrieks should bring the house upon him and occasion his capture, he impulsively sought to stop her cries by death, and then that, hearing your swift approach down the stairs leading into her room, he made his escape through the window. But then the windows were all found, as they had been left, fastened," objected Sybil. "But, dearest, you must remember that these windows, having spring bolts, may be fastened by being pushed to from the outside. It is quite possible for a robber, escaping through them, to close them in this manner to conceal his flight. That must have been the case in this instance. Everybody must see now that that was the manner in which the miscreant escaped. Oh, Leon, I think we were wrong to have left home. No, dear Sybil, we were not. Our only hope is in the discovery of the real murderer, and that may be a work of time. Meanwhile we wish to be free, even at the price of being called fugitives from justice. Leon, that poor child. If we ever go home again, we must adopt and educate him. We will do so, Sybil. For, oh, Leon, although I am entirely were half guilty of it, as if, heaven pardon me, I might, in some moment of madness, have been wholly guilty of it. Leon, I shudder at myself," cried Sybil, growing very pale. "You should thank heaven that you have been saved from such mortal sin, dear wife, and also pray heaven always to save you from your own fierce passions," said Mr. Berners, very gravely. "I have breathed that thanksgiving and that prayer with every breath I have drawn. And I will continue to do so. But, oh, Leon, all my passions, all my sufferings grew out of my great love for you. I can well believe it, dear wife. And I myself have not been free from blame, though in reality your jealousy was very causeless, Sybil. I know that now," said Sybil, sadly. "And now, dearest, I would like to make a clean breast of it, as the sinners say, and tell you all, the whole, head and front of my offending, with that poor dead woman," said Mr. Berners, seating himself on the floor beside his wife. Sybil did not repel his offered confidence, for though her jealousy had died a violent death, she was still very much interested in hearing his confession. Then Leon Berners told her everything, up to the very last moment when she had surprised them in the first and last kiss that had ever passed between them. "But in all, and through all, my heart, dear wife, was loyal in its love to you," he concluded. "I know that, dearest Leon. I know that well," replied Sybil. And with that tenderness towards the faults of the dead, which all magnanimous natures share, she forbore to say, or even to think, how utterly unprincipled had been the course of Rosa Blondell from the first to the last of their acquaintance with that vain and frivolous coquette. Sybil was now almost sinking with weariness. Leon perceived her condition, and said, "Remain here, dear Sybil, while I go and try to collect some boughs and leaves to this time." And he went out and soon returned with his arms full of boughs, which he spread upon the flagstones. Then he took off his own overcoat and covered them with it. "Now, dear Sybil," he said, "if you will divest yourself of your long riding skirt, you may turn that into a blanket to cover with, and so sleep quite comfortably." With a grave smile Sybil followed his advice, and then she laid herself down on the rude couch he had spread for her. No sooner had her head touched it, than she sank into that deep sleep of prostration which is more like a swoon than a slumber. Leon Berners covered her carefully with the long riding skirt, and stood watching her for some minutes. But she neither spoke nor stirred, indeed, she scarcely breathed. Then, after still more carefully tucking the covering around her, he left her. Chapter 23. The solitude is invaded. "Oh, might we hear In solitude live savage, in some glade obscured, where highest woods impenetrable to star, or sunlight, spread their umbrage broad and brown as evening. Cover us, ye pines, ye cedars, with innumerable boughs, hide us where we may ne'er be seen again. Byron. Nothing could be more lonely and desolate than this place. It was abandoned to nature and nature's wild children. Of the birds that perched so near his hand, of the squirrels that peeped at him from their holes under the gravestones, he might have said with Alexander Selkirk on Juan Fernandez, "Their tameness is shocking to me." There was a great consolation to be derived from these circumstances, however, for they proved how completely deserted by human beings, and how perfectly safe for the refugees, was this old haunted chapel. Too deeply troubled in mind to take any repose of body, Leon Berners continued to ramble about among the gravestones, which were now so worn with age that no vestige of their original inscriptions remained to gratify the curiosity of a chance inspector. Above him was the glorious autumn sky, now hazy with the golden mist of Indian summer. Around him lay a vast wilderness of hill and dell covered with luxuriant forests, now gorgeous, but his thoughts were not with this magnificent landscape. They wandered to the past days of peace and joy before the coming of the coquette had made confusion with the wedded pair. They wandered to the future, trying to penetrate the gloom and horror of its shadows. They flew to Black Hall, picturing the people, prevising the possibilities there. How he longed for, yet dreaded the arrival of Captain Pendleton. Would there be danger in his coming through the open daylight? What news would he bring? The verdict of the coroner's jury. Against whom must this verdict be given? Leon Berners shuddered away from answering this question. But it was also possible that before this the murderer might have been discovered and arrested. Should this surmise prove to be a fact, oh, what relief from anguish, what a happy return home for Sybil. If not, if the verdict should be rendered against her, nothing but flight and exile remained to them. While Leon Berners wandered up and down like a restless ghost among the gravestones, his attention was suddenly arrested by the sound of a crackling tread breaking through the bushes. He turned quickly, expecting to see Captain Pendleton, but he saw his own servant instead. "Joe!" he exclaimed, in a tone of surprise. "Marza," responded the man, in a voice of grief. "You come from Captain Pendleton. What message does he send? How is it at the house? Has the coroner come? And oh, has any clue been found to the murderer?" anxiously inquired Mr. Berners. "No, Marza, no clue ain't been found to no murderer. But the house up there is full of croners and constables, as if it was the county courthouse, and Cap'n Pendulum managing everything. He sent you to me." "No, Marza, nor likewise knowed I come." "Joe, who has sent you here?" inquired Mr. Berners. "No one hasn't, Marza," answered Joe, dashing the tears from his eyes, and then proceeding to unstrap a large hamper that he carried upon his "No one. Then how came you here?" demanded Mr. Berners, uneasily. Now, instead of answering his master's question, Joe sat down upon his hamper, and wept aloud. "What is the matter with you?" inquired Mr. Berners. "You asked me how I comed here," sobbed Joe, "just as if I could keep away when she and you was here in trouble, and wanting someone to look arter you." "But how did you know we were here?" anxiously questioned Mr. Berners. "I warn't a listening at keyholes, nor likewise a eavesdropping, which I considers beneath a gentleman to do, but I was looking to the back shutters, to see as they was all safe arter the fright we got, and I hearn somebody a-talking, which I was sure was more bugglers, so I made free to wait and hear what they said." "It was Captain Pendleton and myself, I suppose," said Mr. Berners, much annoyed. "Just so, sir, it w a capping Pendulum and yourself, which it hurt me to the heart as you should have trusted into capping Pendulum and not into me, a old and valued servant of the family. And so, Joe, you overheard the whole matter." "Which I did, sir, and shocked I was to think as any false charges should cause my dear young missus to run away from home in the night time, like a fusible slave. And hurt I was to think you didn't trust into me instead of into he. Well, Joe, it appears to me that you were resolved to take our trust, if we did not give it to you. What brought you here this morning?" "Coffee, sir," gravely answered Joe, getting up off the hamper and beginning to untie its fastenings. What? Demanded Mr. Berners, gathering his brows into a frown. Coffee, reiterated Joe, as he took of cream, and several small packets containing all that was needful for breakfast. Joe, this was very kind and thoughtful of you, but was it quite safe for you to come here with a hamper on your back in open day? Inquired Mr. Berners. Lord bless you, sir, safe as safe. I took by paths, and didn't see a creature, not one. Why, Lord, sir, you had better trusted into me from the beginning, than into Capping Pendulum. Bless your soul, Marza, there ain't that white man going, nor yet that red Injun, that canacle a colored gentleman into hiding and seeking. I can well believe that. Why, Marza, but you don't, 'member that time I got mad long o' old Mas Bertram Berners, 'bout blaming of me for the sorrel horse falling lame, and I run away. No, well, I was gone 3 months, and not 5 miles from home all that time. And all the constables looking arter me for law and order, and all the poor white trash, hunting of me for the reward, and not one of 'em all ever struck upon my trail, and me so nigh home all the while. Well, but you were found at last, suggested Mr. Berners. Who, me? No, sir, and I don't think as I should been found yet. 'Cause it was a funny kind of life, that runaway life, a dodging of the man-hunters. But you see, Marza, I sort o' pined arter the child, meaning Miss Sybil, who was then about 4 years old. And, moreover, it was fotched to me by a secret friend o' mine, as the child was likewise a pining arter me. So I up and went straight home, and walked right up before old Mas, and took off my hat and told him as how I was willin' to forgive and forget, and let bygones be bygones like a Christian gentleman, if he would do the same. And of course your master at once accepted such magnanimous terms. Who, he? Why, Mas Leon, he looked just as if he'd knocked me down. Only, you see, the child, meaning Miss Sybil, was a-sitting on his knee, which, soon as ever she saw me, she ran. Master, he couldn't knock me down then, if it had been to have saved his life. So peace was ratified. Yes, Mas Leon, which I telled you all this here nonsense just to let you know how good I was at hiding and seeking. And, Mas, the horses come home all right. They did. I am glad of that. This was the way of it being all right, sir. You see I knowed, when I heard you were going to ride to this old church, as you couldn't get the horses through this thicket, but would have to turn 'em loose, to find their way home. And I knowed how if any other eyes, 'cept mine saw them, it would set people to axing questions. So I goes out to the road, and watches till I sees 'em coming, when I takes charge o' 'em, and gets 'em into the stable quiet, and no one the wiser. Well done, Joe. But tell me, my good man, are we missed yet? Has anyone inquired for us? Plenty has axed arter you both, Mas. But as no one but me and Capping Pendulum knowed where you was gone, and as I locked your door, and took the key, most of the folks still think as how Miss Sybil has gone to bed, overcome by the ewents of the night, and as how you is a-watching by her, and a-taking care of her. That also is well. But, Mas, how is Miss Sybil, and where is she? Inquired the faithful servant, looking about himself. She is very much prostrated by fatigue and excitement, and is now sleeping in the church. Thanks be to the divine Master as she can sleep, said Joe, reverently. And now, he continued, as he replaced it on his head, I will kindle a fire and make the coffee, and maybe she may wake up by the time it is ready. Kindle a fire out here, Joe. Will not the smoke be seen, and lead to our discovery? The first time struck with the sense of the danger of discovery to which it might have exposed Sybil. Lord, Mas, replied Joe, showing his teeth, we are too far off from any human being for any eye to see our smoke. And even if it wasn't so, bless you, there are so many mists rising from the valley this morning, that one smoke more or less wouldn't be noticed. That is true, admitted Mr. Berners. Meanwhile Joe busied himself with lighting a fire. When it was burning freely, he took the kettle and filled it from the little stream that flowed through the churchyard. Now, Mas Leon, in about 10 minutes I will set you down to as good a breakfast, almost, as you could have got at home, said Joe, as he raised 3 cross sticks over the fire, and hung the kettle over the blaze, gypsy fashion. While Joe was at work, Mr. Berners went into the church to look after Sybil. She was still sleeping the heavy sleep of utter mental and bodily prostration. For a few minutes he stood contemplating her with an expression of countenance full of love and pity, and then after adjusting the covering over her, and collecting together the brands of the expiring fire to light up again, he left the church. On going outside, he found that Joe had spread a cloth and arranged a rude sort of picnic breakfast upon the ground. "The coffee is ready, Mas Leon, but how about the missus?" inquired the man, as he stirred down the grounds from the top of the pot. "She is still sleeping, and must not be disturbed," answered Mr. Berners. "Well, Mas Leon, I reckon as how you can relish a cup of coffee as well as she, so please to let me wait on you, sir. Now you know, sir, when the missus wakes up, be it longer or shorter, I can make fresh coffee for her in 10 minutes, said Joe, cheerfully. "But you cannot stay here very long. You'll be missed from the house," objected Mr. Berners. "Please, sir, I have so well provided for all that I can stay till night. Bless you, sir, I told my fellow servants as I was going to take some corn to the mill to be ground, and was a-goin' to wait all day to fetch it home. And so I really did take the corn, and told the miller I should come arter it this evening, and so I shall, and take it home all right, accordin' to my word." "That was a very politic proceeding, Joe, but how could you account to them for the hamper you brought away, and which must have excited suspicion, if not inquiry?" "Bless you, sir, I wasn't fool enough to let 'em see the hamper. All they saw was the 2 bags of corn as I rode out of the gate with. I had filled the hamper on the sly, and hid it in the bushes by the road, until I went by and picked it up." "Still better, Joe. But your horse, what horse did you ride, and what have you done with him?" "I rode Dick, which I have tied him fast in the deep woods on the other side of the river. I crossed over the rapids with the help of a pole," explained Joe. While they were speaking, a step was heard crushing through the dried brushwood, and in another Chapter 24. The Verdict and the Visitor. "Can such things be, and overcome us like a summer cloud without our special wonder?" Shakespeare. "Pendleton. Oh, heaven, Pendleton. What news?" exclaimed Leon Berners, starting up to greet him. "Good heaven, Berners. How is this? Another, a servant taken into your confidence, and trusted with the secret of your retreat," cried Captain Pendleton in dismay. "He is trustworthy. I will vouch for his fidelity. But oh, Pendleton, what news, what news?" exclaimed Leon Berners in an agony of impatience. "The worst that you can anticipate," cried Captain Pendleton in a voice full of sorrow. "Oh, my unhappy wife. The coroner's jury have found their verdict then," groaned Leon. Captain Pendleton bowed his head. He was unable to reply in words. "And that verdict is—" "Oh, speak, I let me hear the worst." "That verdict is willful murder," muttered Pendleton in a hoarse and choking voice. Against whom?" gasped Leon Berners, white as death. "Oh heaven! You know. Do not ask me to sully her name with the words," cried Captain Pendleton, utterly overcome by his emotions. "Oh, my unhappy wife! Oh, my lost Sybil!" exclaimed Leon Berners. There was silence for a few minutes. Pendleton was the first to recover himself. He went up to his friend, touched him on the shoulder, and said, "Berners, rouse yourself. The position requires the exertion of your utmost powers of mind and body. Calm yourself, and collect all your faculties. Come now, let us sit down here and talk over the situation." Leon permitted the captain to draw him away to a little distance, where they both sat down side by side, on a fallen tombstone. "In the first place, how is your wife, and how does she sustain herself under this overwhelming disaster?" inquired Captain Pendleton, forcing himself to speak composedly. "I do not think my dear innocent Sybil was able fully to appreciate the danger of her position, even as she stood before the rendering of that false and fatal verdict. She was so strong in her sense of innocence. She seemed to suffer most from the lesser evils involved in her exile from home. Where is she, then? Sleeping heavily in the church there, sleeping very heavily, from the united effects of mental and bodily fatigue and excitement. Heaven grant that she may sleep long and well. And now, Berners, to our plans. You must know that I kept a horse saddled and tied in the woods down by the river, and as soon as that lying verdict was rendered, I hurried off, leaped into my saddle and galloped here. I forded the river, and have left my horse just below here, at the entrance of this thicket. I must soon mount and away again on your service. Oh, my dear Pendleton, how shall I ever repay you? By keeping up a stout heart until this storm cloud blows over, as it must, in a few days or weeks. But now to business. How came this man Joe here? Mr. Berners explained how Joe had overheard all their conversation while they were making their arrangements, and taken pains to cooperate with them, and had followed him here with some necessary provisions. And he, Mr. Berners, closed with a eulogy on Joe's fidelity and discretion. I am very glad to hear what you tell me. Almost ran against him as I went into the house, but as he made his escape before I could identify him, I was very anxious on the subject. So you may judge what a burden is lifted from my mind by the discovery that he was no other than honest Joe, whom Providence sent in the way. But why he ran from me, I cannot imagine. He was a little jealous, a little sulky, and somewhat fearful of being blamed, I suppose. But tell me, Pendleton, has our flight been discovered yet? Inquired Mr. Berners, anxiously. No, nor even suspected. At least, not up to the time that I left Blackhall. Mrs. Berners was supposed to be in her chamber. I warned all the men, and requested my sister to caution all the women, against knocking at her door. And I, who must have been expected to be on the spot, asked Leon. You were often asked for. Fortunately for you, there is a well-known weakness in human nature to pretend to know all about everything that may be inquired into. And so, every time you chanced to be inquired for by one party, you were accounted for by another. Some said you were with Mrs. Berners, others that you had gone to Blackville on pressing business connected with the tragedy. And these last authorities came to be believed, so that when I slipped away I left the people momentarily expecting your return. Whom did you leave there? Everybody, the coroner's jury and all the guests of the house, who had been detained as witnesses. Then all our friends heard the fatal verdict. All. Was there a warrant issued? Gasped Leon Berners, scarcely able to utter the words. Ah, yes, the issue of the warrant was the first intimation I had of the fatal nature of the verdict. It was put in the hands of an officer, with orders to. Leon Berners groaned deeply, and buried his face in his hands. Come, come, bear up, that you may sustain her, said Captain Pendleton. And now listen. Your flight, as I told you, was not suspected up to the time I left Blackhall. It will not be discovered probably until late this evening, when it will be too late for the authorities to take any immediate measures of pursuit. We have, therefore, this afternoon and tonight to perfect our plans. Only you need to bring steady nerves and a clear head to the task. What do you suggest, Pendleton? First of all, that during this night, which is ours, all necessary conveniences be brought here to support your life for a few days, for you must not leave this safe refuge immediately. To do so would be to fall into the hands of the law. I see that, sighed Mr. Berners. I, then, with the help of this faithful Joe, will bring to you here tonight such things as you and Mrs. Berners will actually need, for the few days that you must remain. As to all your affairs at the Hall, I counsel you to give me a written authority to act for you in your absence. I have brought writing materials for the purpose, and when you have written it, I will myself take it and drop it secretly into the post office at Blackville, so that it may reach me regularly through the mail, and help to mislead everybody to whom I shall show it, into the idea that you have gone away through Blackville. Will you write it now? Inquired Captain Pendleton, drawing from his pocket a rolled writing case, containing all that was requisite for the work. 1,000 thanks, Pendleton. I do not see how in the name of heaven we could have managed without you, replied Berners, as he took the case. unrolled it on his knee, and proceeded to write the required power of attorney. "And now," said the captain, when he received the document, "now we must be getting back. The sun is quite low, and we have much to do. Come, Joe, are you ready?" "Yes." Captain Pendleton then shook hands with Mr. Berners, and Joe pulled his front lock of wool by way of a deferential adieu, and both left the spot and disappeared in the thicket. But it was not until the last sound of their retreating steps, crashing through the dried bushes, had died away, that Leon Berners turned and went into the church. As he entered, a singular phenomenon, almost enough to confirm the reputation of the place as haunted ground, met his view. All in one instant his eyes took in these things. First, Sybil covered over with the dark riding skirt, and still sleeping by the smouldering fire, but sleeping uneasily, and muttering in her sleep. Secondly, the 4 prints of the western windows laid in sunshine on the floor. Thirdly, a shadow that slipped swiftly athwart this sunshine, and disappeared as if it had sunk into the floor on the right of the altar. And in the same moment Sybil, with a half-suppressed shriek, started up, and stared wildly around, exclaiming, "Oh, what is this? Where am I? Who was she?" Leon Berners hastened to his wife, saying soothingly, "Sybil, wake up, darling, you have been dreaming. But what does all this mean? Where are we? What strange place is this?" she cried, throwing back her long dark hair, and shading her eyes with her hands, as she gazed around. "Dearest wife, take time to compose yourself, and you will remember all. A sudden and terrible catastrophe has driven us from our home. You have had a heavy sleep since that, and you find it difficult to awake to the truth," said Leon Berners tenderly, as he sat down by her side, and sought to soothe her. "Oh, I know now. I remember all now. My fatal fancy ball. Rosa Blondel's mysterious murder. Our sudden flight. All. Oh, heavens, all," cried Sybil, dropping her face upon her hands. Leon Berners put his arm around her, and drew her to his bosom. But he did not speak. He thought it better to leave her to collect herself in silence. "But Leon, who was she, and where has she gone?" "Who was who, dear Sybil? I don't understand," answered Mr. Berners, in surprise. "That gypsy-like girl in the red cloak, who was bending over me, and staring into my face, just as you came in." "There was no such girl near you, or even in the church, my dear," said Mr. Berners. "But indeed there was. She started away just as I woke up." "My dearest Sybil, you have been dreaming." "Indeed no. I saw her as plainly as I see you now, a girl in a red cloak, with such an elfin face I shall never forget it. Such small piercing black eyes, such black eyebrows, depressed towards the nose, and raised high towards the temples, giving such an eldritch, mischievous, even dangerous expression to the whole dark countenance, and such wild black hair streaming around her shoulders. A very vivid dream you have had, dear wife, and that is all. I tell you no, she was bending over me, looking at me, and she fled away just as I woke up. My darling, I will convince you out of your own mouth. She ran away, you say, just as you woke up, therefore you did not see her after you were awake, but only while you slept, in your dreams. Besides, dear, I was here when you woke up, and I saw no one near you, or even in the building," persisted Leon Berners, though at that moment he did recall to mind the shadow that he had seen slip past all the sunshine on the floor, and disappear as if it had sunk under the slabs on the right side of the altar. "Leon," said Sybil, solemnly, "I do not like to contradict you, but as I hope to be saved, I saw that girl, not in a dream, but in reality, and since you do not know anything about her, I begin to think the apparition mysterious and alarming. Let me tell you all about it." "Well, tell me, dear, if to do so will do you any good," said. "Listen, then. I was in a dead sleep, oh, such a deep dead sleep, that I seemed to be away down in the bottom of some deep cave, when I felt a heavy breathing or panting over my face, and was conscious of somebody leaning over me, and looking at me. I tried to wake, but could not. I could not lift myself up out of that deep dark cave of sleep. But at last I felt a hand near my throat, trying to unfasten this golden locket that contains your miniature. Then I struggled, and succeeded in throwing off the spell and waking up. As soon as I opened my eyes I saw the wild eldritch face, with its keen bright black eyes and queer eyebrows, and snake-like black locks, running down over the red cloak. The instant I saw this, I cried out, and the girl fled, and you hurried up. Now call that a dream if you can, for I tell you I saw that figure start up and run away from me as plainly as I saw you come up. One event was as real as the other, concluded Sybil. Leon Berners did not at once reply, for he thought again of the flitting shadow he had seen cross the sunshine, and disappear as if it had sunk into the flagstones on the right side of the altar. And he mentally admitted the bare possibility that some intruder had entered the church and looked upon Sybil in her sleep, and fled at her awakening. But fled whither? The windows were very high, the wall was smooth beneath them. No one could have climbed to them, for there was no foothold or handhold to assist one in the ascent, and there was but the one door by which he himself had entered. At the same moment the strange visitor was said to have fled, and he was quite sure that no one had passed him. Besides, the shadow that he had seen vanished beside the altar, at the upper end of the church. Leon Berners knew not what to think of all that he had seen and heard within the last quarter of an hour. But one thing was quite certain, that it was absolutely necessary to Sybil's safety to ascertain whether any stranger had really entered the church, or even come upon the premises. "Well," inquired Sybil, seeing that he still remained silent, "what do you think now, Leon?" "I think," he answered promptly, "that I will search the church." "There is not a hiding place for anything bigger than a rat or a bird," said his wife, glancing around upon the bare walls, floor, and ceiling. Nevertheless Leon Berners walked up to the side of the altar where he had seen the shadow disappear. Sybil followed close behind him. He examined the altar all around. It was built of stonework like the church. That was the reason it had stood so long. But he experienced a great surprise when he looked at the side where the shadow had vanished, for there he found a small iron-grated door, through which he dimly discerned the head of a flight of stone steps, the continuation of which was lost in the darkness below. Glancing over the top of the door, he read, in iron letters, the inscription, "Du Barry, 1650. "What is it, dear Leon?" inquired Sybil, anxiously looking over his shoulder. "Good heaven! It is the family vault of the wicked old Du Barrys, who once owned all the land hereabouts, except the Black Valley Manor, and who built this chapel for their sins. For of them it might not be said with truth, that all their sons were true, and all their daughters pure, but just exactly the reverse. However, they are well forgotten now. And this is their family vault." "Yes, but I had almost forgotten its existence here. Leon, can my mysterious visitor have hidden herself in that vault?" "I can search it, at any rate," answered Mr. Berners, wrenching away at the grated door. But it resisted all his efforts, as if its iron bars had been bedded in the solid masonry. "No," he answered, "your visitor, if you had one, could not possibly have entered here. See how fast the door is." "Leon," whispered Sybil, in a deep and solemn voice, "Leon, could she possibly have come out from there?" "Nonsense, dear. Are you thinking of ghosts? This is the haunted chapel, you know," whispered Sybil. "Bosh, my dear. You are not silly enough to believe that." "But my strange visitor—" "You had no visitor, dear Sybil. You had a dream, and your dream had every feature of nightmare in it. The deep, death-like, yet half-conscious and much disturbed sleep, the sense of heavy oppression, the apparition hanging over you, the inability to awake, even the grappling at your throat, and the swift disappearance of the vision immediately upon your full awakening. All well-known features of incubus," replied Mr. Berners. But again he thought of the shadow he had seen, now, however, only to dismiss the subject as an optical illusion. Sybil sighed deeply. "It is hard," she said, "that you won't trust to my senses in this affair. Sweet wife, I would rather convince you how completely your senses have deceived you. Your imagination has been excited while your nerves were depressed. You have heard the legend of the haunted chapel, and while sleeping within it you conjured up the heroine of the story in your dream where she immediately took the form of incubus." "The legend. What are you talking of, Leon?" I have heard the church called the Haunted Chapel indeed, but I never even knew that there was any story connected with it, exclaimed Sybil, in surprise. Really? Never heard the legend of Du Barry's Fall? Inquired Mr. Berners, with equal surprise. Never, upon my word. Well, it is an old tradition, forgotten like the family with whom it was connected. I heard it in my childhood, but it had slipped my memory until your graphic description of the gypsy girl in the red cloak recalled it to my mind, and led me to believe that your knowledge of the legend had so impressed your imagination as to make it conjure up the heroine of the legend. What is the legend? Do tell me, Leon. Not now, dearest. You must No, dear, our servant Joe. I do not expect to see Captain Pendleton until nightfall, added Leon Berners, for he tried to anticipate and prevent any troublesome questions that Sybil might ask, as he wished to save her from needless additional pain as long as he possibly could. And Joe is here with us? Inquired Sybil cheerfully. No, dear, he has returned home, but will come again tonight. But what news did he bring? None. We will hear from Captain Pendleton tonight. Now you must have some coffee, and then I will tell you the legend of the Haunted Chapel, for that legend, Sybil, may well account for your vision, whether we look on it from my point of view or from yours, as illusion or reality, said Leon Berners. Or, stay, he added, reflectively, it is too cold for you to sup in the open air. I will bring the things in here. Well, let me go with you, to help to bring them in, at least, pleaded Sybil. What, are you really afraid to stay here alone? Inquired Leon, smiling, with an attempt at pleasantry. No, indeed, but all smells moldy inside this old church. At least it does since the sun set, and I would like to go out and get a breath of fresh air, replied Sybil, quite seriously. Come, then, said Leon. They went out together. The fire that had been built by Joe was now burnt down to embers, but the coffee pot sat upon these embers, and the coffee was hot. Leon Berners took it up, while Sybil loaded herself with crockery ware and cutlery. They had turned to go back to the church, when Sybil uttered a half-suppressed cry, and nearly dropped her burden. What's the matter? Cried Mr. Berners. Where? At the east window. Mr. Berners raised his eyes just in time to see a weird young face, with wild black hair, and a bright red mantle, flash downward from the window, as if it had dropped to the floor. There was no dream now, not even an optical illusion. The reality of the vision was unquestionable. This is most strange, exclaimed Mr. Berners. It is the same face that bent over me, and woke me up, answered Sybil, with a shudder. It is someone who is concealed in the church, and whom we shall be sure to discover, for there is but one exit, by the front door, and if she comes out of that, we shall see her, or if she remains in the building, we shall be sure to find her there. Since I saw the face drop from the window, I have carefully watched the door. Do you also watch it, my dear Sybil, so that the creature, whatever it is, may not pass us, said Mr. Berners, as he strode on rapidly towards the church, followed by his wife. They entered together, and looked eagerly around. Though the sun had set some 10 minutes before, yet the afterglow shone in through the 6 tall Gothic window spaces, and revealed clearly every nook and corner of the interior. Their strange inmate or visitor, whichever she might be, was nowhere to be seen. With an impatient gesture, Mr. Berners set down the coffee pot, and hurried towards the door of the vault, and looked through the iron grating. But he could see nothing but the top of those stairs, the bottom of which disappeared in the darkness. He then shook the door, but it firmly resisted all his strength. The bars appeared to be built into the solid masonry. This is really confounding to all one's intelligence, exclaimed Leon Berners, gazing around in perplexity. It is, indeed. But it is well that you have seen this mystery with your own eyes, for if you had not done so, you never would have believed in it, said Sybil, gravely shaking her head. Nor do I believe in it, now that I have seen it. Then you will not trust the united evidence of your own eyes and mine. No, Sybil, not for a prodigy so out of nature as that would be, replied Leon Berners, firmly. Well, then, tell me the legend of the Haunted Chapel, for you hinted that that legend must have some connection with this apparition. A seeming connection, at the very least, but I cannot tell it to you now, not until you take something to eat and drink, for you have not broken your fast since morning. Nor have I hungered since morning, replied Sybil, with a sigh. Mr. Berners went up to the smouldering embers of the fire that he had lighted in the morning on the stone floor of the church, and he drew together the dying brands, put fresh fuel on them, and soon rekindled the flame. And the husband and wife sat down beside it, and while Sybil ate and drank with what appetite she could bring to the repast, Leon Berners, to pass off the heavy time, relate. Chapter 25. The Fall of the Dubarrys. But, soft, behold, lo, where it comes again. I'll cross it, though it blast me. Stay, illusion. If thou hast any sound, or use of voice, speak to me. Shakespeare. The Du Barrys, he began, were a French Roman Catholic family of distinction. A cadet of that family came over to Virginia among the earliest English settlers of the colony. As in the case of the more important among his Anglican comrades, he obtained a very large tract of land by royal patent. He built his hut and fixed his abode here, not 100 yards from the spot where this church now stands. He took an Indian girl for a wife, and continued to live a wild huntsman sort of life in the wilderness, only breaking it sometimes by going down to Jamestown, twice a year, to buy such necessaries of civilized life as the wilderness could not furnish, and to hear news from any ship that might have come in from the old country, and above all, to take a holiday among civilized pleasure seekers, for such existed even in the primitive settlement of Jamestown. In due course of time, a family of half-breed sons and daughters grew up around him, and the little primitive hut gave place to a substantial stone lodge. And the country around was becoming settled. The Berners had got a grant of the Black Valley, and had built the first part of Black Hall, which has since been added to. About this time also, Charles Du Barry was inspired with a certain ambition for his eldest son, a densely ignorant, half-Indian youth of 19, and hearing that the two young sons of Richard Berners of Black Hall were to be sent to England to be educated, he proposed that his own, black boy, as he called his handsome dark-eyed heir, should go with them. And as the three lads had been forest companions for some years, the proposal of old Du Barry was gladly accepted, and the three young men sailed in company for England. They spent 10 years in the Old World, and returned, as they had set out, together. It was after their return that the close friendship of a young lifetime was turned to the deadliest enmity. It happened in this manner. The country, during their absence, had grown a great deal in population. Every rich valley among these mountains had its white proprietor. In the Valley of the Roses, so named, because at the time it was taken possession of by its first proprietor, it was fairly carpeted and festooned all around and about with the wild rose vine, dwelt one Gabriel Mayo, a gentleman of fortune, taste, and culture. He had a family of fair daughters, of whom old Charles Du Barry, with his national gallantry and proneness to exaggeration, had said, that, they were all the most beautiful girls in the world, and each one more beautiful than all the others. Single quote. Be that as it may, it is certain that there were 5 lovely maidens, ranging from 15 years to 21, to choose from. Yet who can account for human caprice, especially in such matters? The 3 young men, Louis Du Barry, and John and William Berners, all fixed their affections upon Florette Mayo, the youngest beauty. Fierce and bitter was the rivalry between the lovers. But the young girl returned the love of John Berners, and married him, and became your ancestress, as you know, Sybil. And from that time to the time of the extinction of the American branch of the Du Barry family, a feud, as fierce and bitter, if not as warlike, as any that ever raged between rival barons of the Middle Ages, prevailed between the handsome and spacious manor houses, and when the then proprietor of the Du Barry estate had erected a magnificent dwelling on the site of his first rough cottage. He called the mansion the Chateau Du Barry, a name which the country people quickly changed into Shut Up Du Barry. The last name was not inappropriate, for a more morose, solitary, and misanthropical man never lived than Henry Du Barry, the builder of that house. He neither visited nor received visits, but remained selfishly, shut up, in the paradise of art and letters that he had created within his dwelling. He had a wife, a son, and 2 daughters, all of whom suffered more or less from this isolation from their fellow beings. So it was a great relief to the son when he was sent, first to the William and Mary College of Williamsburg for 5 years, and afterwards to Oxford for 5 more. After the departure of the son and brother, the mother and sisters suffered more and more seriously from the gloom and horror of their isolation, and in the course of years utterly succumbed to it. First the mother died, then the elder sister, and then the younger sister, left alone with her recluse father in that awful house, became a maniac. Under these circumstances, the father wrote to his son to come home. But selfishness, not love, ruled that young man, as it had ruled his fathers. He had graduated with honors, and won a fellowship at the university, and he was about to start for the fashionable European tour. He wrote home to this effect, and went on his farther way. He remained abroad until summoned home by 2 events: the deaths of his father and sister, and the necessity of raising money for himself. He came home, but not alone. He brought with him a gypsy girl of singular beauty, who seemed to be passionately attached to him, and whom he loved as much as it was in his selfish nature to love anything. He placed her at the head of his household, and his simple servants obeyed her as their mistress, and his sociable neighbors, willing to forgive old Reb. But by and by other rumors, darker and more dishonorable to the master and mistress of Shut Up Du Barry, crept out among the people. These rumors were started by the Du Barry servants, in their gossiping with other family servants in the chance meeting in church or village. They were to the effect that Philip Du Barry often quarrelled fiercely with his gypsy wife, and even threatened to send her back to her native county, and that Gentiliska, or Iska, as she was more commonly called, wept and raved and tore her black hair by turns. It is the old sad tale, dear Sybil. At length the cultivated scholar and unprincipled villain grew tired of his beautiful but ignorant gypsy wife, who was a wife only in justice and not in law. He frequently left home for long absences. He spent his winters in the cities, and his summers in a round of visits to hospitable country houses, leaving her at all seasons to pine and weep, or rage and tear her hair in the gloomy solitude of Shut Up Du Barry. But for all this, whenever he did condescend to visit his home, she received him with an eagerness of welcome, a perfect self-abandonment to joy that knew no bounds. And when he left her again, her despair was but the deeper, her anguish the fiercer. And all this was duly reported by that indefatigable corps of reporters, the domestics of the house. At last came the crisis. Philip Du Barry sent down an agent who opened the doors of Shut Up Du Barry, and brought into it an army of workmen, to repair, refurnish and decorate the mansion house. In vain Gentiliska asked questions. The workmen either could not or would not give her any satisfaction. It was the master's orders, they said, and nothing more. To no one in the world were the master's orders more sacred than to his loyal gypsy wife. She bowed in submission, and let the workmen do their will. All the summer season was occupied with the work. But by the 1st of October the house was thoroughly renewed, within and without, so that it seemed like a palace in the midst of paradise, and the gypsy wife wandered through the house and grounds in a delight that was only damped by the long-continued absence of her husband. At length, near the middle of the month, at the height of the hunting season, Philip Du Barry arrived. But the eager welcome of his wife was met with coldness and petulance, that wounded and enraged her. She gave way to a storm of grief and fury. She wept and raved and tore her hair, as was her way when fiercely excited. But now he had not the least, or the least mercy on her. He had ceased to love her and to want her, and so, in acting out his selfish and demoniac nature, he did not hesitate to treat her with cruel scorn and ignominy. He told her that she was not his wife, and never had been so. He called her ill names, and bade her pack up and go, he cared not where, so it was out of his sight, for he hated her, and out of his house also, for she dishonored it, and that, after being repaired and refurnished, it must also be purified of her presence, before he could bring into it the fair maiden whom he was about to make his wife. Then all her fury suddenly subsided, and she became calm and resolute unto death. She assured him that she never would leave the house, that she was his wife, and the house's mistress, and she had the right to remain, and would remain. Whereupon he broke out into furious oaths, swearing that if she did not go, he would put her out by force. Then she answered, in these memorable words, that have come down to us in tradition. My body you may thrust forth from my home, but my spirit never. Living or dead, in the flesh or the spirit, I will stay in this house as long as its walls shall stand. Nay, though you were to pull this house down to eject me, in the flesh or the spirit, I would enter in and possess the next house you should build. And should you venture to bring here, or there, a bride to supplant me, in the flesh or the spirit I will blast and destroy her. So help me the gods of my people. Single quote. For a moment the ruthless and dauntless man stood appalled by the awful spirit he had raised in that slight form. But when he did recover himself it was to fall into a transport of fury, in which he seized the girl and hurled her violently through the open window. Fortunately they were on the ground floor, so the fall was not great, and she was, besides, light in form and agile as a cat. She fell on her hands and feet upon a thick carpet of the dead leaves that strewed the lawn. For a moment she lay where she had fallen, breathless from the shock, then she lifted herself slowly up. One arm hung useless by her side, it was dislocated at the shoulder joint, but the other was raised to heaven, and she muttered some words in her native tongue, and then turned and walked away until she disappeared in the woods. I hope she'll drown herself according to rule, and there will be an end, the fiendish wretch was. She probably did drown herself, but that was by no means the end. Well, the gypsy girl is said to have kept her word. The third day thereafter, as a boy in search of eagle's eggs was climbing the highest fastnesses of the Black Mountain, his eyes were attracted by the glow of something scarlet lying on a ledge of rocks about halfway down the course of the Black Torrent. Agile as any chamois hunter of the Alps, the boy let himself down, from point to point, until he reached the ledge, upon which the dead body of the gypsy girl was found. It was crushed by the fall, and sodden by the white foam of the cascade that continually rolled over it. The boy hastened away to spread the news. With the greatest difficulty the body was recovered, and conveyed to Shut Up Du Barry. The inquest that sat upon it rendered the simple verdict, found dead, for whether the death were accidental or suicidal, or whether it resulted from the fall upon the rocks, or from the waters of the cascade, the Dogberries of that jury could not decide. The gypsy girl was buried, and her brutal protector coarsely professed himself to be greatly relieved by her death. And he assembled all his servants before him, and forbade them, under the penalty of his heaviest displeasure, ever to mention the name of Gentiliska to the lady he was about to bring home as his wife. These slaves knew their master, and in great fear and trembling they each and all solemnly promised to obey him. Then he left home for the eastern part of the state from which he was to bring his bride. On this occasion he was gone a month. It was in the middle of the month of November that he returned to Shut Up Du Barry, bringing with him his fair young bride. She was a Fairfax, from the county that was named after her family. She was unquestionably a lady of the highest and purest order, and the neighboring gentry, ever pleased to welcome such an one among them, called on her, invited her to their houses, and gave dinner or supper parties in her honor. Philip Du Barry, who had recently fretted at the galling ban, under which, for the transient love of the gypsy girl, he had voluntarily placed himself, now rejoiced at being delivered from it, and entered with all hero in his form, and was happy in the illusion. Thus all went merry as a marriage bell until one dark and dismal day in December, when the rain fell in floods and the wind raved around the house, and the state of the weather kept the newly married couple closely confined within doors. His bride turned to him, and inquired quietly, "Who is that little dark-haired girl with the piercing black eyes, and in the short red cloak, that I see so often around the house?" Single quote. "What did you say?" inquired Philip Du Barry, in a quavering voice. "Who is that little girl in the red cloak, who seems so much at home in the house? Is she deaf and dumb? I speak to her, but she never answers me. Generally indeed, she goes away as soon as she perceives that I notice her. Who is she, Phil?" And the young wife looked at her husband for an answer. But his face was that of a corpse, and his form was shaking with an ague fit, for the guilty are ever cowardly. But his wife mistook the cause of his agitation. Forgotten in an instant was the question she had asked, and upon which she had placed no sort of importance. And she went to her husband and took his hand, and gazed into his face, and asked him, for heaven's sake, to tell her what was the matter. He told her a lie. He faltered out between his chattering teeth, that he feared he was struck with a congestive chill, that the sudden and severe change in the weather had affected him, and more to the same effect. She hurried out and prepared a hot drink of brandy, boiling water, and spices, and she brought it to him and made him drink it. Under this powerful stimulant he revived. But she had, in the fear and excitement of the hour, utterly forgotten the inquiry she had put to him, and no more would have been said of it, had not he, in fearful interest, resumed the subject. "You were asking me about one of the servants, were you not?" he inquired. "Oh, yes. But never mind, sit still, and keep your feet to the fire until you get warm. Never mind about gratifying my foolish curiosity now," she answered, thoughtfully. "My chill is already gone, thanks to your skillful nursing. What chill could resist your warm draughts? But now about your question. What was it?" Single quote. "Oh, nothing much. I only asked you who was the little girl with the red cloak, who is so silent and shy that she never answers me when I speak to her, and always shrinks away whenever she finds herself observed." Single quote. The trembling wretch was ready with his falsehood. He answered, "Oh, she is the child of a poor couple on the mountain, and comes to the house for cold victuals. But she is, as you have observed, very shy, so I think you had better leave her to herself." Single quote. "Yes, but are you sure she is to be trusted? For shy as she is in other matters, she is bold enough to intrude into the most private parts of the house, and at the most untimely hours of the night," remarked the lady. "Indeed," muttered the guilty man, in a sepulchral tone. "Indeed and indeed. Why, only last night, when we came home at midnight, from Mrs. Judge Mayo's ball, when you lingered below stairs to speak to the butler, and I ran up into my own room alone, I saw this strange-looking little creature, with the streaming black hair and the red cloak, standing before my dressing-glass. Now what do you think of that?" Single quote. She has been a sort of a pet of the family, and has had the run of the house, coming in and out of all the rooms at all hours, like any little dog," answered the conscious criminal, in a quavering voice. "That must be reformed at once," said the Fairfax bride, drawing herself up with much dignity, and also perhaps with some jealous suspicion. "It shall, by my soul. I will give orders to that effect," quavered Philip du Barry. "Nay, do not take that trouble. It is my prerogative to order my household, and I shall do it," proudly answered the lady. And here the matter might have ended, but for that interest Philip du Barry felt in the subject. He remembered the most awful threat of his betrayed gypsy wife. In the flesh or in the spirit, to dwell in the house as long as its walls should any reason to suppose that the gypsy girl had kept her word. He had never seen nor heard of anything unusual about the house. But now when his wife spoke of this silent inmate in the red cloak, he recognized the portrait all but too well, and his guilty soul quaked with fear. And yet he was not superstitious. He was a son of the 18th century, which was much more incredulous of the supernatural than the 19th, with all its mysterious spiritual manifestations, can be. He was a scientific and practical man. Yet he shuddered with awe as he listened to the description given by his unconscious wife of this strange visitant. And he could not forbear to question her. "Did you speak to the girl when you found her in your room at midnight?" he inquired. "Yes, certainly. I asked her how she came to be there so late. But instead of answering my question, she glided silently away." Single quote. "Have you spoken to any of the servants of this girl's intrusion into parts of the house where she has no business to come?" Single quote. "No, not until this morning, for I never really felt interest enough in the little creature that I only casually met in the passages of the house, until I found her in my bedroom at midnight. So this morning I described her to the housekeeper, and asked who she was, and who gave her liberty to intrude into my bedroom so late. And what do you think old Monica answered?" Single quote. "I'm sure I don't know. Single quote. She crossed herself, and cried out, Lord have mercy on all our souls. You have seen her. I inquired, seen who? But she answered, nothing. Nobody. I don't know what I'm talking about. My head's wool gathering, I believe. Nor could any further questioning of mine draw from her any more satisfactory answer. And so I came to you for an explanation. And you tell me that she is Millie Jones, the child of poor parents, living on the mountain, and that she comes here for broken victuals and old clothes. Very well. In future I shall pension the poor family on the mountain, for I would not have any fellow creature in my reach to suffer want. But I shall do it on condition that Miss, by night in wandering through all the rooms of a gentleman's house, and taking possession of a lady's bedchamber. Single quote. You see, this bride never imagined a ghost, but strongly suspected a sweetheart, and so she was a little surprised when her husband answered, do so, my dear, and may heaven grant that you may get rid of this unpleasant visitor at once and forever. Single quote. And as he said this, Philip Dubarry arose and went into his library and rung the bell, and to the servant who answered it, he said, send Monica the housekeeper here. Single quote. In a few minutes Monica entered the room. Did I not order you, on pain of my heaviest displeasure, never to annoy Mrs. Dubarry by so much as the mention of the gypsy girl's name to her? Sternly demanded Philip Dubarry. The old woman fell down upon her knees, and lifted up both her hands, and exclaimed, and no more I haven't, master, not once. But that don't do no good, for she walks. Single quote. Who walks, you old fool? Single quote. She, the gypsy girl, master. She walks, and the missus sees her as well as we do. Single quote. We. Whom do you call we, you insupportable idiot? Single quote. Me and Ben the manservant, and Betty the chambermaid, and Peggy the parlourmaid. All sees her, master. We never, none of us, see her before the missus was brought home, but ever since that, we sees her every day. We sees just as much of her as we used to see when she was alive, answered the woman, grovelling and weeping. Where do you see her, or fancy you see her, lunatic? Fiercely demanded Philip Dubarry. Everywhere, master. We meets her on the stairs, we sees her sitting at the head of the table, as soon as the meal is ready, and before the mistress comes to take the place, morning, but always, as soon as we screams, as scream we must, at such an object, master, she vanishes away, answered the housekeeper. Philip Dubarry was awed and almost silenced. Almost, but not quite, for he was the very sort of hero to browbeat others the most fiercely when he was himself the most frightened. He rallied himself. Look you here, he furiously exclaimed, all this that you have just told me is the most wicked and abominable falsehood and absurdity. And now take notice. If ever I hear of one more word being uttered on this subject in this house, or out of it, by any one of you, under any circumstances whatever, by my blood, I will make you all wish that you had never been born. Repeat this to your fellow servants, and order them from me to govern their tongues accordingly. Now go, he thundered at the poor old woman, who hastily picked herself up, and hurried out of the room. Chapter 26. The Spectre. It was about to speak and then it started like a guilty thing. Upon a fearful summons. Shakespeare. Philip Dubarry remained walking up and down the door, foaming with impotent rage, as well as trembling with a vague and awful terror. He had a practical and scientific mind, and could understand everything that might be governed by known laws. But he could not understand this unwelcome visitant, that had appeared to every one else in the house but himself. He was an arbitrary and despotic man who enforced his will upon all connected with him, and ruled all flesh with a rod of iron. But he could not rule the spirit, and he knew it. He could not lay this ghost of his guilt. There was one grain of truth in the ton of falsehood that he had told to his unconscious wife, to account for the apparition seen by her. There really was a Millie Jones, the daughter of a poor family on the mountains, and she really did come occasionally to the house to ask for broken victuals and old clothes. But instead of being a beautiful black-eyed and black-haired little gypsy, in the picturesque red cloak, she was a pale-faced, light-haired, poor-spirited-looking creature, in a faded calico frock, and an old plaid shawl, and instead of being the family pet, with the run of the house, she was the family nuisance, strictly prohibited from passing the bounds of the servants' hall. So when that day, being a rainy day, and therefore highly favorable for attention to domestic matters, Mistress Alicia du Barry called the house steward to her presence, and ordered him to send a small pension of $2 a week to the Jones family, of all the domestics, and poor Milly, glad to be relieved from her fatiguing journey and degrading mendicity, was seen no more at Shut Up Du Barry. But Mrs. Du Barry did not therefore get rid of her visitor. Not more than 3 days had elapsed since the issuing of her order, when, one evening between the lights, she entered her own bedroom, and saw the girl in the red cloak sitting quietly in the easy chair beside the fire. "How dare you come here, after the message I sent you? Get up and begone, and let me never catch you here again," angrily demanded the lady. The apparition melted into air, but as it disappeared, the words came, like a sigh borne upon the breeze. "I wait." Single quote. The lady was about to dress for an evening party, and so she paid no attention to any chance sound. But the next morning she met the girl in the hall, and the next evening in the parlor. Again she passed the figure on the stairs, or encountered it in the drawing room. The lady lost patience, and sent for the house steward in her presence. "Did I not command that that girl should not come here again?" she sternly demanded. "Yes, my lady," respectfully answered the man. "Then, how is it that she comes here as much as ever?" Single quote. "My dear lady, she have never entered the house since your ladyship gave the order that she was not so to do. But she has. I have seen her here at least a half a dozen times." Single quote. "Dear lady, I dare not contradict you, but poor Milly Jones has been down with the pleurisy for these 2 weeks past, and could not have got out of her bed, even if your ladyship had ordered her to come." Single quote. "Isaac, is this true?" Single quote. "True as truth, and you say she has not been here for a fortnight." Single quote. "No, madam." Single quote. "Then, in the name of heaven, why is it that I meet so often?" slowly and sternly demanded Mrs. Du Barry. Old Isaac solemnly shook his grey head, and answered never a word. "What do you mean by that? Speak. I will have an answer." "Who is this silent girl in the red cloak, I ask?" repeated the lady. "Madam, I don't know. And that is what I meant when I shook my head," replied the old man, trembling. "You don't know, do you dare to mock me?" Single quote. "Far from it, my lady, but goodness knows I don't know." Single quote. "But you have seen her." Single quote. "Dear, my lady, I don't know who she is, nor dare I speak of her. The master has forbidden us so to do." "Dear madam, ask the master, but oh, for pity's sake, do not ask me further," pleaded the old man, very humbly. The lady turned white with jealousy. There was but one interpretation she could put upon this mystery. "Go and say to your master that I would feel much obliged if he would come to me here," she said, grimly seating herself. The trembling old man went to the kennels, where Mr. Du Barry was busy doctoring a favorite setter, and delivered his message. Du Barry was still enough in love with his 3-months wife to come quickly at her call. "Philip," exclaimed the lady, as soon as she saw him enter the room, "once for all, I wish to know who is this girl in the red cloak, and why I am daily insulted with her presence in this house." Single quote. Du Barry went pale, as usual at the mention of the apparition, but he faltered out with what composure he could command. I told you who sent her a pension of $2 a week. No, this is no Milly Jones, and I insist on knowing who she is." Single quote. "Then, if she is not Milly Jones, she is a creature of your own imagination, for no other living girl comes to the house," answered Du Barry doggedly. "You will not tell me who she is. Very well. When next I see her, she shall tell me, silent as she is," said the lady grimly setting her teeth. Du Barry arose with a sigh, and went back to his ailing setter, but his thoughts brooded over the subject of the apparition. The lady kept her word at a fearful cost. For the remainder of the day, her conduct towards her husband was so cold and repelling as to wound and offend him. So it happened that when the hour for retiring came that night, she went up to her chamber alone. She had but time to reach the room, when all the household was startled by a piercing shriek and a heavy fall. Mr. Du Barry, soon followed by all the servants, rushed upstairs to Mrs. Du Barry's bedroom. They found the lady extended on the floor, in a deep swoon. She was raised and laid upon the bed, and proper means taken to revive her. When at length she opened her eyes, and recognized her husband, she signed for every one else to leave the room, and when they had done so, she turned and took his hand and kissed it, and fixed her wild and frightened eyes upon him and whispered in an awestruck tone, "Phil, dear, I wronged you. I took that creature in the red cloak to be a sweetheart of yours, Phil, but it was not, it was, a spectre." Single quote. There was silence between them for a minute, during which she never took her scared eyes from his pale face. He was the first to speak. Summoning up as much resolution as he could muster, he affected a light laugh, and answered, "Spectre, my sweet wife, there is no such thing." Single quote. Ah, but, if you could have seen what I saw, felt what I felt. Single quote. Nonsense, dear one. You were the subject of an optical illusion. Single quote. No, I was not. Hush. Let me tell you what happened. I came up into this room. It was warm and ruddy with the fire, her, asking her how she dared intrude into my most sacred privacy, and then she silently glided from the spot. But I told her she should not leave the room until she had given some account of herself. And I put forth my hand to stop her, but the moment I did so I received a shock as from some powerful galvanic battery, a tremendous shock that threw me down upon my face. I knew no more until I came to my senses and found myself here, with you watching over me. Now, Philip, tell me that was an optical illusion, if you dare, said the lady, solemnly. Yes, love, I dare. I tell you that what you saw was an optical illusion. Single quote. Single quote dot. But what I felt. Single quote. Single quote dot. Was a very slight attack of catalepsy. Both the vision and the fit, dear, took their rise in some abnormal state of the nervous system, said Philip Du Barry, and feeling almost pleased with his own explanation of the mystery, he tried to persuade himself that it was the true one. But his wife turned her face to the wall, saying, however, "Well, at any rate, I am glad that the girl in the red cloak is not flesh and blood, Phil. I would rather she should be an optical illusion or a fit of catalepsy, or even a spectre, than a sweetheart of yours, as I first took her to be. Be not afraid. You have no living rival, Alicia," answered her husband. And the reconciliation between the husband and the wife was complete from that time forth. But somehow the condition of the lady was worse than before. She was haunted. She knew herself to be haunted, but whether by a spectral illusion or a real spectre, she could not know. In the glow of the firelight, in the shadow of the bed curtains in the illuminated drawing room, on the dark staircase, wherever and whenever she found herself alone, the vision of the girl in the red cloak crossed her path. She did not speak to it, or try to stop it again. She did not wish to risk another such an electric shock as should cast her shuddering on her face. But her health contracted a habit of looking fearfully over her shoulder, and sometimes suddenly screaming. Nor was the mistress of the house the only sufferer from this abnormal state of the nervous system, as the master of the house preferred to call the mystery. The servants grew so much afraid to move about the building alone, that their usefulness was much impaired. And at length one after another ran away, and took to the woods and mountain caves, preferring to starve or beg rather than live in luxury in the haunted house. New servants were procured to supply the places of the old ones, until the latter could be brought back, but none of them stayed long. Nothing could induce them to remain in the haunted house. The story of the gypsy girl's ghost got around in the neighborhood. Not all the despotic power of Mr. Du Barry could prevent this. The house came to be pointed out and avoided by the ignorant and superstitious, as a haunted and accursed spot. Even the more intelligent and enlightened portion of the community gradually forsook it, for it was not very agreeable to visit a family where the mistress was so full of flaws and starts that, even at the head of her own table, she would often startle the whole company by suddenly looking over her right shoulder and uttering a piercing scream. And so the house was abandoned by high and low, rich and poor alike. And the worthy gossips of the neighborhood wisely nodded over their teacups, and declared that the deserted condition of the house was but a just retribution for the sins of its master. And in the meantime the health of the mistress grew worse and worse. The most serious fears were entertained for her life and reason, death or insanity seeming to be the most probable issue of her malady. Medical advice was called in. The doctor, either in complaisance or sincerity, agreed with Mr. Du Barry's theory of the patient's condition, ascribing her illness to an abnormal state of the nervous system, and he advised change of air and scene, and he held forth good hopes that within a very few months, when the young wife should become a mother, her health might be perfectly re-established. Under these circumstances, early in the new year, Mr. Du Barry, the haunted house was shut up, and left to itself. Not a man or woman could be found to live in it, for love or money. In the glories of the colonial capital, Mrs. Du Barry completely recovered from her nervous malady. She was visited by no more optical illusions, or cataleptic fits. She even grew to regard her former visitations in the same way in which her husband pretended to view them, as mere nervous phenomena. And as the fashionable season at Williamsburg closed, and as the spring opened, Mrs. Du Barry expressed an ardent desire to return to Château Du Barry for her confinement. The heir of the manor should be born on the manor, she said. Mr. Du Barry had great doubts about the safety of this measure, and attempted to dissuade his wife from it, but she was firm in her purpose, and so she carried it. It was early in the royal month of June that the young wife was taken back to her country home. Shut up Du Barry looked as little like a haunted house as any house could look. Waving woods, sparkling waters, blossoming trees, blooming flowers, singing birds, all the richness, beauty and splendor of summer turned it into a paradise. Besides, Mrs. Du Barry brought down half a dozen young cousins of both sexes with her, and they filled the house with youthful life. Under these circumstances, the old servants were tempted back. And all went on very well until one day one of the young girls suddenly spoke out at the full breakfast table, and asked, "Alicia, who is that strange, silent girl, in the red cloak, that is always following you about?" Single quote. Mrs. Du Barry grew deadly pale, sat down the cup that she had held in her hand, but she did not attempt to speak. "Have I said anything wrong? I did not mean to do so. I am sure I beg pardon, if I have," faltered the young cousin, looking from the pale face of Mrs. Du Barry to the troubled countenance of Mr. Du Barry. "I am very sorry if I have said anything wrong," repeated the little cousin, in dismay. "No, no, you have said nothing amiss. But it is a very painful subject. Let us drop it," replied Mr. Du Barry rather inconsistently. And when breakfast was over, and the husband and wife found themselves alone together, Mrs. Du Barry seized his arm, and whispered, "Oh, Philip, the spectre has not gone." Single quote. "My dearest Alicia, you have not fancied that you have seen it lately." Single quote. "No, no, but she has seen it. Kitty has seen it always following me. She took it for a real girl, as I did at first." Single quote. What could Philip Du Barry say to all this? Only one thing. "My darling, I cannot have your nerves shaken in this manner. You had no such visitations as these while we stayed at Williamsburg. And so to Williamsburg we will return immediately. Tell your maid to pack up this afternoon, and we will set out tomorrow. No objections, Alicia, for I tell you we must go." She saw that his resolution was fixed, and she made no opposition to it. She rang for her maid, and gave the necessary directions. And then, feeling very unwell, she sent down an excuse to her company, and retired to bed. At 12 o'clock that night, while the young people were enjoying themselves in some round game in the drawing room, and Mr. Du Barry was doing all that he could to promote their entertainment, the whole party was startled by a terrific cry coming from Mrs. Du Barry's chamber. All paused for a breathless instant, and then rushed tumultuously up the stairs. At the door of the bedchamber, Mr. Du Barry turned around and waved them all back. Then he entered the chamber alone. All seemed quiet there then. The moonlight came flickering through the vine leaves on the outside of the open window, and fell fitfully upon the face and form of Alicia DuBarry, who was sitting up in bed, staring straight before her. Mr. DuBarry locked the door before he approached the bed. "Alicia," he said, "my dear Alicia, what is the matter?" Single quote. "It is doom. It is doom," she answered in an awful voice, without removing her eyes from some object between. "Look, look, for yourself," she cried, her finger extended, and following the direction of her eyes. "My sweet Alicia, there is nothing there but the tremulous shadow of the vine leaves cast by the moonlight," said Mr. DuBarry, persuasively, as he went and drew the curtain before the window, and then struck a match and lighted a lamp. But her eyes were never removed from the spot where she had gazed. "It is there yet," she cried. "What is there, good Alicia?" "There is nothing there, indeed." Single quote. "Yes, the dead woman and dead child. Do you not see them?" Single quote. "See, no, you are in one of your nervous attacks, but tomorrow we will leave this place, and you will have no more of them." Single quote. "Hush. No, I shall never leave this place again." Single quote. "You shall start by sunrise tomorrow." Single quote. "Hush, listen. I will tell you what happened. I was sleeping well, very well, when suddenly I was awakened with a tremendous shock. I started up in bed and saw her, the terrible girl. She was standing at the foot of the bed looking at me, and pointing to something that lay upon the floor. I looked and saw, there it is yet, the dead woman, with the dead babe on her bosom. I shrieked aloud, for I knew the woman was myself, and the babe was my own. And as I shrieked, she vanished, as she always does, but the dead woman and child remained. And there they are yet. Oh, cover them over, Philip, cover them over. Cover them from my sight, for I have no power to withdraw my eyes from them," she exclaimed in wild excitement. Almost beside himself with distress, Philip DuBarry seized a large table cover and threw it down over the spot upon which her eyes were fixed. "Ah, it is of no use, it is of no use. I see them still. They rise above the covering. They lie upon it," she cried, in terrific emotion, shaking as if with an ague fit. "Lie down," said Philip DuBarry, compelling himself to be calm, for the sake of trying to calm her. And he took her and laid her back upon the pillow. But still she raved, like one in high fever and delirium. "I have received my sentence. I am doomed. I am doomed. I have seen my own corpse, and the corpse of my child," she cried. And then a violent convulsion seized her. Nearly maddened by terror and despair, Philip DuBarry rushed from the room and loudly called for assistance. The chamber was soon filled with the members of the household, not one of whom knew what to do, until the entrance of the old housekeeper, who sent everybody out, and requested Mr. DuBarry to dispatch a carriage for the family physician. Before morning the doctor arrived. But the convulsions and the delirium of the lady increased in violence until just at the dawn of day, when she gave birth to an infant boy, who breathed and died. Then, just before her own death, she recovered her senses and grew very calm. She asked to see her child. When the nurse brought it, she kissed its cold face, and bade her lay it by her side. Then the lady called her husband, and whispered so faintly that he had to lean his ear to her lips to hear her words. She said, "The vision is realized in the dead mother and the dead babe. But, Philip, for whose sin do we die?" Single quote. Before he could make a reply, if any reply had been possible, she was gone. The mother and babe were buried together. The company at Shut Up DuBarry broke up in the greatest consternation. The story of the vision, real or imaginary, that had caused the lady's death, got out. All the neighborhood talked of it, and connected it with the fate of the hardly used gypsy girl, whose spirit was said to haunt the house. Mr. DuBarry became a prey to the most poignant grief and remorse. He shut himself up in his desolate house, where he was abandoned by all his neighbors, and by all his servants, with the exception of the old housekeeper and house steward, whose devotion to the family they had served so long, retained him still in the service of its last and most unhappy representative. But awful stories crept out from that house of gloom. 'Twas said that the master was always followed by the spectre of the gypsy girl, that he could be heard in the dead of night walking up and down the hall outside of his chamber door, raving in frenzy, or expostulating with some unknown and unseen being, who was said to be the spectre that haunted the house. At length, unable to endure the misery of solitude and superstitious terrors, Mr. Du Barry took an aged Catholic priest to share his home. Under the influence of Father Engelman, Philip Du Barry became a penitent and a devotee. At that time this church was but a rude chapel, erected over the old family vault. But now, by the advice of the old priest, Mr. Du Barry rebuilt and enlarged the chapel, for the accommodation of all the Catholics in the neighborhood. He also added a priest's house. And Father Engelman said Mass every Sunday, while waiting for another priest to be appointed to the charge. This rebuilding and remodeling amused the miserable master of the manor, during the latter part of the summer and the autumn following his wife's death. But with the coming of the winter, returned all his gloom and horror. And the good old priest, so far from being able to help his patron, was himself so much affected in health and spirits by this condition of the house, that he begged and obtained leave to retire to the little dwelling beside the church. The awful winter passed away. But on one stormy night in March, the mansion house took fire. It was said that the haunted master of the house, in a fit of desperation, actually set it on fire, with the purpose of burning out the ghost. At all events, it seems certain that he would permit nothing to be done to stop the flames. The house was burned to the ground. The houseless master took refuge with Father Engelman, in the priest's dwelling by the church. But there also the spectre followed him, nor could all the exorcisms of Father Engelman with candle, bell, and book avail to lay the disturbed spirit. Philip Du Barry, half a maniac by this time, sent away the priest, pulled down the priest's house, and took, one knew whither he went. Some said that he had gathered together his money and departed for a foreign country, others, that he had drowned himself in the Black River, though his body never was found. Some said that he had cast himself down headlong from some mountain crest, and his bones were bleaching in some inaccessible ravine, while others, again, did not hesitate to say that the devil had flown away with him bodily. The fate of the last of the Du Barrys is unknown. The estate, unclaimed, is held in abeyance. The house, burned to the ground, has never been restored. The church, thereafter known as the Haunted Chapel, has crumbled into the ruin that you see. And such, dear Sybil, is the story of the fall of the Du Barrys. Single quote. Chapter 27. Fearful waiting. Still the wood is dim and lonely. Still the plashing fountains play. But the past with all its beauty, whither has it fled away? Hark, the mournful echoes say, fled away. Proctor. And the apparition that we both saw was like that of the gypsy girl in the ghostly legend, said Sybil, musingly. Yes, in the matter of the red cloak, a very common garment, dear Sybil. Such a resemblance reminds us of Paganini's portrait which the child said was like him, about the fiddle, replied Leon Berners, with an effort towards pleasantry, which was very far indeed from his heart, for he was oppressed with grief and dread. He was anxiously looking forward to the arrival of Captain Pendleton, and fearing for the effect his disclosures must have upon his beloved Sybil, who seemed still so utterly unable to realize her position. She seemed almost satisfied now, so that Leon was near her, and she was the only object of his care. So disengaged was her mind, at this hour, from all real appreciation of her situation, that she had leisure to feel interested in the tale that Leon had told her. She again reverted to it. But the likeness was not only in the red cloak, it was in the whole gypsy style. I spoke of that, even before you had told me anything about the gypsy girl, persisted Sybil. Before Leon could answer her, steps were, hush, come out here a moment, he whispered, drawing Captain Pendleton outside the chapel. Sybil knows nothing of that verdict as yet. I wish to keep it from her knowledge as long as possible, forever, if possible. So if you have any more bad news to tell it now, and here, to me, he added. Berners, began the captain, but then he paused in pity. Go on, said Leon. My friend, the flight of your wife and yourself, if not absolutely ascertained, is strongly suspected. An officer watches your closed chamber door. 2 others have been dispatched to Blackville, to watch the ferry. By tomorrow morning the flight, so strongly suspected now, will be fully discovered. This is all I have to say in private. And now, perhaps we had better not linger any longer here, lest Mrs. Berners may suspect something, if possible, even more alarming than the truth, said Captain Pendleton. You are quite right, admitted Leon Berners, and they entered the chapel together. Sybil sprang up to meet them. What news, Captain? Is the murderer discovered? May we return home? She eagerly inquired. No, madam, the murderer has not yet been discovered, nor do I think it would be prudent in you yet to return home, replied the captain, feeling relieved that her questions had taken forms that enabled him to reply truly to them without divulging the alarming intelligence of the verdict of the coroner's jury. He unstrapped a portmanteau from his shoulders and threw it down near the fire, and seated himself upon it. Then turning to Mr. Berners, he said, I have made arrangements with your faithful Joe to bring certain necessaries to this place tonight. They cannot, you know, be brought to this spot by the same direct route that we took in coming here. But as soon as the moon goes down, which will be about 1 o'clock, Joe will launch a boat just below Black Hall and come across the river with all that is most needed. There he will find a cart and horse waiting for him. He will load the cart and drive, but that cart, Pendleton. Yes, you will wonder how I got it there without exciting suspicion. It was done in this way. I ordered Joe to bring it boldly up in front of the house, and to put in it the boxes containing my own and my sister's masquerade dresses, and to take 'em over to our place. Joe understood and obeyed me, and drove the cart to Blackville, and crossed the river at the ferry, under the very eyes of the constable stationed there to watch. He brought the cart down this bank, and left it concealed in a clearing of the wood. He will watch his opportunity, as soon as it is dark enough to swim across the river, and launch the boat and fill it with the necessaries that he will secretly obtain from Black Hall. It is a business that will require considerable tact and discretion, or at least, great secretiveness and cautiousness, added Captain Pendleton. And these, Joe, like all his race, possesses in excess, observed Leon Berners. Are the guests all gone away from the house? Inquired Sybil. Nearly all. My sister remains there for the present to watch your interests, Mrs. Berners. The old judge also, to superintend legal processes, but even he will go away in the morning, I think. While they spoke, a loud sneeze and then a cough was heard outside, and then Joe walked in, with a doubled-up mattress on his head. This here is moving under difficulties, master, he panted, as he laid the mattress down on the stone floor. However did you get that along the narrow path through the thicket, Joe? Inquired Sybil. You may well ax that, Mrs. I had to lay it down endways, and drag it. Howsever, I has got all the things through the worst part of the way now, and they's all out in the churchyard, answered Joe, recovering his breath, and starting for the remaining goods. He soon returned, bringing in a small assortment of bedding, clothing, and so forth. And in another trip that's all. And now, Miss Sybil, if you would only let me live here along o' you and Mas Leon, and wait unto you both, I could make myself very much satisfied into my own mind, he said, as he laid down the last articles, and stood to rest himself. But you know, Joe, that you can serve us better by remaining at Black Hall, said Sybil, kindly. Now, Mars a capping pendulum, I hope their fineries in the boxes, as you told me to bring away, for a blind from our place, won't take no harm along of being left out in the woods all night, for it was there underneath of a pile of leaves and bushes as I was obligated for to leave them. They'll not take cold, at all events, Joe, said Captain Pendleton, good-naturedly. By this time, the fire on the stone floor had become so low that it was quite dark in the chapel. But among the little necessities of life brought by Joe, was a small silver candlestick and a few slim wax candles. One of these was lighted, and gleamed faintly around, striking strangely upon the faces of the group gathered near the smouldering fire. The friends sat and talked together, and arranged as far as they could their plans for future movements. It was not until near day that Captain Pendleton arose to depart, saying, Well, Berners, I do dislike to leave you and Mrs. Berners here alone again, especially as I fear that you will not go to sleep, as you ought to do. I see that Mrs. Berners' eyes are still wide open. I slept so long in the afternoon, put in Sybil. But, at all events, I am forced to leave you before light. It is not quite safe now to be seen in open daylight, traveling this road so often. Tonight I will come again, and bring you further news, and perhaps more comfort. Come, Joe. Joe, who had fallen asleep over the fire, now slowly woke up and lifted himself from the floor. The captain shook hands with his friends, and followed by Joe, left the chapel. Sybil then went and spread out the mattress, and put the pillows and covering upon it, and persuaded Leon to lie down and try to sleep, as he had not slept for 2 nights past. She said that she herself could not sleep, but that she would sit close by him, so as to be ready to arouse him, on the slightest indication of danger. Very reluctantly he yielded to her pleadings, and stretched himself upon the mattress. She went and gathered the smouldering coals and brands together, so that the fire might not go entirely out, and then she returned and sat down beside her husband. He took her hand in his, and clasping it protectingly, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. She sat watching the little fire, and brooding almost to insanity over the strange revolution that a few hours had made in her life, driving her so suddenly from her own hereditary manor house, her home of wealth and honor and safety, out into the perilous wilderness, a fugitive from the law. Yet not once did Sybil's imagination take in the extreme horror of her position. She thought that she had been brought away by her husband to be saved from the affront of an arrest, and the humiliation of a few days' imprisonment. That anything worse than this could happen to her, she never even dreamed. But even this to the pure, proud Sybil would have been almost insupportable mortification and misery. To escape all this she was almost willing to incur the charge of having fled from justice, and to endure the hardships of a fugitive's life. And oh, through all there was one consolation so great, that it was enough to compensate for all the wretchedness of her position. She was assured of her husband's love, beyond all possibility of future doubt. He was by her side, never to leave her more. This was enough. She closed her hand around the beloved hand that held hers, and felt a strange peace and joy. She saw the shapes of the pointed windows against the background of heavy shadows and pale lights, and she knew that day was coming. She did not stir from the spot, lest she should wake her husband, whose hand held hers. All was still in the chapel, so still that even the faint sweet sounds of wakening nature could be heard, the stirring of the partridge in her cover, the creeping of the squirrel from her hole, the murmur of the little brook, the rustle of the leaves, and, farther off, the deep thunder of the cascade, and the detonating echoes of the mountains. Sybil sat motionless, and almost breathless, lest she should disturb her beloved sleeper. But the next moment she could scarcely forbear screaming aloud, for there passed along the wall before her a figure that, even in the dim light, she recognized as the strange visitant of the preceding day. It came from the direction of the altar, and glided past each of the 4 windows and vanished through the door. When Sybil had repressed her first impulse to scream, self-control was easy, so she sat quietly holding her husband's hand, though much amazed by what she had again seen. Day broadened, and soon the rays of the rising sun, striking through the east windows, and lighting on the face of the sleeper, awoke him. He looked into the face of his wife, and then along the walls of the chapel, with a bewildered expression of countenance. This had been his first sleep for 2 nights, and it had been so deep that he had utterly forgotten the terrible drama of the 2 last preceding days, and could not at once remember what had happened, or where he was. But as he again turned and looked into Sybil's face, full memory of all flashed back upon him. But he did not allude to the past, he merely said to Sybil, "You have not slept, love." "I have not wished to do so," she answered. "This is a very primitive sort of life we are living, love," he said, with a smile, as he arose from the mattress. "But it is not at all an unhappy one," answered Sybil, "for, oh, since you are with me, I do not care much about anything else. Destiny may do what she pleases, so that then let anything else come. I can bear it cheerfully," smiled Sybil. While they talked they were working also. Sybil was folding up the bedclothes, and Leon was looking about for a bucket, to fetch water from the fountain. He soon found one, and went upon his errand. Sybil followed him with 2 towels. They washed their hands and faces in the stream, and dried them on the towels. And then they went higher up the glen, and caught a bucketful of delightful water from the crystal spring that issued from the rocks. They returned to the chapel, and together they made the fire and prepared the breakfast. It was not until they were seated at their primitively arranged breakfast, which was laid upon the flagstones of the chapel floor. It was not, in fact, until they had nearly finished their simple meal, that Sybil told Leon of the apparition she had seen in the early dawn, to come up as if from the floor to the right of the altar, and glide along the east wall of the chapel, past the 4 Gothic windows, and disappear through the door. It was a morning dream, dear Sybil. Nothing more, said Leon, sententiously, for in the broad daylight he believed in nothing supernatural, even upon the evidence of his own senses. If that were a morning dream, then the sight that we saw together yesterday was but a dream, and you are but a dream, and life itself is but a dream, replied Sybil, earnestly. Well, at all events, what we have both, either separately or together, seen and experienced, must be something perfectly natural and commonplace, although we may not either of us be able to understand or explain it. My private opinion and worst misgiving is, that there is some woman concealed about the place. If ever I find myself in arm's length of that little gypsy, I shall intercept her, even at the risk of receiving such a spiritual shock as that which struck Mrs. Alicia du Barry to the ground, said Leon, facetiously, for he might well make a jest of this lighter affair of the chapel mystery to veil the deep anxiety he felt in the heavy matter of their affliction, and putting aside all their bedclothes and garments, and by washing and arranging their few cooking utensils. He brought in wood and brush, which he broke up and piled in another corner, to have it near at hand to replenish the fire. Also, he brought water from the spring, and then with no other instrument than his pocket knife, he made a trap and set it to catch rabbits. Then they rambled together through the wilderness around the chapel, and the better they grew acquainted with the wild neighborhood, the surer they felt of their safety in its profound solitude. Their only anxiety connected with their security in this place, was upon the subject of the mysterious visitant. It was incomprehensible by any known law of nature. They talked of this mystery. They reverted to all the so-called authenticated ghost stories that they had ever read or heard, and that they had hitherto set down to be either impostures or delusions. But now here was a fact in their own experience that utterly confounded their judgment, and the end of their discussion on the subject left them just where they had been at its commencement. They resolved, however, to divulge the whole matter to Captain Pendleton, to whom they had not yet even hinted it, and to ask his counsel, and they looked forward with impatience to the evening visit of this devoted friend. As it was growing cold towards the setting of the sun, they turned their steps again towards the chapel. It was quite dark when they reached it. Their fire had nearly gone out, but he replenished it, and she began to prepare the evening meal. While she was still engaged in this work, the sound of approaching footsteps. Chapter 28. A ghastly procession. If charnel houses and our graves must send those that we bury back, our monuments shall be the moors of kites. Shakespeare. Well, exclaimed Mr. Berners, eagerly. Well, the flight is now discovered beyond all doubt. Search warrants have been issued. My house is to be searched among the rest, replied Captain Pendleton. What else? Arrangements are being made for the funeral of the dead woman. They will bury her the day after tomorrow in the churchyard at Blackville. And what else? Nothing, but that I would not permit Joe to accompany me tonight. More precaution is now necessary to ensure your safety. And that is all. Yes. Then come in and see Sybil. They went in together, where Mrs. Berners greeted Captain Pendleton with her usual courtesy, and then immediately repeated her anxious questions. Has the murderer been discovered? May we go home? Not yet, dear madam. And I have something to tell you, Pendleton, and to ask your advice about, began Leon Berners. And he related the mysterious vision that had thrice crossed their path. Oh, it is a form of flesh and blood. We don't believe in apparitions at this age of the world. But this indeed must be looked to. If you have seen her here 3 times, of course she has seen you, said Captain Pendleton in much anxiety. Most certainly she knows of our presence here, if she knows nothing else about us, replied Mr. Berners. Then it is useless to attempt to conceal yourselves from her. She must be laid hold of, talked with, and won or bribed to keep our secret, to help us if possible. We must find out whether she will serve our purpose. If she will, it will be all quite right, and you may remain here until it is safe to depart. But if she will not, it will be all entirely wrong, and you must leave this place at all hazards, concluded Captain Pendleton. Yes, it is very well for you to talk of intercepting her, but you had just as well try to intercept a shadow as it glides past you, put in Sybil, with a wise nod. The attempt shall be made, at all events, determined Mr. Berners. Sybil was in the act of putting the supper, not on the table, for table there was none in the chapel, but on the cloth spread upon the flagstones, when Captain Pendleton, to give a lighter turn to their talk, said, "You may put a plate for me also, Mrs. Berners. I have not yet supped, and I'm glad I have got here in time to join you." "I am glad too. We are getting quite comfortably to housekeeping here, Captain. And Leon has set his traps, and we shall soon have game to offer you when you come to visit us," replied Sybil quickly, responding to his gaiety. "If I had only a gun, and could venture to use it, it would be a great relief, and we should be very well supplied," smiled Leon. "Yes, if you had a gun, and should venture to use it, you would soon bring a posse comitatus." And then they all sat down around the tablecloth, and Sybil poured out and served the coffee. Now, whether they were very thirsty, or whether the coffee was unusually good, or whether both these causes combined to tempt them to excess, is not known, but it is certain that the 2 gentlemen were intemperate in their abuse of this fragrant beverage, which proves that people can be intemperate in other drinks, as well as in alcoholic liquors. This coffee also got into their heads. Their spirits rose. They grew gay, talkative, inspired, brilliant. Even Sybil, who took but 1 cup of coffee, caught the infection, and laughed and talked and enjoyed herself as if she were at a picnic, instead of being in hiding for her life or liberty. In a word, some strange exhilaration, some wonderful intoxication pervaded the little party, but the most marvelous symptom of their case was, that they talked no nonsense, that while, under their adverse and perilous circumstances, such gaiety was unnatural and irrational, yet their minds were clear and their utterances brilliant. And this abnormal exaltation of intellect and elevation of spirit continued for several hours, long into the night. Then the great reaction came. First Sybil grew very quiet, though not in the least degree sad. Then Leon Berners evinced a disposition rather to listen than to talk. And finally Captain Pendleton arose, and saying that this had been one of the strangest and pleasantest evenings he had ever passed in his life, took leave of his friends and departed. Sybil was very sleepy, and as soon as their guest was gone she asked Leon to help her with the mattress, that she was so drowsy she could scarcely move. He begged her to sit still, for that he himself would do all that was necessary. And with much goodwill, but also much awkwardness, he spread the couch, and then went to tell Sybil it was ready. But he found her with her head upon her knees, apparently fast asleep. He lifted her gently in his arms, and carried her and laid her on the mattress. And then, feeling overcome with drowsiness, he threw himself down beside her, and fell into a profound sleep. But Sybil, as she afterwards told, did not sleep so deeply. It seemed, indeed, less utterly oppressed with stupor and weariness to lift her eyes to look, or open her lips to speak, or, even after he had laid her down, to move a limb from the position into which it fell. So she lay like one dead, except in being clearly conscious of all that was going on around her. She knew when Leon laid down, and when he went to sleep. And still she lay in that heavy state, which was at once a profound repose and a clear consciousness, for perhaps an hour longer, when suddenly the stillness of the scene was stirred by a sound so slight that it could only have been heard by one whose senses were, like hers at that time, preternaturally acute. The sound was of the slow, cautious turning of a door upon its hinges. Without moving hand or foot, she just languidly lifted her eyelids, and looked around upon the dim darkness. There was a faint glow from the smouldering fire on the flagstone floor, and there was a faint light from the starlit night coming through the windows. By the aid of these she saw, as in a dream, the door of the vault wide open. In her profound state of conscious repose there was no fear of danger, and no wish to move. So, still as in a dream, she witnessed what followed. First a dark, shrouded figure issued from the vault, and turned around and bent down towards it, as if speaking to someone within. But no word was heard. Then the figure backed a pace, drawing up from the steps of the vault what seemed to be a long narrow box. As this box came up, it was followed by another dark, shrouded figure, who supported its other end. And as the two mysterious apparitions now stood beside the altar, Sybil saw that the box that they held between them was a coffin. Nor was that all. While they moved a little down the side wall, they were followed by two other strange figures, issuing from the vault in the same order, and bearing between them, in the same manner, a second coffin. And as they, in their turn, filed down the side wall, they also were followed by still two others coming up out of the vault, and bringing with them a third coffin. And then a ghastly procession formed against the side wall. Sybil clearly saw all this, as in a nightmare from which she could not escape. She still lay motionless, speechless, and helpless, until she quite lost consciousness in a profound and dreamless sleep. So deep and heavy was this sleep, that she had no sense of existence for many hours. When at length she did awake, it seemed almost to a new life, so utterly, for a time, was all that had recently passed forgotten. But as she arose and looked around, and collected her faculties, and remembered her position, she was astonished to see by the shining of the sun into the western windows, that it was late in the afternoon, and that they had slept nearly all day, for her husband was still sleeping heavily. Then she remembered the horrible vision of the night, and she looked anxiously towards the door of the vault. It seemed fast as ever. She got up and went to look at it. It was fast, the bars firmly bedded in the solid masonry, as they had been before. What then had been the vision? She shuddered to think of it. Her first impulse was now to arouse her husband and tell him what had happened. But her tenderness for him pleaded with her to forbear. "He sleeps well, poor Leon. Let him sleep," she said, and she threw a shawl around her shoulders, and went out of the chapel to get a breath of the fresh morning air. She had to pass among the grey old gravestones lying deep in the bright-coloured dew-spangled brushwood. As she picked her way past them, she suddenly stopped and screamed. Captain Pendleton was lying prostrate, like a dead man at the foot of an old tree. With a strong effort of the will, she controlled herself sufficiently to enable her to approach and examine him. He was not dead, as she had at first supposed, but he was in a very death-like sleep. She arose to her feet, and clasped her forehead with both hands while she tried to think. What could these things mean? The unnatural exhilaration of their little party on the previous evening, the powerful reaction that prostrated them all in heavy stupor or dreamless sleep, that had lasted the Gothic windows, and disappear through the front door, the spell that had so deeply bound her own faculties, that she had neither the power nor the will to call out, their visitor overtaken by sleep while on his way to mount his horse, and now lying prostrate among the gravestones. What could all these things mean? She could not imagine. However much she might have wished to spare her husband's rest up to this moment, she felt that she must arouse him now. She hurried back into the church, and went up to the little couch and looked at Leon. He was moving restlessly, and muttering sadly in his sleep. And now she felt less reluctance to wake him from his troubled dream. She shook him gently, and called him. He opened his eyes, gazed at her, arose up in a sitting posture, and stared around for a moment, and then seeing his wife, exclaimed, "Oh, is it you, Sybil? What is this? The chapel seems to be turned around." And he gazed again at the western windows, where the sun was shining, and which he mistook for the eastern, supposing the time to be morning. "The chapel has not turned around, Leon, but the sun has. It is late in the afternoon, and that is the declining and not the rising sun that you see." "Good gracious, Sybil, have I slept so late as this? Why did you let me?" "Because I slept myself. We all slept. Even to Captain Pendleton, who must have been overpowered by sleep on his way to his horse, for I have just found him lying among the gravestones." "What? Who?" "Pendleton asleep among the gravestones." "Say that again. I don't understand." Sybil briefly repeated her statement. Leon started up, shook himself as if to arouse all his faculties, and then went and douched his head and face with cold water, and finally, as he dried them, he turned to Sybil and said, "What is all?" Sybil led the way to the spot where their friend lay in his heavy sleep. "Good heaven! He must have fallen down, or sunk down here, within 3 minutes of leaving the church," exclaimed Leon Berners, gazing on the sleeper. "Something must have happened to us all, dear Leon. Do you remember how unreasonably gay we all were at supper last evening? We, too, who had every reason to be very grave and even sad. And do you remember the reaction? When we all grew so drowsy that we could hardly keep our eyes open. And then there was something else, which I will tell you of by and by. And now we have all slept 15 or 16 hours. Something strange has happened to us, Leon," said Sybil, slowly. "Something has, indeed. But now we must arouse Pendleton." "Good heaven, he may have caught his death by sleeping out all night," exclaimed Mr. Berners, as he stooped down and shook the sleeper. But it was not without difficulty that Leon succeeded in arousing Captain Pendleton, who, when he was fairly upon his feet, reeled like a drunken man. "Pendleton, Pendleton, wake up." "What, man, what has happened to you?" exclaimed Leon, trying to steady the other upon his feet. "Too late for roll call. Bad example to the rank and file," murmured the captain, with some remnant of a camp dream lingering in his mind. Mr. Berners shook him roughly, while Sybil dipped up a double handful of water from a little spring at their feet, and threw it up into his face. This fairly aroused him. "Phew! Fitz! What's that for? What the demon's all this? What's the matter?" he exclaimed, sneezing, coughing, and sputtering through the water that Sybil had flung into his face. "What's all this?" exclaimed Leon Berners, echoing his "How the deuce came I here?" demanded Pendleton, glaring around with his mouth and eyes wide open. "Is this enchantment?" "Something very like it, Pendleton. But come, man, this is no laughing matter. It is very serious. Therefore rouse yourself and collect your faculties. You will need them all, I assure you," gravely replied Leon Berners. "But, how in thunder, came I here?" again demanded the captain, shivering and staring around him. "We cannot tell. My wife found you here about half an hour ago. You are supposed to have been overcome by drowsiness, while on your way to your horse, and to have sunk down here and slept from that time to this, some 16 hours. Good. I remember taking leave of you both, after our lively supper of last evening, and starting for the thicket, and giving way just here to an irresistible feeling of drowsiness, and sinking down with the dreamy idea that I would not go to sleep, but would soon arise and pursue my journey. And I have lain here all night," he exclaimed in astonishment. "Yes, and all day," added Leon, solemnly. "How is it that I was not awakened before?" demanded the captain, with an injured look. "Because we ourselves were in the same condition. It is not more than 15 minutes since my wife awakened me." "In the name of heaven, then, what has befallen us all?" demanded the captain in amazement. "That is what we must try to find out. You must help us. I have been thinking rapidly while standing here, and the result is, that I judge we have all been drugged with opium. But whether by accident or with design, or if with design, by whom, or with what purpose, I cannot even imagine, though I do vaguely connect the fact with the mysterious visitant of the chapel," replied Mr. The housekeeping corner of the chapel was in a state of confusion very much at variance with the young housekeeper's fastidiously tidy habits. The supper dishes lay upon the tablecloth on the floor, where they had been uncared for by the drugged and drowsy pair. And the little bed remained unmade, as it had been left by them when they ran out to look after Captain Pendleton. Sybil saw all this at a glance, and with a flush, and forgetting for a moment everything else, she bade her husband and his guest stop where they were until she had put her house in order. In this limited manner of domestic economy, it took Sybil but 10 minutes to make the bed and wash the dishes. And, meanwhile, Leon Berners made up the fire, and Clement Pendleton brought a pail of fresh water from the fountain. Sybil began to prepare the breakfast, but none of the party felt like eating it. And that is another sign of opium. We have no appetite, observed Leon Berners, as they sat down around the tablecloth, and instead of discussing the viands before them, they discussed the events of the preceding day and night. Leon Berners remembered that Sybil and himself had spent nearly the whole of the preceding afternoon in rambling through the woods, and he suggested as the only solution of the mystery that, during their absence, someone had entered the chapel, and put opium in their food and drink. Someone, but whom? Inquired Captain Pendleton, incredulously. Most probably the girl whom we have seen here, answered Mr. Berners. But for what purpose do you think she drugged your drink? To throw us into a deep sleep for many hours, which would enable her to come and go, to and from the chapel, undiscovered and unmolested. But why should she wish to come back and forth to such a dreary, empty old place as this? Ah, that I cannot tell. At that point conjecture is utterly baffled, answered Leon. Yes, because conjecture has been pursuing a phantom that vanishes upon being nearly approached. I cannot accept your theory of the mystery, Berners, and what is worse, I cannot substitute one of my own, said Captain Pendleton, shaking his head. And now I have something to reveal, said Sybil, solemnly. Another morning dream? Inquired Leon, while Pendleton looked up with interest. No, a reality, a ghastly, horrible reality, she answered. And while both looked at her with strange, deep interest and curiosity, she related her sepulchral experiences of the night. When with pale cheeks and shuddering frame she described the 6 dark, shrouded forms that had come up out of the vault, bearing long shadowy coffins, which they carried in a slow procession down along the east wall, past the Gothic windows and out at the front door, her 2 listeners looked at her, and then at each other, in amazement and incredulity. It was an opium dream, said Mr. Berners, in a positive manner. It would be useless, dear Leon, for me to tell you that I was rather wider awake then than I am now, yet I really was, said Sybil, with equal assurance. And yet you did not lift hand or voice to call my attention to what was going on. I did not wish to do it. My will seemed palsied. I could only gaze at the awful procession and think how ghastly it was, and thinking so, I sank into a dreamless sleep, and knew no more until I woke up this afternoon. Meanwhile let us go and look at the door of the vault. You say the door was wide open? Inquired Captain Pendleton. Of course it was wide open, that is, wide open last night when those horrible forms came up out of the vault, but this morning it was fast enough, answered Sybil. Oh, exclaimed Mr. Berners. I know what the reality, observed his wife. Meanwhile they had reached the iron door of the vault. It was fast. Pendleton took hold of the iron bars and tried to shake it, but the bars were bedded in solid stone, and the door was immovable. Then he looked through the grating down into the depths below, but he only saw the top of the staircase, the bottom of which disappeared in the darkness. My dear Mrs. Berners, he then said, turning to Sybil, I do not like to differ with a lady in a matter of her own experience, but as we are in search of the truth, and the truth happens to be of the most vital importance to our safety, I feel constrained to assure you that this door, from its very appearance, assures us that it cannot have been opened within half a century, and that consequently your own experience of the last night cannot have been a reality, but must have been a dream. I wish you could dream such a one, and then you would know something about it, answered Sybil. I think you will have to come to my theory about the opium, put in Mr. Berners, especially as I have pursued my phantom one stage farther in her flight, and am able to assign a possible motive for her secret visits to the chapel. Ah, do that, and we will think about agreeing with your views. Now then the motive, exclaimed Pendleton. A lover. Oh, yes, a lover. She comes here to meet him, and not liking eyewitnesses to the courtship, she drugged us, said Mr. Berners, triumphantly. That is the most violent and far-fetched theory of the mystery. Nothing but our desperate need of an elucidation could excuse its being put forward, said Captain Pendleton, dryly. Then he spoke more earnestly. Berners, whatever may be the true explanation of all that we have experienced here, one thing seems certain, that your retreat here is known to at least one person, who may or may not be inimical to your interests. Now my advice to you is still the same. Stop this girl the first time you see her again, from her, if possible, and in any case bribe her to silence upon the subject of your abode here. If it were prudent, I should counsel you to leave this chapel for some other place of concealment, but really there seems now more danger in moving than in keeping still. So I reiterate my advice, that you shall enlist this strange girl in your interests. But before cooking your hare, you must catch it, said Sybil. We may see this visitant a dozen times more, but we will never be able to stop her. She appears and vanishes, is seen and gone in an instant. But, Captain Pendleton, I will tell you what I wish you to do for me. I will do anything in the world that you wish, except believe in ghosts. Then you will bring me a crowbar, or whatever the tool or tools may be with which strong doors may be forced. I want that grated iron door forced open, that we may go down into that vault and see what it holds. Good heavens, Mrs. Berners, he exclaimed, striking a theatrical attitude. Wouldst bid me burst the loathsome charnel house, and spread a pestilence? Single quote. I want to see what is in it, and I will, persisted Sybil. Bring the tools when you come again, Pendleton, and we will open the door, and examine the vault, added Mr. Berners. Ugh, you will find it full of coffins and skeletons. And mero horrible and awful, wilkeen to name what be unlawful. And you are in a sepulchral one. Both effects are the opium, I suppose. While they talked the sun went down. Captain Pendleton remained with his friends until the twilight deepened into darkness, and then, promising to return the next night, and wondering where he should find his horse, or how he should get home, he took leave and departed. The strange life of the refugees in the haunted chapel seriously interfered with their hitherto regular and healthful habits. They had slept nearly all day, when they should have been awake. And now they intended to watch all night, partly because it was impossible for them to sleep any more then, and partly because they wished to stop their mysterious visitant, in the event of her reappearance. But the girl in the red cloak came not that night, no, nor even the next day, nor did any other mysterious visitor or unusual event disturb their repose, or excite their curiosity. Late that night their faithful friend returned, according to his promise. He told them that he had found his poor horse still in the thicket where he had left him, with water and grass in his reach. That he had got home in safety, where his absence had not excited any anxiety, because his sister had supposed him to be at Blackhall. He then described the funeral of Rosa Blondel, which had taken place that day, and which had been attended not only by all the county gentry, who had gathered to show their respect and sympathy for the dead, but also by crowds of all sorts of people, who came in curiosity to the scene. And then, taking advantage of a few minutes during which Sybil was engaged in her housekeeping corner of the chapel, he told Mr. Berners that the search warrants having failed to find the fugitives, a rumor had been spread that they had certainly left the neighborhood on the morning of the murder, and that they had been seen at Alexandria by a gentleman who had just come from that city. This story, added Captain Pendleton, is so— oh, good heaven, how zealously her old neighbors do hunt my poor guiltless Sybil, groaned Mr. Berners. Take courage. This rumor, together with the journey of the officer to Annapolis, opens a way for your immediate escape. So I propose that you prepare to leave this place tomorrow night, and take a bee-line to Norfolk. There you must take the first outward-bound ship for Europe, and remain abroad until you can with safety return home. At this moment Sybil came up. Without mentioning to her the existence of the warrants which were out against her, and which was the only part of Captain Pendleton's communication that it was expedient to conceal from her, Leon Berners, with a smile of encouragement, told her that they were to leave the haunted chapel the next night, to go to Norfolk. And we cannot even yet go home, sighed Sybil. No, dear wife, it would scarcely yet be prudent to do so. But we can go to Europe, and travel over the continent, and see the wonders of the old world, leaving our friend here with a power of attorney to manage our estate and collect our revenues, and remit us money as we require it. We can stay abroad and enjoy ourselves until such time as justice shall be done, and we can return to our home, not only with safety, but in triumph," replied Leon Berners, cheerfully. Sybil too caught the infection of his cheerful manner, whether that were real or assumed, and she too brightened up. The friends then discussed the details of the projected flight. "In the first place," began Captain Pendleton, "you must both be so well disguised as to seem the opposite of yourself in rank, age, and personal appearance. You, Leon, must shave off your auburn beard, and cut close your auburn hair, and you must put on a grey wig and a grey beard, those worn by your old Peter, in his character of Polonius at your mask ball, will, with a little trimming, serve your purpose. Then you must wear a pair of spectacles and a broad-brimmed hat and an old man's loose-fitting, shabby traveling suit. I can procure both the spectacles and the clothes from the wardrobe of my deceased father. Mrs. Berners, too, should cut her hair short, and wear a red wig and a plain dress. The wig you wore as Harold the Saxon will suit very well, with a little arrangement. Then I can procure the dress from my sister. You must travel as a poor old farmer, and your wife must go as your red-headed illiterate daughter. You are both excellent actors, and can sustain your parts very well." "Dear me," said Sybil, half crying, half smiling. "I have been warned that it is never well to begin any enterprise of which one does not know the end. And I'm sure when I undertook to give a mask ball and take a character in it, I had not the slightest idea that the masquerade would last longer than a night, or that I should have to continue to act a character. Never mind, darling, it is but for a season. Go on, Pendleton. You seem to have settled everything in your own mind for us." "Let us hear the rest of your plan," said Mr. Berners. "It is this," continued the captain. "I will bring these disguises to you tomorrow night. I will also have a covered cart, loaded with turnips, potatoes, apples, and so forth. I will have this cart driven by your faithful Joe down to the Blackville ferry boat, in which of course he can cross the river with his load of produce unsuspected and unquestioned. Or even if some inquisitive gossip should ask him where he might be going, Joe would be ready with his safe answer. He can beat us in baffling inquiry," put in Sybil. "Like all his race," laughed Leon. "The chance you have mentioned is provided for. Joe is instructed to answer any haphazard questioner, that he is bringing the load to me, which will be the truth. But proceed, dear Pendleton. Develop your whole plan," urged Mr. Berners. "Well, then, once safe on this side of the river, Joe will drive the cart to some convenient spot, to which I myself will guide you." "Ah, how much trouble you take for us, Pendleton," sighed Leon. "Not at all. As far as I am concerned, it is a piquant adventure. Try to look at it in that light. We'll have but the one pair of horses for the whole journey. You will see the necessity of making very short stages, in order to enable them to complete it." "Certainly. And now listen. Because you must make these short stages and frequent stoppages, and because you must avoid the most traveled roads, it will be necessary for you to take a map of the state, and follow the most direct route to Norfolk. Which is not the turnpike road used by the mail stagecoaches, for that diverges frequently 5 or 10 miles to the right or left of the line, to take in the populous villages," put in Leon Berners. "Yes. I see you comprehended me. Well, I should farther advise you, when you reach Norfolk, to put up at some obscure inn near the wharves, and to embark in the very first ship that sails for Europe, even if it should set sail within an hour after your arrival. You may rest assured that we shall not loiter in Norfolk," said Mr. Berners. "As for the draft horses and cart, if you have time, you can sell them. If not, you can leave them at the livery stable, and on the day of sailing post me a letter containing an order to receive them. You think of everything, dear Pendleton." "I can't think of anything else just now," replied Captain Pendleton. "Well, then, we will have some supper," said Sybil, rising to prepare it. "I declare, I never in all my life supped out so frequently as I have done since you two have been housekeeping in this old haunted chapel. And by the way, talking of that, have you seen any more apparitions? Any more spectral gypsy girls? Or shrouded forms? Or shadowy coffins? Or open vaults, Mrs. Burners? Laughingly inquired Captain Pendleton. No, nothing unusual has disturbed us, either last night or today. But now, talking of open vaults, have you brought the crowbar to force the door, sir? Said Sybil, turning sharply to the captain. Yes, dear Mrs. Burners, since I promised to bring it, I felt bound to do so. Just as soon as supper is over, I will have that door forced open. I will see what that mysterious vault holds, said Sybil, firmly. And she almost kept her word. As soon as they had finished the evening meal, she arose and called upon the gentleman to go with her and force the door of the vault. And they went and inserted the crowbar between the grating and the stonework, and wrenched with all their united strength, but their efforts availed nothing, even to move the door. They gave over their exertions to recover their breath, and when they had got it they began again with renewed vigor, but with no better success. Again they stopped to breathe, and again they recommenced the task with all their might, but after working as hard as they could for 15 minutes longer, they again ceased from sheer exhaustion, leaving the door as fast as they had found it. It is of no use to try longer, Sybil. We cannot force it, said Mr. Burners. I see that you cannot. The vault keeps its secrets well, she answered, solemnly. And then they returned to their seats near the fire, and sat and talked over the projected journey until it was time for Captain Pendleton to go. When the husband and wife were left alone, they felt themselves tired enough to go to rest, with a prospect of getting a good night's sleep. This is the last night that we shall spend in this place, dear Sybil, said Leon Burners, as he put the smouldering brands together to keep the fire up till morning. Sybil replied with a deep yawn. And in a few minutes they laid down to rest, and in a very few more they fell asleep. How long they had slept Sybil had no means of knowing, when she was awakened by the Gothic windows. All was black as Tartarus. But still, oh, horror, she felt the cold damp form pressing close beside her. As speechless, breathless or possessed her. She could not scream, but she cautiously put out her hand to make sure whether she was dreaming, when, horror upon horror, it touched a clammy face. Still she did not cry out, for some potent spell seemed to bind her which at once tied her tongue and moved her hand, for that hand passed down over the slender form and straight limbs, and then up again, until it reached the still bosom, when, climax of horror, it was caught and clasped in the Chapter 29. Ghostly and mysterious. On horror's head. Horrors accumulate. Thompson. An icy sweat of terror bathed Sybil's form. She tried to cry out, and did utter a low half-stifled scream. But the cold fingers of the ghastly creature closed tightly upon hers, and a thin, hollow voice murmured, "Hush, don't you make a noise, don't be frightened. I can't hurt you. I'm chilled almost to death. And you were so warm. I crept to your side to tell you something. You were in hiding here, and so. RHH. The reed-like murmur ended in a terrific shriek. There was a silent movement, and Sybil felt the clammy form snatched up from her side and borne away in the darkness. And then the spell that had bound her faculties was unloosed, and she uttered scream after scream as she shook and awakened her husband. "In the name of heaven, Sybil, what now?" he exclaimed, as he started up into a sitting posture. "Oh, Leon, for the love of mercy, get up. Get a light. I shall go mad in this horrible place," she cried in a perfect frenzy of terror. "Calm yourself, Sybil. There is nothing to fear. I am here with you." "I will strike a light," answered Leon Burners quietly, as he got up and groped about in the darkness for the tinder box. Striking a light in those days was not the quick and easy matter that it is now. When the tinder box was at length found, the flint and steel had to be struck together until a spark was elicited to set fire to the tinder. So it was full 5 minutes from the time Leon— "Now then, Sybil, what is it?" he inquired. "Oh, what is it? This place is full of devils," she cried, shaking as with an ague fit. "My dear wife," he said, in surprise and concern to see her shudder so fearfully, to hear her speak so wildly. "It is, I tell you, full of devils, Leon," she repeated with chattering teeth. "There chanced to be a little wine in their stores. He went and poured some into a glass and brought it to her, made her drink it. Now then, tell me what has thrown you into this state." What has happened to terrify you so much? Another dream, vision, apparition? What? He inquired, as he took from her hand the empty glass. Oh, no, 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 no dream, no vision, nothing of that sort. It was too dark to see anything, you know, but oh, it was something so ghastly and horrible that I shall never, never get over it, she exclaimed, while shudder after shudder shook her frame. Tell me, he said soothingly. Oh, it was a damp girl, she cried. A damp girl, he echoed in amazement and alarm, for he almost feared his dear wife was going crazy. Oh yes, a damp girl. A clay-cold, clammy, corpse-like form of a girl. Where, when, what about her? Oh, I woke up and felt her lying by my side, so close that she chilled and oppressed me. I put out my hand, and she caught it in her deathly fingers. I screamed, but she spoke to me. She was about to tell me something, when she was suddenly snatched up and torn away. My dear Sybil, this was nightmare again. Oh, no, no, no. I have had nightmare, and know what it is. It is not oh, no, but I shall lose them if I stay in this demon-haunted place a day longer. Thank heaven, we will not have to stay here a day longer. We leave, this coming evening. And see, the morning is dawning, Sybil, and with the coming of the light, all these shadows of darkness and phantoms of fear will flee away, said Leon with a smile. Oh, you don't believe me. You never do believe me. But oh, let me tell you all about this ghastly thing, and then perhaps you will see that it is real, said Sybil. And still in much agitation of spirits, she told him all the particulars of her strange visitation. He still believed in his soul that she had been the victim of incubus, but he would not vex her by persisting in saying so. He only repeated that the morning was at hand, when all the terrors of the night would be dispersed, and added that they would not have to pass another night in the demon-peopled place, as this would be the very last day of their stay. As soon as it was light enough, they dressed themselves, and set about their simple daily work. He made the fire, and brought the water, and she cleared up their housekeeping corner, and prepared the breakfast. When the sun arose and streamed in at the east windows, lighting up every nook about the interior of the old chapel, they saw that everything remained in the same condition in which they had left it when they had gone to rest on the evening previous. Leon Berners felt more than ever convinced that his dear Sybil had been the victim of repeated nightmares, that all the seemingly supernatural phenomena of the haunted chapel had been only the creation of her own morbid imagination, that nothing connected with the mystery had been real, with the exception of the appearance of the girl in the red cloak, whom Mr. Berners decided to be an ordinary human habitué of the place. But the idea of this visitor made him only the more anxious for Sybil's sake, to get away. This last day with the night came their untiring friend Captain Pendleton, attended by Joe, who bore upon his broad back a large pack containing the disguises. After the usual greetings, and while Sybil, with a woman's curiosity, was examining the contents of the pack which Joe opened and displayed before her, Pendleton found an opportunity of whispering to Leon Berners. The false rumor is as rife as false rumors usually are. Every one reports with confidence, and every one else believes with assurance, that you are both in Annapolis, and will certainly be found by the officers within a few days. This is good, as it will lead off all pursuit from your road to Norfolk. Leon Berners nodded in reply. And Sybil came up to make some preparations for supper. Well, Mrs. Berners, spoke the captain, gaily, any more supernatural phenomena? Oh, I wish you had not asked that question, exclaimed Leon Berners, while Sybil grew deadly pale, and shivered from head to foot. Why, what's the matter now? Demanded the captain, lifting his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, the damp girl, exclaimed Sybil, shuddering. The damp girl, echoed the captain, in growing wonder. Leon Berners shrugged his shoulders, while Sybil, in agitated tones, recounted her strange visitation of the night before. As clearly defined a case of incubus as ever I heard in my life, was the prompt decision of Captain Pendleton. Sybil grew angry. I only wish, she sharply answered, that you would once experience the like, for then you could know that it could not be nightmare. Then, my dear Mrs. Berners, if this was not incubus, what do you suppose it to have been? A real visitation. But Sybil got the supper ready, and they all sat down to partake of that meal together, for the last time in the haunted chapel. After supper the final preparations for their departure were made. Sybil felt all the reluctance of a beauty to part with her splendid black hair. But on trying the experiment, she found that she could effectually conceal it, without cutting it off. She combed it straight back from her forehead, and let it hang down her shoulders under her sack. Then she covered her head and neck with the flowing red locks of Harold's wig. Leon cut close his auburn hair, shaved off his moustache, and donned a grey wig and a grey beard, without the slightest remorse. A very few minutes sufficed to complete their disguise, and they stood forth. Leon and Sybil transformed into a grey old farmer and a shock-headed country girl. And now, about these housekeeping articles that we must leave here. They are of very little value in themselves, but they may be found, and if so, may lead to our discovery, suggested Mr. Berners, uneasily. Never you mind them, master. I'll undertake to get 'em away, unbeknownst to anybody, sir, promised Joe. And I will see that this is done, added Captain Pendleton in a low voice, for he did not wish to wound poor Joe's sensitive self-love. And now, my dear Sybil, are you sure you have got all that you need in your bag? Inquired Mr. Berners. All that I shall need until we get to Norfolk, Leon. There, indeed, we must get a supply of necessary clothing, she answered. That of course. And by the way, have you the money and jewels safe? All secure. Oh Leon, I brought this for you, and I had better give it to you at once. Oh, nonsense, take them. I can reimburse myself from the revenues of Blackhall. Am I not to have the freedom of that fine estate? Very true, answered Mr. Berners, pocketing the money. And now, are we ready? Inquired the captain. Quite, answered Mr. and Mrs. Berners at once. Then let us start at once, advised the captain, setting the example by taking up Sybil's large traveling bag. Leon Berners carried his portmanteau on one arm, while he gave his other to his wife. Joe loaded himself with a great basket filled with provisions for the journey. And together they all set forth from the haunted chapel. It was a clear, cold, starlight night. The gravestones in the old churchyard glimmered grey among the brushwood, as the fugitives picked their way through it. When they reached the narrow path leading through the thicket, they had to walk in single file until they emerged from the wood and found themselves upon the old road running along the river bank. Here the wagon with a pair of draft horses was waiting them. Their luggage was put in on top of bags of potatoes, turnips, etc. with which the back part of the wagon was loaded. Then Captain Pendleton assisted Sybil to mount to a seat made by a low-backed chair with a woolen counterpane thrown over it. Leon Berners got up into the driver's place. All being now ready for the start, Captain Pendleton and Joe come up to the side of the wagon to bid farewell to the travelers. Heaven bless you, Pendleton, for your faithful friendship and zealous labors in our behalf, said Mr. Berners, warmly shaking the captain's hand. Amen, and amen. We shall never forget, and never cease to thank and bless you, dear friend, added Sybil, with tears in her eyes, as she gave him, and I says amen to that. Oh, Marza. Oh, Mrs., come back to your poor old Joe soon. His heart will snap into 10,000 flinders, if you don't, sobbed the poor negro, as he shook hands with his young master and mistress. Then with a mutual God be with you, the four friends parted. Captain Pendleton, sighing, and Joe, weeping, bent their steps up the banks of the river towards the fording place, where they would have to cross to find their horses on the other side. Leon Berners cracked his long wagoner's whip, and started on the road leading away from the river towards the east. It was yet early in the autumn night, and but for the cause of the journey, the young pair would have enjoyed it very much. It is a very pleasant evening for the season, said Leon, cheerfully looking up at the clear, blue-black, star-spangled sky. Yes, indeed, answered Sybil briskly. Are you quite comfortable, darling? Very. Captain Pendleton, dear Captain Pendleton, arranged my seat so nicely. It is so soft and easy. I could go to sleep here, if I was sleepy. You may have to sleep there, dear. We must travel all night, in order to get a good distance from this neighborhood before morning. I can bear that very well, as comfortably as I am placed. But you, dear Leon, you who are driving, you will be tired to death. Not at all. My work tonight will not be more than many men frequently undertake for mere amusement. And the horses. Strong draft horses like these can work. Oh, don't mention her, shuddered Sybil. They were now entering one of those frequent mountain passes that diversified their road, and the care of driving required all Lyon's attention. They traveled all night as nearly in a direct line towards the far distant city as the nature of the ground would permit. At daylight they found themselves in the midst of a deep forest, some 20 miles east of Blackville. Here, as the road was naturally broad and the trees tall and sparse, and especially as a clear stream of water ran along on one side, the travelers decided to stop and rest, and refresh themselves and their horses until noon. Leon Berners got out and, followed by Sybil, went a little way into the woods, where they found a small opening and a spring of clear water. Here Leon gathered brushwood and made a fire, while Sybil returned to the wagon and brought back a basket of provisions. Among them was a bottle of coffee already made, and which she turned into a small tin coffee pot, and set on the fire to be warmed. And while Leon went back to the wagon to attend to the wants of his horses, Sybil spread a very good breakfast of coffee, bread, and ham, upon the ground near the fire. When they had given their horses time enough to rest they resumed their journey, still traveling towards the east. Leon consulted his map and his pocket compass, and found that directly in their line lay the small village of Oakville, nestled in an unfrequented pass of the mountains. We can reach the place at about 10 o'clock this evening, and there we can get a regular supper and good sleep, he said to his wife. And they traveled all the remainder of that day, and at about 9:30 they arrived at Oakville. The village was off the public road, and consisted only of a sleepy old tavern, to which the neighboring farmers came to drink, smoke, and gossip, a post office, to which the mail was brought once a week by a boy on horseback, and a blacksmith shop, patronized by the sparse population of the immediate neighborhood. Up before the stable of this old tavern Leon Berners drove his wagon, and here he alighted, the public parlor. A fat and lazy-looking hostess came to look at them. I want accommodations for myself, my girl here, and my horses and wagon, which I left in the stable yard, said Mr. Berners, speaking coarsely, with 2 lumps of licorice in his mouth, which he had taken to disguise his voice. And what might your name be, farmer? Inquired the landlady. My name's Howe, answered Leon, truly, giving his own patronymic, now his middle name. Well, farmer, I reckon we can accommodate you. Going to market? Yes, we're on our way to market. You come from far? From the other side of the mountain. Well, I reckon we can accommodate you. You must excuse me asking you so many questions, but the truth is you're a perfect stranger to me, and it is very late for you to come here, you know, which I wouldn't think so much of that neither, only since that horrid murder at Black Hall I have mistrusted every stranger I see. Sybil's heart gave a bound, and then sank like lead in her bosom, at hearing this allusion. Leon also felt an increased uneasiness. Luckily they were sitting with their backs to the light, so that the gossiping landlady could not read the expression of their faces, which indeed she was too much absorbed in her subject to attempt to do. So she went straight on without stopping to take breath. Not that I mistrust you now, sir, which I see exactly what you are, and which likewise your having of your darter with you is a recommendation. For men don't go about a taking of their darters with them when they are up to robbery and murder, do they now, sir? I should judge not, though I am not familiar enough with. You'll excuse me, sir, but I'm a lone widow living here, and not used to seeing much of anybody but my old neighbors, which come occasionally to enjoy of themselves, and I do mistrust most strangers, though not you, sir, with your darter, as I said before, but most other strangers, because they do say hereabouts that it was a stranger to the place, a red-headed man, as put up at the inn at Blackville that night, and never was seen afterwards, as did that murder at Black Hall. Ah, do they say that? I thought they laid it on a lady, observed Farmer Howe. La, sir, the idea of a lady doing such a thing, and a rail high-born lady of quality like Mrs. Burns, or whatever her name was, and doing of it to one she had took in for charity too, 'tain't likely, sir. But you know, I suppose, that they did accuse a lady. Oh, yes. I know they did, and that the poor lady had to ran away and go to Annapolis. But that was that Blackville set, that ain't got no sense. But as for us, over this side, we believe it was that red-headed stranger as did it. There's no doubt of it in the world, said Farmer Howe, recklessly, feeling that he was expected to say something. And at this moment he looked towards Sybil, and saw that she could not endure the subject of discussion for one moment longer, so he turned to the landlady, and said, "We have travelled some distance, and feel very tired and hungry. Would you oblige us with supper as soon as possible? We do not need much, only let it be nice and warm." "Surely, sir, it is late, but we will do the best we can for you," said the landlady, hurrying away. Mr. Berners stooped to whisper to his wife, "Sybil, darling, I hail this woman's faith as a good omen. Keep up your courage, and remain in that shady corner until I come back. I am going out to the stable to see that our horses are properly attended to." By the time he returned, a table was set in that parlor, and a good supper spread for the travelers. When it was over, the landlady showed them to a couple of communicating rooms upstairs, where they passed a very comfortable night. At daybreak the next morning they arose and breakfasted, and resumed their journey. Leon Berners again consulted his map of the state and his pocket compass, and laid out his road. It lay for all that day up and down, in and out, among the wildest passes of the Allegheny Mountains. At noon they stopped for an hour, to rest and refresh themselves and their horses, and then again went forward. At night they reached another hamlet at the foot of the mountain range. They put up at this hamlet, which was called Dunville, and which boasted one tavern kept by an old Revolutionary pensioner called Purley. Here also Leon Berners gave his name as Howe, and here again he and his wife were destined to be told all about the murder. "You see, sir, a little below us there, on the other side of the mountain, they do say as the murder was done by the woman's husband, as she had run away from, but they are a set of poor ignorant folks out there. Now it stand to reason, sir, it couldn't have been done by him, and it must have been done by some member of that band of burglars that they say is lurking somewhere there away by Black Hall." "Band of burglars?" echoed Farmer Howe, in astonishment. And he was almost about to betray himself by saying that there could be no such band there, when he recollected his position, and held his tongue. Farmer Howe and his daughter spent a refreshing night at old Purley's tavern at Dunville, and at daybreak next morning, after a very early breakfast, they resumed their journey. And again, as usual, Leon Berners consulted his map and his compass. He now found that his most direct route lay through a thick forest, between two mountain ridges. They traveled all the morning, and as usual stopped at noon for rest and food for themselves and their four-footed friends. In the afternoon they set forth again, and traveled, situated high upon one of the table lands of the Blue Ridge. In this town there were 3 taverns. Farmer Howe and his daughter put up at the most humble of the trio. And here too the talk of the hour was the homicide at Black Hall. They say about here that it was one of the lady's admirers who killed her in a fit of desperation from love and jealousy, for the lady was well known to be a great coquette, said one village authority to another, in the presence of Farmer Howe. When our travellers found themselves alone that night, in one of the 2 small adjoining rooms that had been assigned to them, Leon Berners turned to Sybil, and said, "You see, my dear Sybil, how it is. A prophet hath honour except in his own city. No one out of the Black Valley thinks of accusing you. All the world might accuse me, so that my own old friends and neighbors would justify me," said Sybil, sadly. They passed another night in peace, and the next morning, at daybreak as usual, they breakfasted, and then set out on their 4th and last day's journey. Again the map and the pocket compass was called into requisition, and Mr. Berners laid out their route for the day. Their way lay all that forenoon through the beautifully undulating, heavily wooded, and well-watered country lying east. Chapter 30. Flight and Pursuit. Oh, death were welcome. Colorado. On reaching Norfolk, Leon Berners drove at once to an obscure tavern down by the wharves, and near the market. Here he found good stabling for his horses and wagon, and decent accommodation for himself and wife. "Come to market, I reckon, father," suggested the landlord, taking the stump of an old pipe from his mouth for the purpose. "Yes," answered Leon Berners, as Farmer Howe, taking off his broad-brimmed hat, handing it to Sybil, and then sinking slowly and heavily into a chair, like a very weary old man. "Your daughter, I reckon, farmer," continued the landlord, pointing to Sybil with the stem of his pipe. "My only girl," answered Leon Berners, evasively. "And no boys?" inquired the landlord. "No boys," replied Leon. "That's a pity, on a farm too. But you must try to get a good husband for the girl, and that will be all one as a boy of your own. Never had any children but this, farmer, or did you have the misfortune to lose em?" "I never had but this one girl," answered Leon Berners still evasively. "Then you must be very fond of that girl, I reckon." "She is all the world to me," said Leon, truly. "Then he ought to be all the world to you, honey." "And so I am," said Leon, answering for Sybil, whom he could not yet trust to act a part, though he saw, the instant he glanced at her, that he might have done so, for Sybil, as soon as she saw attention drawn to herself, began to turn her head down upon one shoulder and simper shyly like an awkward rustic. "You must excuse me for asking so many questions, farmer, but when I see a father and daughter together, like you and your girl, I think of myself, for I have an only daughter of my own. All the rest of my children, and I had a whole passel of boys and girls, are with their dear mother in heaven. So you see, farmer, I am a widower, with one gallon like yourself, for I reckon, from what you said, you are a widower." "My girl's mother has been dead many years," answered Leon, with a drawl and a sigh. "Pappy, I'm so hungry and so sleepy I don't know what to do," said Sybil, in a low, fretful tone, frowning and pouting. Yes, honey. I reckon you are sure enough. So landlord, if you have got a couple of little rooms joining onto each other, I wish you'd let us have 'em. And we'd like a bit of supper besides," said Leon Berners, with a sigh and a grunt. "To be sure. I'll go and call my girl directly, and she'll walk up to your rooms while I have the supper got ready." "Where would you like to have it? Down here, or in your room?" inquired the landlord. "In your room, pappy. I hate a place like this smellin' of liquor and onions and things, and men coming in and out," said Sybil, digging her elbow into her pappy's ribs, and turning up her nose at the little tavern sitting room. "Well, then, honey, we'll have it up there." "Up there, landlord, if it won't be putting of you to too much trouble." "Oh, not at all, farmer, it is all one to me. Now I'll go and call Rachel. And the inquisitive and communicative, them where they've got to sleep, that's a good girl. Put 'em in the two little rooms over the bar, you know." "Yes, father. Come, sir, come, miss," said the landlord's daughter, leading the way from the smoky parlor. Leon and Sybil followed her. Leon walking slowly like a weary old man, and pausing at the head of the stairs, as if to recover his wind. "Pappy, you look tired to death," said Sybil, in a rough sympathetic voice. Aye, it is weary work for an old man to get upstairs," grunted Leon. "The stairs are very steep, but here you are," said the landlord's daughter, opening the door leading into two little communicating rooms. She entered, followed by Sybil and Leon. She set the candle down on the top of the old chest of drawers, and turned around. And then the travelers noticed, for the first time, how beautiful the daughter of their host was. Rachel's face was of the purest type of beauty, combining the physical, intellectual, and spiritual. Her form was of medium height and perfect grace. Her head was finely shaped, and covered with dark brown hair, parted in the middle and carried over the temples, and arranged in a knot behind. Her forehead broad and full. Her eyebrows were gently arched. Her eyes dark luminous gray, with drooping lids and long fringes. Her nose small and straight. Her lips full, small, and plump, and her chin was round and well set. There were some flaws in this otherwise perfect beauty and grace of form and face. for her complexion was very pale, her expression pensive, and her walk slightly limping. While Sybil was observing her with both admiration and pity, and wondering whether she did not suffer from some hereditary malady that had carried off her mother and all her sisters and brothers, Rachel spoke. "I think you have everything here that you require, but if you should need anything else, please call, and I will come and attend to your wants." "Thanks," answered Sybil, sweetly, forgetting her assumed character, and beginning to— but Leon set his coarse boot upon Sybil's foot, and pressed it as a warning, and then answered for both, saying, "Thank why, honey, but I don't reckon we'll want anything but our supper, and the old man said how he'd send that up here himself. Then I will leave you. Good night. I hope you will have a good sleep," answered Rachel, bending her head. "What a fine face that girl has," said Leon Berners, as she withdrew. "Yes, and what a sweet voice," answered Sybil. "But she is very pale, and she limps as she walks, did you notice?" "Yes. I suppose she has ill health, probably the same malady that carried off her mother, and all her sisters and brothers." "Very likely. Consumption," suggested Sybil. "Scrofula," sententiously replied Leon. "Oh, what a pity," said Sybil, when their conversation was cut short by the entrance of the landlord, bringing a waiter with the plain supper service and a folded tablecloth, and followed by a young man bearing another waiter piled up with materials for a supper more substantial than delicate. The little table was quickly set, and the meal arranged, and then the landlord, after asking if anything more was wanted, and being told there was not, left the room, followed by his attendant. Leon and Sybil made a good supper, and then, as there were no bells in that primitive house of entertainment, he put his head out of the door and called for someone to come and take away the service. When the waiter had cleared the table, and the travelers were again left alone, Leon said to Sybil, "I must leave you here, dear, while I go down to the water side and inquire what ships are about to sail for Europe." "Nor Rachel, the damp girl," added Leon. "No, poor child, but she may very soon become one," sighed Sybil. And Leon put on his broad-brimmed hat and went out. Sybil locked the door, took off her red wig, and her coarse outer garment, and took from her traveling bag a soft woolen wrapper and a pair of slippers and put them on, and sat down before the fire to make herself comfortable. At first the sense of relief and rest and warmth was enough to satisfy her, but after an hour's waiting in idleness, the time hung heavily on her hands, and she grew homesick and lonesome. She thought of the well-stocked library of Black Hall, of her bright drawing-room, her birds, her flowers, her piano, her easel, her embroidery frame, her ski terrier, her tortoise-shell cat and kittens, her fond and faithful servant, the many grand rooms in the old hall, the negroes' cabins, the ancient trees, the river, the cascade, the mountains, the thousand means of occupation, amusement, and interest, within and around her patrimonial home, the 10,000 ties of association and affection that bound her to her old place, and she realized her exile as she had never done before. Her spirit grew very desolate, and her heart very heavy. But Sybil really was not a woman to give way to any weakness without an effort. She got up and tried to engage herself by examining the 2 little rooms that were to be her dwelling place for a day or a week, as chance might direct. There was not much to interest her. The furniture was poor and old, but neat and clean, as anything under the care of pale Rachel was sure to be. Then Sybil looked about to try to find some stray pamphlet or book, that she might read. But she found nothing but a treatise on tanning and an old almanac until, happening to look behind the glass on the chest of drawers in the inner room, she discovered a small volume which she took to be the New Testament. She drew it from its hiding place and sat down to read it. But when she opened the book, she found it to be Celebrated Criminal Trials. At once it seemed to have a fearful interest for her, and this interest was terribly augmented when, on further, a portion of the work was devoted to the fatal errors of circumstantial evidence. To this part of the book she turned at once, and her attention soon became absorbed in its subject. Here she read the cases of Jonathan Bradford, Henry Jennings, and many others tried for murder, convicted under an overwhelming weight of circumstantial evidence, executed, and long afterwards discovered to be entirely innocent of the crimes for which they had been put to death. Sybil read on hour after hour. And as this evening, while sitting in solitude and idleness and thinking of her home and all its charms, she had first realized the bitterness of her exile, so now, in reading these instances of the fatal effects of circumstantial evidence upon guiltless parties, she also first realized the horrors of her own position. She closed the book and fell upon her knees, and weeping, prayed for pardon of those fierce outbursts of hereditary passion, that had so often tempted her to deeds of violence, and that now subjected her to the dread charge of crime. Yes, she prayed for forgiveness of this sin and deliverance from this sinfulness, even before she ventured to pray for a safe issue out of all her troubles. Relieved, as every one feels who approaches our Father in simplicity and faith, she arose from her knees, and sat down again before the fire to wait for the return of her husband. He came at length, looking really tired now, but speaking cheerfully as he entered the room. "I have been gone from you a long time, dear Sybil, but I could not help it. I had to go to Portsmouth in search of our ship," he said, as he put his hat on the floor, and sat down at the fire. "Then you found a ship?" she inquired, with so much more than usual anxiety in her expression, that he looked up in painful surprise as he replied to her question. "Yes, dear. I have found a ship that will suit us. It is the Enterprise, Captain Wright, bound for Liverpool within a few days." "Oh, I wish it were tomorrow," sighed Sybil. "Why, love, what is the matter?" tenderly inquired her husband, taking her hand, and looking into her face. "That is the matter," replied Sybil, with a shudder, as she took the volume she had been reading from the chimney-piece and put it in his hands. It was a work with which Leon Berners, as a law student, had been very familiar. "Why, where did you get this?" he inquired in a tone of annoyance, for he felt at once what its effect upon Sybil's mind must be. "Oh, I found it behind the looking-glass in the other room. Left by some traveller, I suppose. I am sorry, Sybil, that you have chanced upon this work, but you must not let its subject influence you to despondency." "Oh, Leon, how can I help it? I was so strong and cheerful in my sense of innocence, I had no idea how guiltless people could be convicted and executed as criminals. My darling Sybil, all these cases that you have read were tried in the last century, a period of judicial barbarism. Courts of justice are more enlightened and humane now, in our times. They do not sacrifice sacred life upon slight grounds. Come, take courage. Be cheerful. Trust in God, and all will be well." "I do trust in the Lord, and I know all will be well, but oh, I wish it were tomorrow that ship is to sail," answered Sybil. "It will sail very soon, dear. And now we had better go to rest, and try to get some sleep. In my character of market farmer, I have to be up very early in the morning to attend to my business, you know," said Leon with a smile. Sybil acquiesced, and the fugitive couple retired for the night. Bodily fatigue so much overcame mental anxiety, that they slept profoundly, and continued to sleep until near daylight, when they were both aroused by a loud knocking at the door. "Oh, for heaven's sake, who is that?" gasped Sybil, starting up in a fright, for every knock now, with a warrant for her arrest, and excited a whole train of prospective horrors. "Hush, darling, hush. It is only one of the men about the place waking me up, according to orders, to be in time for the market. We must keep up our assumed characters, my dear Sybil," said Mr. Berners, as the knocking was repeated, accompanied by the calls of "Farmer, farmer, I hear you. You needn't batter down the doors. I may going to get up, though it is very early, and I ain't as young as I used to be 20 years ago, neither," grumbled the farmer, as with many a grunt and sigh, as of an old and weary man, he got up and began to dress himself. "Sybil," he whispered to his wife before leaving the room, "I shall have to take my breakfast at a stall in the market house, and I shall not be back until the market is out, which will be about 12 o'clock. You can have your breakfast brought up here. And mind, my darling, don't forget to put on your wig, and keep up your character." "I shall be very careful, dear Leon," she answered, as he kissed and left her. Leon Berners went downstairs, where he found the landlord, who was an early bird, waiting for him. "Morning, farmer. What is it that you've brought to market, anyways?" he said, greeting his guest. Mostly garden truck, answered Leon. No poultry, eggs, nor butter. No, 'cause, if you had, I might deal with you myself. Well, you see, landlord, them kind of produce is ill-convenient to bring a long ways in a wagon. And I came from a good ways down the country, explained Leon, as he took his long leathern whip from the corner where he had left it, and went out to look after his team. He found it all right, and he mounted the seat and drove to the market space, and took a stand, and began to offer his produce as zealously as any farmer on the ground, taking care, in the meantime, to wear his spectacles and broad-brimmed hat, and to keep up his character in voice and manner. And, as the morning advanced, he began to drive a brisk business. Meantime Sybil, left alone in her poor room at the little inn, arose and locked the door after Leon, to prevent intrusion before she should effect her disguise, and when she had thus ensured her privacy, she began to dress. As soon as she had transformed herself, she opened the door and called for Rachel. The landlord's daughter entered, giving her guest good morning, and kindly inquiring how she had slept. I slept like a top. But I'm not well this morning neither. So I'd just like to have my victuals sent up here, answered Sybil. Very well, what would you like? Fried fish, and pork steaks, and grilled chickens, and grilled bacon, and, let me see. Have you any oysters? Yes, very fine ones. Well, then, I'll take some stewed oysters too, and some poached eggs, and preserved quinces, and fried potatoes, and corn pone, and hot rolls, and buckwheat cakes, and cold bread and butter, and some coffee, and buttermilk and sweet milk. And that's all, I believe, for, you see, I ain't well, and I haven't come to my stomach yet, but if I can think of anything else, I will let you know. Is your father going to eat his breakfast with you? Who, Pappy? No, he's gone to market, and will get his victuals at the eating stall. Wouldn't it be good fun to keep a eating stall in a market? I don't think so. Well, never mind whether you do, or not. Hurry up with my victuals. Yes, but I'm afraid we haven't got all the things you want, but I will bring you up. Rachel went out, and in due time returned with a waiter containing Sybil's breakfast. Why, there ain't half, no, not a quarter of the things I told you to fetch me, said Sybil, turning up her nose at the waiter that Rachel placed upon the table. I have brought you some of everything that we have cooked. I should be glad if I could bring you all you wish, replied Rachel. Then I suppose I must be half-starved in this poor place. And me so weakly, too. I'll tell Pappy as soon as ever he comes. I want to go home. I do. We've got as much as ever we can eat at home, grumbled Sybil, doing her best to act her part, and perhaps overdoing it. But Rachel was not suspicious. She again apologized for not being able to fill her guest's order in its utmost extent, and she remained in the room and waited on Sybil until the breakfast was finished, and then she took away the service, wondering how little her guest had eaten, after having ordered such a vast amount of food. Again Rachel came back to the room, and made everything tidy in each chamber, and then finally left her guest alone. Sybil walked about and took up and put down every small object that lay about her humble apartments, and then looked out of each window upon the narrow, crowded and noisy street below. And finally, she took the volume of celebrated criminal trials that had a terrible attraction for her, in her present circumstances, and she sat down and read until her husband's return. Leon Berners drove his empty wagon into the stable yard, at noon. He had sold out all his produce, and pretended to be in great glee at his success. The landlord congratulated him, and some chance loungers in the bar room suggested that, under such circumstances, it would be the right thing for him to treat the company. Leon thought so too, and in his character of farmer, he ordered pipes and glasses all around. And then he made his escape, and went upstairs to see Sybil. Still moping over that depressing book. Put it away, Sybil, and get on your bonnet. Sybil, with a sigh given to her fears, did as he requested her to do, and the two went downstairs together. Going out for a walk, I reckon, farmer? Inquired the landlord, who stood at the bar room door with a pipe in his mouth. Aye. You know these girls, when they find out that their pappies have made a little bit of money, there is no peace till it is spent. My girl is taking me out shopping, to buy gimcracks and things. I'll be glad when I get her home again, grumbled Leon. Well, well, she's your onlyest one, and you mustn't be hard on her. My Rachel gets all she wants, and deserves it too. Dinner at 2 o'clock, sharp, farmer. I know. Men of my age never forget their dinners, said Leon, as he drew Sybil's arm within his own and led her out into the streets. They went only into the back streets, and the poor shops, and they bought only what was strictly necessary for their voyage, and having concluded their purchases, they returned to the inn in time for dinner. Sybil was very much depressed. She could not rally from the effect the reading of that book had had upon her mind. She frequently repeated her fervent aspiration. Oh, that the ship would sail today. Leon encouraged her as much as he possibly could, but he had his own private subject of anxiety. He had not of course told anyone of his intention to go abroad. Everyone believed that, having sold out his load, he would return home, but he was obliged to stay in the city until the sailing of the ship, and he wanted a fair excuse to do so. That evening the weather changed, and the sky clouded over, and the next morning it rained, and it continued to rain for 3 days. This here will make 'em their roads so bad that we shan't be able to travel for a week. No, that you won't, echoed his friend the landlord, glad to retain a guest with whom he was pleased. On the 3rd day of the rain, the sky showing signs of clearing, Leon Berners went over to Portsmouth to hear at what precise time the Enterprise would sail for Liverpool. When he returned he had good news for Sybil. The ship will sail on Saturday. That is the day after tomorrow, dear Sybil. And we may go on board tomorrow night. Oh, I am so glad, exclaimed Sybil, clapping her hands for joy. And she began to pack up immediately. Moreover, I have sold my wagon and horses to a party at Portsmouth. And so we can put our luggage into it and drive off as if we were going home, but we can go down to the river instead, and take it across in the ferry boat. Then I can have our effects put upon shipboard, and then deliver the team to its purchaser and receive the price, added Leon. Oh, but I am so delighted with the bare fact of our getting away so soon, that all things else seem of no account to me, joyously exclaimed Sybil, going on with her packing. The next morning Leon went out alone to make a few more purchases for their voyage. While he was going around, he also bought all the daily papers that he could get hold of. He returned to Sybil at an early hour of the forenoon. He found her sitting down in idleness. Got entirely through packing, my darling? He inquired cheerfully. Oh, yes, and I have nothing on earth to do now. How long this last day will seem. At what hour may we go on board, this evening? At sundown. Oh, that it were now sundown. How shall we contrive to pass the time until then? This will help us to pass the day, dear wife, he answered, laying the pile of newspapers on the table between them. Each took. What is the matter? He inquired, in alarm. She did not answer. Her face was pale as ashes, and her eyes were strained upon the paper. What do you see there? Again inquired her husband. Oh, Leon, Leon, we are lost, she cried in a voice of agony. In great anxiety he took the paper from her hand, and read the paragraph to which she pointed. It ran thus. It is now certain that Sybil Berners, accused of the murder of Rosa Blondel, is not in Annapolis, as was falsely reported, but that she has escaped in disguise, accompanied by her husband, who is also in disguise, and that both are in the city of Norfolk. Now it was Lyon's turn to grow pallid with fear, not for himself, but for one dearer to him than his own life. Still he tried to control his emotions, or at least to conceal them from her. He compelled himself to answer calmly. Take courage, my darling. We are before them. In a few more hours we shall be on board the ship. Her hands were clasped tightly together. Her eyes were fixed steadily upon his face. Her own face was white as marble. Oh, Leon, save me. Oh, my husband, save me. You know that I am guiltless, she prayed. Dearest wife, I will lay down my life for you, if necessary. Be comforted. See, it is now 2 o'clock. In 2 more hours we may be on shipboard, he said. Let us go now. Let us go now, she prayed, clasping her hands closely, gazing in his eyes beseechingly. Very well, we will go at once, he answered, and he took up his hat and hurried downstairs. He told the landlord that, as the weather was now good, he thought he would risk the roads, and try to make a half-day's journey that afternoon, at least. And then, without waiting to hear the host's expostulations, he just told him to make out the bill, and then he went to the stables to put the horses to the wagon. In half an hour all was ready for their departure, the bill paid, the wagon at the door, and the luggage piled into it. And Sybil and Leon took leave of their temporary acquaintances, and Leon handed Sybil up into her seat, climbed up after her, and started the horses at a brisk trot for the ferry boat. They reached Portsmouth in safety. Leon drove down at once to the wharf, engaged a rowboat, put Sybil and all their effects into it, and rowed her across the water to where the Enterprise lay at anchor. "Now I'm safe," exclaimed Sybil, with a sigh of infinite relief, as she stepped upon the deck. The captain did not expect his passengers so soon, and he was busy, but he came forward and welcomed them, and showed them into the cabin, apologizing for its unready condition, consequent upon the bustle of their preparations for sailing. Leon left his wife in the captain's care, and went back to the shore to complete the sale of his wagon and horses. He was gone for nearly 2 hours, and when he returned he explained his long absence by saying that, after all, the hoped-for purchaser had refused to purchase, and that he had to leave his wagon and horses at a stable in Portsmouth, and to retire to a restaurant and write a letter to Captain Pendleton, and enclose an order for him to receive the property on paying the livery. Sybil was satisfied. Nay, she was delighted. In company with Leon she walked up and down the deck, looking so joyous that the men about the place could but remark upon it as they gossiped with each other. The new voyagers took supper in the captain's cabin, and afterwards returned to the deck and remained on it until the sun set and the stars came out. Oh, this sense of release from danger! Oh, this delightful sense of freedom! And the heavenly starlit sky, and the beautiful water, and the delicious breeze! So sweet! Oh, dear Leon, I am so happy! And I love you so much, she exclaimed, almost delirious with joy at her great deliverance. It was very late before Leon could persuade her to leave the deck. "I am too happy to sleep," she continually answered. At length, however, he coaxed her to let him lead her to. There, in the darkness and silence, she grew more composed, though not less happy. And in a few minutes after she had laid down, she fell asleep. She slept very soundly until morning, when she was awakened by the cheerful chants of the sailors getting ready to make sail. She lay a little while enjoying the joyous sounds that spoke to her so happily of liberty, and then she arose and dressed herself, and went up on deck, leaving Leon still asleep. The sun was just rising, and the harbor was beautiful. She walked about, talking now to the captain, and now to one of the men, and exciting wonder among them all, at her happiness. At length she was joined by her husband, who had waked up the moment she had left him, and got up immediately, and dressed and followed her. "Oh, Leon, is not this a beautiful morning? And the captain says the wind is fair, and we shall sail in half an hour," was her greeting. And Leon pressed her hand in silence. A great weight of anxiety lay upon his heart. He knew, if she did not, that she was not safe, even on shipboard, until the ship should really sail. And now his eyes were fixed upon a large rowboat that was rapidly crossing the water from the shore to the ship. "Do you expect any more passengers?" he inquired of the captain. "Oh, lots," answered the latter. "Are those some of your passengers coming in the boat?" The captain threw a hasty glance at the approaching object and answered carelessly. "Of course they are. Don't you see they are making right for the ship?" The boat was very near. It was at the side of the ship. The oars were drawn in. The passengers were climbing up to the deck. "They look like nice people. I am sure they will make it still." 2 gentlemen of the party spoke for a moment with him, and then advanced towards the spot where the husband and wife were standing. "They are nice people," repeated Sybil, positively, but Leon said nothing. He was pale as ashes. The 2 gentlemen came up and stood before Leon and Sybil. The elder of the 2 took off his hat, and bowing gravely, said to Sybil, You are Mrs. Sybil Berners of Black Hall. Then all at once an agony of terror took possession of her. Her heart sank, her brain reeled, her limbs tottered. You are Mrs. Sybil Berners of Black Hall, repeated the stranger, drawing from his pocket a folded paper. Yes, faltered Sybil, in a dying voice. Then, madam, I have a most painful duty to perform. Sybil Berners, you are my prisoner, he said, and he laid his hand upon her shoulder. With an agonizing shriek she sprang from under his hand, and threw herself into the arms of her husband, wildly crying, "Save me, Leon. Oh, don't let him forth." Chapter 31. The arrest. Had it pleased heaven to try me with affliction, had he rained all kinds of sores and shames on my bare head, steeped me in poverty to the very lips, I could have found in some part of my soul a drop of patience, but alas, to make me a fixed figure for the time of scorn, to point his slow, unmoving finger at Shakespeare. Save me. Oh, save me, she continued to cry, clinging wildly to her husband's bosom. Save me from this deep degradation. This degradation worse than death. And it is certain that if the immediate sacrifice of his own life could have saved her, Leon Berners would have willingly died for Sybil. Or even if the drowning of that law officer could have delivered her, he would have incontinently pitched the man overboard. But as neither of these violent means could possibly have served her, he could only clasp her closer to his heart, and consider what was to be done. At length he looked up at the sheriff's officer, and said, "I wish to have a word alone with my wife, if you will permit me." The man hesitated. "You can do it with perfect safety. We cannot possibly escape from this ship, you know, and besides, you can keep us in sight," he added. Still the man hesitated, and at length inquired, "Why do you wish to try to soothe her spirits? I know it would be quite useless to tell you how entirely innocent this lady is of the heinous crime imputed to her, for even if you should believe her to be so, you would have to do your duty all the same." "Yes, certainly, and a most distressing duty," put in the officer. "This arrest has come upon her so suddenly, and when she is so utterly unprepared to meet it, that it has quite overcome her, as you see. But leave her alone with me for a few minutes, and I will try to calm her mind, and induce her to yield quietly to this necessity," added Leon. "Well, sir, I am indeed very willing to do all in my power to make this sad affair as little distressing to the lady as possible," answered the officer as he touched his companion on the shoulder, and they both walked off to some little distance. As their retreating steps sounded upon the deck, Sybil raised her head from Lion's breast and looked around with an expression half frightened, half relieved, and murmured, "They are gone. They are gone." Then clasping her husband suddenly around the neck, and gazing wildly into his eyes, she exclaimed, "You can save me, Leon, you can save me from this deep dishonor that no Berners ever suffered before. There is but one way, Leon, and there is but one moment. You have a small penknife, but it is enough. Open it, and strike it here, Leon. One blow will be enough, if it is firmly struck. Here, Leon, here, strike here." And she placed her hand on her throat, under her ear, and gazed wildly, prayerfully in his face. "Oh, Sybil," he groaned, in an agony of despairing love. "Quick, quick, Leon. We have but this moment. Strike here now, this instant. Strike first, and then kiss me as I die. Sybil, Sybil, darling, you wring my heart. I am not afraid of death, Leon. I am only afraid of shame," she cried, gazing on him with great bright dilated eyes, where the fires of frenzy, if not of insanity, blazed. "My best beloved, my only beloved, there can be no shame where there is no sin. I will save you, Sybil. I swear it by all my hopes of heaven. I do not yet see clearly how, but I will do it," he said, solemnly, and pressing her again to his heart. "Do it this way, she wildly entreated, never removing her frenzied eyes from his face. "No, not that way, Sybil. But listen, there are safe means, sinless means that we may use for your deliverance. The journey back will be a long one, broken up by many stoppages at small hamlets and roadside inns. Escape from these will be comparatively easy. I have also about me, in money and notes, some $5,000. With those I can purchase connivance or assistance. Besides, to farther our views, I shall offer our wagon and horses, which luckily were not sold, but remain at the livery stable at Portsmouth. I shall offer them, I say, to the officer for his use, and try to persuade him to take us down to Blackville by that conveyance, which will be easier even for him, than by the public stagecoach. Take courage, dear Sybil, and take patience, and above all, do not think of using any desperate means to escape this trouble. But trust in divine providence. And now, dear Sybil, we must not try the temper of these officers longer, especially as we have got to leave the ship before it sails. And so saying, Leon Berners beckoned the bailiffs to approach. I hope the lady feels better, said the elder one. She is more composed, and will go quietly, answered Mr. Berners. Then the captain says we must be in a hurry. So if there is anything you wish to have removed, you had better attend to it at once, said the man. I do not wish to leave the side of my wife for an instant, so if you would be so kind as to speak to the captain and ask him to have our luggage removed from our stateroom and put upon the boat, I should feel much obliged. Leaving promptness, immediately executed the order. Then Sybil's hat and cloak were brought her from the cabin, and she put them on and suffered herself to be led by her husband, and helped down to the boat. The sheriff's officers followed, and when all were seated, the two boatmen laid to their oars, and the boat was rowed swiftly towards shore. The husband and the wife sat side by side in the stern of the boat. His arm was wound around her waist, and her head was resting on his shoulder. No word was spoken between them in the presence of these strangers, but he was silently giving her all the support in his power, and she was really needing it all, for she was utterly overcome, not by the terrors of imprisonment or death, but by something infinitely worse, the horror of degradation. All this time too Leon Berners was maturing in his own mind a plan for her deliverance, which he was determined to begin to carry out as soon as they should reach the shore. In a few minutes more the boat touched the wharf, and the party landed. I must trouble you to take my arm, Mrs. Berners, said the sheriff's officer, drawing Sybil's hand under his elbow. She would have shrunk back, but Leon looked at her significantly, and she submitted. Where do you mean to take us first? Inquired Mr. Berners, in a low tone. I wish to make this matter as little painful to this lady as the circumstances will permit. So I shall take her for the present to a hotel, where she must of course be carefully guarded. Tonight we shall start by the night coach for Staunton, en route for Blackville, answered the elder officer, as with Sybil on his arm he led the way into the town. Mr. Berners walked on the other side of his wife, and the second officer followed close behind. We thank you for your consideration, Mr. began Leon. Purley, continued the elder officer. My name is Purley. I do not remember you among the officers of the sheriff's staff, however. No, I am a new appointment. I must tell you, sir, that so strong was induced to serve the warrant, they resigned one after another. They all knew Sybil from her childhood up. I thank them, and will take care that they shall lose nothing in resigning their positions for her sake, said Leon Berners with much warmth, while Sybil's heavy heart swelled with gratitude. And to tell the whole truth, had I known this lady, I should have felt the same reluctance to serving this warrant that was experienced by my predecessors in office. I can well believe you, answered Mr. Berners, gravely. Now, however, having undertaken the painful duty, I must discharge it faithfully, added the officer. Yes, Mr. Purley, but gently and considerately, I know. You will inflict as little of unmerited mortification as may be consistent with your duty. Heaven knows I will. Then I have a plan to propose, and a favor to ask of you. If I can gratify you with safety to the custody of my charge, I will do so, but here we are at the hotel now, and you had better wait until we get into a private sitting room. The people of the place need not know that we are officers in charge of an accused party, but may be left to suppose that we are ordinary travelers. Oh, I thank you for that, exclaimed Mr. Berners, warmly. They entered the hotel, a second-class house in a cross street, where the elder officer asked for a private sitting room, to which they were immediately shown. As soon as the four were seated, Mr. Berners turned to the elder officer and broached his plan. You spoke of taking the night coach for Staunton. Now, if another conveyance could be found, if you are able and willing to furnish a private conveyance for the journey, and place it as you say at my own exclusive orders, I shall be happy to take the lady down that way, rather than expose her in a public stagecoach. Thanks. I have a wagon and horses here at livery. They can be put to use at a few minutes' notice. So, if you prefer, you can start at once upon this journey, and make some 25 or 30 miles before night. Let us see the team first, and then we shall be able to judge, said the officer. And after a few minutes' conversation it was arranged that Sybil should be left in charge of the second officer, and that Mr. Purley should go with Mr. Berners to the livery stable to look at the horses and wagon. These two went out together, and Purley took the precaution to lock the door and put the key in his pocket. Why have you done that? Inquired Leon, reproachfully. Because women are irrational and impulsive. I have always found 'em so. She might suddenly cut and run, and although it wouldn't be a bit of use, you know, because she would be sure to be retaken in an hour or less time, yet, you see, it would cause a fuss, and be very unpleasant to me and you and her and everybody. I see, said Mr. Berners, with a sigh, acknowledging the truth of the position. Meanwhile Sybil sat, absorbed in despair, and guarded by the second officer. Suddenly she heard her name softly murmured, and she looked up. The young bailiff stood before her. He was a sturdy-looking young fellow, swarthy-skinned, black-haired, and black-bearded. Miss Sybil, don't you know me? I beg your pardon, Mrs. Berners, don't you know me? He inquired in a low tone, as if fearful of being heard. Sybil looked at him in surprise, and answered hesitatingly. No. You forget people that you have been good to, but they don't forget you. Try to recollect me, Miss Sybil. Mrs. Berners. Your face seems familiar, but you don't recollect it. Well, maybe you may remember names better than faces. Have you any memory of a poor boy you used to help, named Bob Munson? Bob Munson? Oh, is it you? I know you now. But it has been so long since I saw you, eagerly exclaimed Sybil. 8 years, Mrs. Berners, and I have been fighting the Indians on the frontier all that time. But I got my discharge, and came back with Captain Pendleton. You know it was him as I went out with, when he was a 3rd lieutenant in the infantry. I listed out of liking for him, and we was together from one fort to another all these years, until Captain Pendleton got a long leave, and come home. I couldn't get leave, but the captain got my discharge. And when he goes back to his regiment, I mean to enlist again and go with him. But how came you to be a sheriff's officer? And oh, above all, how could you come to take me? Reproachfully inquired Sybil. Oh, miss. I mean, madam, can't you guess in your heart? When all the bailiffs throwed up their places rather than serve a warrant on you, and Mr. Purley, who was a stranger, got an appointment and kept it, they wanted another man. And then my captain said to me, Munson, apply for the place. I will back you. And then if you get it, you will have an opportunity of serving, and perhaps freeing, Mrs. Berners. And a great deal more he said, to the same purpose, ma'am, and so I did apply for the situation, and got it. And now, madam, I am here to help you with my life, if necessary, added the young man, ardently. Give me your hand. God bless you, Bob. Help me all you can. I ought to be helped, for I am innocent, said Sybil, earnestly. Don't I know it? Don't everybody with any sense know it? Don't even old Purley know it, ever since he first clapped eyes on your face? Heaven, well, you see, miss. Ma'am, when you were at Dunville, where you was said to have stayed all night, there was a fellow there who had a habit for which he ought to be hung, of looking through the keyholes and watching ladies when they thought themselves unseen. And this fellow saw you take off your red wig, and so discovered and denounced me. No, he didn't, ma'am. He didn't even suspect who you was. He took you for a circus woman. And as for reporting what he had seen to anybody in that house, it would have been as much as his life was worth. Old Colonel Pearly. He's a uncle of our bailiff. Old Colonel Pearly would have peeled the skin offen his body, if he had known he had done such a mean thing in his tavern. Then how? I'll tell you, ma'am. It was this way. That fellow which, his name was Batkin, was on his way to Blackville. And all along the road he kept telling the yarn about the beautiful black-haired young lady he had seen, and who had disfigured herself by wearing of a red wig, and of course he raised suspicions there. And when he was questioned farther, he described the wagon and horses, and the man and the woman, so accurately that the authorities thought it worthwhile to take the description down, and old Pearly has it in his pocket along with the warrant. And then, as I told you, the bailiffs all resigned rather than go after you, and old Pearly had to be appointed. And I applied, and got appointed too, only to help you. Heaven reward you for the kind thought. But, Bob, there were some of the old set found who were willing to take me, for they went to Annapolis after me, armed with warrant for my arrest. Yes, them too. Smith and Jones. Sink, I've swore a oath to thrash, both within an inch of their lives the first time I set eyes on them. Well, they didn't find you, Satan burn, that's one comfort. How was it that you found us? Oh, Miss Sybil, Mrs. Berners, I should say, we did it easy when we once had got the clue. We went first to Dunville to inquire after the grey-bearded man and his red-headed daughter, and we learned the road you had taken, and followed you from, inquired in the neighbourhood of the market, and found where you had put up. Then, at the Farmer's Hotel, we were told, you had left for home that afternoon. Of course we knew that was a ruse. We knew that if you had left, it was for the deck of some outward-bound ship. So we inquired, and found out that the Enterprise was to sail in the morning. And we stayed at this house all night, and boarded the ship this morning as you saw. Oh, Bob, if you could have delayed for a half hour, the ship would have sailed, and I should have been free, sighed Sybil. I did all I could to make a delay. I put laudanum in his coffee last night. I was afraid to put in too much for fear of killing him, so I suppose I didn't put in enough, for he laid wide awake all night. Ah, yes, that would be the effect of an underdose of laudanum. Well then, ma'am, I put back our watches a whole hour. But, bless you, he didn't go by the watches, he went by the sun, and as soon as it was light he was up, and he sent me down to order an early breakfast. And then I got a chance to put laudanum in his coffee again, and this time I overdid it and put in too much, for he tasted something wrong, and he said it was vile stuff, and he wouldn't drink it. No, miss. Ma'am, I didn't neglect no means to let you get clean off. But you see it was no go this time, and I had to help old Pearly to arrest you. I'm glad you didn't know me, howsever. And I would advise you not to know me at all whenever old Pearly is about. Keep dark, Miss Sybil, and I'll find a way to get you off. I haven't been hiding and seeking and hunting among the Redskins these 8 years for nothing. Hish! Here they come, whispered Bob Munson, creeping away to the other end of the room, and putting himself on guard. The elder officer unlocked the door, and entered, followed by Mr. Berners. He announced that the wagon was at the door, and that they were ready to start on the return journey. And then Pearly gave his arm to Sybil, and led her to the wagon, and placed her on the back seat, while Mr. Berners and Bob Munson lingered behind, the former to gather up Sybil's little personal effects, and the latter to settle the hotel bill. But there was no opportunity, among the crowd of guests and servants, for Munson to make his friendly intentions known to Mr. Berners by any other means than a significant look and a pressure of the hand, which Leon Berners could not more than half understand. He felt, however, that in his younger wife had a friend. They went out together, followed closely by the hostler, who wanted his own fee, but both Mr. Berners and Bob Munson were too much annoyed by his presence to feel like rewarding his attendance. Leon Berners mounted to the seat beside his wife, and Bob Munson to that beside Pearly, who held the reins. And in this manner they set out on their return journey. They crossed the ferry without attracting particular attention. Chapter 32. A desperate venture. I have set my life upon a cast. And I will stand the hazard of the die. Shakespeare. It was yet so early in the morning that they drove 10 miles out to a small village on the road before they thought of breakfast. There Mr. Berners reminded the officer in charge that Sybil had not yet broken her fast. Whereupon Pearlie drew up before the one little tavern of the place, alighted, and assisted his charge to alight, and then keeping fast hold of her arm, led her into the house, and ordered breakfast. While the meal was being got ready he kept his party of 4 well together in the sitting room where they waited. And as soon as breakfast was over, they all re-entered the wagon and resumed their journey. They traveled 20 miles before stopping to dine at a lonely roadside tavern, where again Pearlie watched his charge with such vigilance that she had no opportunity to speak privately either to her husband or their friend. Still she hoped this opportunity would be afforded when they should stop for the night. After an hour's rest they went on again, traveling with moderate haste all the afternoon. They made 15 more miles before sunset, and then, having driven 45 miles that day, and finding their horses very tired, they determined to put up for the night at a small hamlet, whose comfortable little hotel promised rest and refreshment. Still Pearlie kept close to his charge. They all had supper in a private sitting room. And when that meal was over and the hour for retirement arrived, Pearlie himself accompanied Mr. and Mrs. Berners to their bedroom to see that it was secure. It was a front chamber, on the upper floor, with 2 front windows. "That is all safe," said Pearlie, casting a glance around. "So I may leave you 2 alone here together, where no doubt, you are glad enough to be. But I'm sorry to say I must turn the key on you, not that I have any right to lock you up, sir, without your consent, but of course you will consent to that, for the sake of staying with your wife." "Of course I will, and thank you for the privilege," answered Mr. Berners. "All right then. Good night to you both," said Pearlie, closing and locking the door, and withdrawing the key. And then he took a farther precaution for the security of his charge, by ordering a mattress to be brought and laid down before that chamber door. And there he and his companion stretched themselves to rest like a pair of watchdogs. As soon as Sybil found herself alone with her husband, she beckoned him to that end of the room which was farthest from the door, and when he was close beside her she whispered in the lowest tone, "Did you observe anything peculiar in the manner of that younger bailiff?" "I observed that he tried to attract my particular attention whenever we happened to be unnoticed for a moment. But as we were so very closely watched I had no opportunity of asking, or he of telling, what he meant," said Leon Berners. "Then I will tell you all about it. When Mr. Pearlie went away with you, and left that young man guarding me, the first thing he did was to make himself known to me, and to place himself at my service even to the death." "Who was he?" "Robert Munson, a boy that I was so fortunate as to be kind to in his childhood and mine. Afterwards he was a private soldier in Captain Pendleton's company, and served under him for 8 years, fighting the Indians on the frontier. At Captain Pendleton's suggestion, and with his own hearty free will, he volunteered for this service of pursuing me, only that he might more effectually try to free me." "Sybil, what are you saying?" "Yes, a friend who will serve us to the death. Listen, dear Leon, and I will tell you all about it," answered Sybil. And she commenced, and related all the circumstances of her acquaintance with Robert Munson, of his motives for entering upon his present avocation, and of his discovery of himself to her in the hotel at Portsmouth. "Now may Heaven grant that some day I may have an opportunity of rewarding that good fellow for his willing service, whether it ever avail us or not," said Leon Berners, earnestly. "But dear Leon, we must be very careful not to betray by any word or look that we have any acquaintance, much less understanding, with Munson, for to do so would be to ruin our only chance of escape," said Sybil. Of course. I understand that perfectly well. But watch your opportunity, and when you feel it to be perfectly safe, communicate with Robert Munson." "I understand, dear Sybil, and I shall be very prudent and very vigilant," answered Mr. Berners. And then they retired to rest. Very early the next morning they were aroused by their keeper, who never left his post at their door until he saw them come out of their room. And then he drew Mrs. Berners' arm within his own and led her down to breakfast. After breakfast they resumed their journey. This first day and night on the road was a type of all that followed. The bailiff Pearlie never lost sight of his charge except at night, and then he first assured himself that her room was a secure prison, from which it would be impossible for her to escape, and then, to make assurance doubly sure, he always locked the door on the outside, put the key into his pocket, and stretched himself on a mattress across the threshold. There was no opportunity afforded to Sybil, Leon and their new friend to speak together in private, and as day followed day and night succeeded night in this hopeless manner, their spirits, but as it is said to be darkest just before dawn, and that when things are at their worst they are sure to mend, so it proved in their case. On the evening of the fourth day of their tedious journey, they stopped to sup and sleep at a lonely farmhouse, where for a consideration, the poor farmer consented, whenever he got the chance, to entertain travellers. Here their wagon and horses were comfortably stabled, and themselves were lodged and feasted. Here, as usual after supper, Mr. Pearlie accompanied his charge to her bedroom, which, to his perplexity, he found to have two doors, the one opening upon the upper hall, and the other communicating with an adjoining vacant chamber. After some consideration, he solved the difficulty of guarding his prisoner by saying to his assistant, "Well, Munson, all that can be done is this. One of us will have to sleep across one door, and the other across the other. And as I haven't slept in a room for 3 nights, I reckon I'll take the vacant room, and you may take the hall. But mind, don't forget to draw the key out of the door when you lock it, and put it into your pocket. And mind also, to be sure to pull your mattress quite up to the door and lay directly across it, so that if the lock should be picked, no one can pass without going right over your own body. And, last of all, mind to sleep only with one eye open, or all the other precautions will be of no use at all." "I will be very careful, sir," answered young bailiff Munson, touching his hat to his superior officer in military style. "And now, as your legs are younger than mine, I wish you would run downstairs and ask the farmer to send me up a mug of that home-brewed bitter beer he was talking about." "Yes, sir," answered the young bailiff starting off with alacrity, while the elder remained on guard at the door of his charge. In 5 minutes or less time, Munson returned with a quart measure of the home-brewed, which he handed to Pearlie. "Better, I suppose, and this is really refreshing," said Pearlie, as he drained the mug, and handed it empty to a Negro boy, who had just brought in and laid down the mattress upon which Munson was to sleep. Munson smiled to himself. Then Pearlie reiterated all his cautions for the careful guarding of his charge, and at length bade his comrade good night, and retired to the vacant chamber, to guard the door on that side. Munson drew his mattress across the hall door as he had been directed to do, and laid himself down in all his clothes, not to sleep, but to listen and watch until the house should grow quiet, for on this night he was resolved to effect the deliverance of Sybil, or perish in the attempt. Meanwhile Mr. and Mrs. Berners had retired to their chamber, not to rest, but to wait for events, for on this night a sure presentiment informed them that Robert Munson, on guard there at their outer door, would be sure to use his opportunities for attempting a rescue. So they quietly cooperated with what they divined to be his intentions. First Sybil went and hung a towel over the knob of the lock, so as to darken the keyhole of the door guarded by Pearlie. Then she slipped the bolt, saying, "He may guard us if he must, but he shall neither look in upon us, nor intrude upon us, if I can help it." And then, instead of undressing for bed, they did the opposite thing, and quietly dressed for an escape. And lastly, they concealed their money and jewels about their persons, and threw a few of the most necessary articles for their journey into one traveling bag, and then sat down to listen and watch on the inside, as their friend was listening and watching on the outside. Then they heard Pearlie arranging and rearranging his bed against his door, and tumbling down upon it, like a man utterly overcome by fatigue and drowsiness. After which all was silent, until the stertorous breathing of the bailiff assured them of the depth of his sleep. After that, not a sound was heard in the house. Leon looked at his watch. Still for another hour of silent, breathless suspense they waited, and then they heard a faint tapping on the door that was guarded by Munson. Mr. Berners went up, and tapped gently in response. "Hist!" breathed a voice from without, through the keyhole. "Well," murmured Leon, through the same channel. Take some of the melted tallow on the top of your candle, and grease the keyhole as well as you can, and then I will come in and talk to you, if you will let me. Thanks, yes. And Mr. Berners did as he was requested to do, and Munson slipped his key into the lubricated keyhole, and silently unlocked the door. "Oh, our deliverer," fervently exclaimed Sybil, as he softly entered the room and closed the door behind him, holding up his finger in warning to them to be silent. "And now sit close for a few minutes, while I tell you what I have done and am going to do," said Munson, drawing a stool and sitting himself upon it, before Mr. and Mrs. Berners. "Go on," muttered Leon, fervently pressing the hand of his friend. "Oh, yes, go on, dear Bob," eagerly whispered Sybil. "First I put nearly half an ounce of laudanum in old Pearlie's bitter beer, which made him think it so uncommon prime and bitter, that he drank the whole quart." "Good heaven! Munson, you have killed the man," said Leon, in dismay. "No, I have only doubled the dose I gave him before, which took no effect on him, so this will only put him to sleep for 12 hours or so. Lord, listen how he snores. A thunderstorm wouldn't wake him. Well, next, as soon as he was asleep, I went into his room in my stocking feet, and closed all the solid wooden shutters, to make him shall go to sleep again, and sleep until evening, and that will give you nearly 24 hours start of him." "Right. Quite right," said Mr. Berners. Well, but go on, dear Bob," impatiently murmured Sybil. "I locked his door on the outside, and took away the key, to make the farmer or any of the family, if they should go into his room to see why he slept so long, think that he had locked himself in. For the rest I shall stay here and pretend to sleep very late myself. In fact I shall sleep until they wake me up, and then I shall be very angry, and tell them they had better not play that game on Mr. Pearlie, as he would be in a fury if his rest should be broken. And so I will guard these 2 rooms from intrusion, and your escape from being discovered, as long as I possibly can. But when it shall be discovered, my poor fellow, will you not get yourself into trouble?" inquired Leon. "Even if I should, what will my trouble be to this lady's? But at worst I shall only be cussed by old Pearlie, and turned out of my place by the sheriff. And as I'm used to being cussed, and don't like my place, it don't matter. And in any case, you shall be well rewarded, dear Bob. Not that such a service as you are about to render us can ever be adequately rewarded, but, as far as—" "Oh, dear madam, don't speak of reward. I owe you a debt of gratitude, which I am glad to pay. I have told you what I have done, and what I shall do, to relieve you of anxiety, and now we had better quietly leave the house." "Are you ready?" inquired Munson. "We have been quite ready for these 2 hours, in anticipation of your help." "Come, then, but come very silently, though there is not the slightest danger, either, of our being heard. The farmer is a beer swiller, and sleeps heavily, and his women folks all sleep up in the garret. I saw them all go up myself. It is just as well to do this, to guard against the chance of any one opening the door while I am gone," he added, as he softly preceded the party down the stairs. He silently opened the front door, and they passed out into the free air. A watchdog that lay upon the mat outside got up and wagged his tail, and laid down again, as if to express his willingness that any inmate might leave the house who wished to do so, though no stranger should enter it except over his dead body. "Sensible dog," said Munson, as with more precaution he closed and locked the outer door, and took that key also with him. "You must not attempt to escape with your wagon, but must ride your horses, which will be much more efficacious both for swiftness and for their ability to go through places where you could not take a wagon," said Munson, as they walked across the farmyard. But when they drew near the stable, they were set upon by a couple of watchdogs, who, barking furiously, barred their farther progress. "There is no other way," exclaimed Munson, and drawing a double-barreled pistol from his pocket, he shot one dog dead, while the other ran howling away. Then with some difficulty they forced the door, and while Leon remained on the outside with Sybil, young Munson entered the stable and led out their 2 horses. "Here are several bridles, and here is one side saddle, which will suit Mrs. Berners, if you have no scruple about borrowing them," suggested Munson. I should have no scruple about borrowing anything from anybody to aid my wife's escape. Besides, there is my wagon more than double the value of the things that we require. I will leave that in pledge, said Mr. Berners. Just so, assented Munson. And all this time he had been arranging the side saddle and bridle upon Sybil's horse. While she did so, Munson again spoke to Mr. Berners. You have your pocket compass. Yes. Then I advise you to use it as soon as it is light, to direct your course. And do not go toward the east, for old Pearlie will pursue you in that direction, under the impression that you will try to reach another seaport town, and get off in a ship. But make for the interior, for the west, and get away as fast and as far as you can. Be careful to keep as much as possible in the woods, even though your progress should be slower through them than it would be in the open country. And now excuse my presuming to give you so much counsel, but you know I have been upon the war path, out among the redskins, and am up to hunting and flying. I thank you, we both thank you from the depths of our souls. And we pray that the day may come when we shall be able to prove our gratitude, said Leon, earnestly. Never mind that, but put Madam into her seat. She is ready now, and, indeed, the sooner you are off the better, answered Munson. Mr. Berners advanced towards Sybil, when the whole party was stopped by a terrible event. No you don't, you infernal villain. I have caught you, have I? Stand, exclaimed a voice of thunder, and the stout farmer stood before them, at the head of all his negroes, and with a loaded musket in his hand. Like lightning young Munson threw himself before Sybil, drew a pistol from his breast, and levelled it straight at the heart of their opponent, exclaiming, Out of the way, you devil, and let her pass. Out of the way this instant, or, by my life, I will kill you. I will kill you, and hang for her sake. The man Chapter 33. A fatal crisis. Each at the life, levelled his deadly aim, their fatal hands no second stroke intended. Milton. Hold, on your lives, exclaimed Leon Berners, rushing between the opponents, and with swift hands striking up the pistol of Robert Munson, and turning aside the musket of Farmer Nye. Would you shed each other's blood so recklessly? Here is some mistake. Farmer, whom did you take us for? Who did I take you for, is it? For that cornsand band of robbers as have been misselsteing the country for miles round this month past. Robbers. Yes, robbers, as has been terrifying the whole countryside ever since Hollow Eve. I never heard of them. Maybe you didn't, but I took you for them all the same. And aimed your musket at that lady. And might have shot her dead, had not this brave man thrown himself before her, with a loaded pistol in his hand, levelled at your heart. How did I know it was a lady? How could I see in this dim light? I took her for one of you, and I took you all for robbers, said the farmer, sulkily. Well, you see who we are now. Yes, I see as you are my new lodgers. Though why you should be out here at the stables with a row, or should take my daughter's side saddle, and kill my watchdog, blame you, I don't see, growled the farmer. Come, walk aside with me for a few minutes, and I will show you why, said Mr. Berners, soothingly laying his hand on the farmer's shoulder. Hands off, if you please. No, I don't think as I will walk aside with you. You might do me a mischief. Bosh, you are armed, and I am unarmed. How can I harm you? Come, and I will tell you something to your advantage, coaxed Mr. Berners. Partly urged by curiosity and partly by interest, Farmer Nye reluctantly consented to follow where Mr. Berners led him. When they had passed out of hearing of the negroes, Mr. Berners stopped, and turned to his host, and said, You know who we are. I know you are my new lodgers. That's all I know about you. Yet you must have observed something out of the common about our party. Yes. I took notice as you and your wife must have been dreadful, afraid of being robbed and murdered on your journey, when you kept 2 men to travel with you, and guard you all day long, and sleep outside of your doors like watchdogs all night long. Which me and my daughter made it out between us as you must have lots of money with you to make you so cautious. And which, if we had known you was going to be so mistrustful of us, we'd have seen you farther before we'd have took you in. And so that is the way in which you accounted for matters and things that you couldn't understand. To be sure it was, and very natural too. Shall I tell him the whole truth? Inquired Leon Berners of himself. I will sound him first, he concluded. Then speaking up, he said, well, you cannot blame people for being cautious, and yet, added Mr. Berners, they do say that it was no robber that did that murder, but the lady of the house who did it. The lady of the house, indignantly echoed the farmer, to Lyon's great astonishment. Don't you go to say that, for if you do, devil burn me if I don't knock you down with the butt end of my gun. I do not say it. I only tell you what other people say. They lie, the hounds. And I wish I could meet any of them venomous backbiters face to face. Satan fly away with me if I wouldn't tear their false tongues out of their throats, and throw them to the dogs. You don't mean to say you believe she did it? Fiercely demanded Sybil's rough champion. No, heaven knows I do not. I believe her to be as guiltless as an angel. I'm glad to hear you say that. I don't want to pitch into an unarmed man, but I should have been strongly tempted to done it if you'd said anything else. You know this injured lady, then? Yes. I have knowed her ever since she was a little gal. Not as ever I met her face to face in my life, but I know her as every poor man and poor child and poor brute in the whole country knows her, as the kindest, gentlest, tenderest-hearted lady in the whole world, she who has been known to take the fur cloak off her own back, and lay it over the form of a sick beggar, while she went home in the cold to send her warm blankets. Yes, and known to have done scores of deeds as good and self-sacrificing as that. She do the thing they accuse her of. Why, sir, she no more did it than I, or you, or your own sweet wife did it. And Satan burn me, when I hear of any man accusing her of it, if I don't feel just like knocking his dull brains out, and taking the consequences. That I do, swore the farmer. I will trust him, said Leon Berners to himself. And to think that men who call themselves law officers, not to say Christians, should hunt that lovely lady through the country as if she was some wild beast or highway robber. I wish one of them hunters was to come my way. I'm blowed to flinders if I wouldn't set my whole pack of dogs on 'em till they would be torn to pieces. Which I always do fly off at a tangent and lose my bearings whenever I hear that lady accused. Now, sir, what had you to tell me to my advantage? Inquired the farmer, drawing a handkerchief from his pocket and wiping his heated face. I will tell him all, said Leon Berners to himself, and then he spoke up. First, good friend, let me assure you that you have not wandered a hair's breadth from the point at issue between us. Oh yes, I have, for I have been raving about Mrs. Berners, but I couldn't help it. Mrs. Berners is the lady who is with me, said Mr. Berners. Farmer Nye jumped 3 feet from the ground and came down again like a man that was shot, and then stood with open mouth and eyes staring at the speaker. I am her husband, and the men who are guarding us are the officers who have her in custody. What? Say that again, uttered the farmer, panting for breath. Mr. Berners repeated all that he had said, adding, I had got her away from this neighborhood, and on shipboard. And she was rejoicing in her supposed safety and freedom, for the ship was within a half hour of sailing, when these officers came on board with a warrant and arrested her. They did. Wait till I get my niggers together. The boys will want no better fun than to tar and feather them devils, and set 'em afire and turn 'em loose. And blame me if I don't give the best feather bed in my house to the service. Come along, exclaimed the farmer, starting off to commence the work. Stop, said Leon Berners, laying his hand soothingly upon the shoulder of the excited man. Above all, you wish to serve my unhappy wife, do you? Then you cannot serve her by any violence done to the officers, who are only doing their duty. Doing their duty. Duty. That's a matter of opinion. I consider I should be doing of my duty if I was to order my niggers to take 'em out and tar and feather 'em. Yes, and set 'em afire afterwards. Burn 'em. Yes, but that would be doing a great injustice to them, and also a great injury to Mrs. Berners. If you really wish to serve my dear wife, you can do so by helping her to escape. I'll help her to escape, with all my heart and soul. And with all my heart and soul I'll shoot down anybody that dares to start from here in pursuit of her, emphatically declared the farmer. That is not necessary. You can cover our retreat by more peaceable means. And now I must advise you that both these officers have used us with the greatest kindness and consideration, concealing our identity and shielding us from the curiosity and intrusion of strangers, whenever they could do so, as is proved by your own experience, for you had no suspicion as to who we might be. No, that I hadn't. And a good thing I hadn't too, for if I'd a known that lady had a been kept a prisoner here in my house, I'd a pitched her jailer's neck and heels out o' the windows, and then set the dogs on 'em. But that would have been very unjust to them, and injurious to the lady you wish to befriend. And especially it would have been the very greatest injustice to the younger officer, who has been our partisan from the first. What? One of them jailers your partisan? Yes. Let me explain, said Mr. Berners. And he commenced and detailed all the circumstances of their acquaintance and relations with Robert Munson. And so, out of gratitude for the kindness this lady showed him in his childhood, he got himself put on this service o' purpose to watch his. Now, Mr. Nye, all you have to do, if you wish to help us, is just to let us go free. When we are gone, keep the house quiet, and let the elder officer sleep as long as possible, for the longer he sleeps the farther we shall get away from pursuit. I'll lock him up and keep him prisoner for a month, if necessary. But it is not necessary. A day's start is all that we shall need, and that, I think, you can secure to us, by simply letting the man sleep as long as he will. And furthermore, I may ask you to be cautious and not to betray our friend Robert Munson's agency in our escape. I'll protect Robert Munson with my life. 1,000 thanks. And now, as we understand each other, let us go on to my wife, who is anxiously waiting the issue of this interview, said Leon Berners, turning and leading the way towards the stables. Now, Squire, you may rely upon me, and rest easy in your mind. You shan't be followed in less than 24 hours, said the farmer, as they went along. Again I thank you from my heart. And now I have something else to say to you, began Leon Berners. Then he paused, as finding a real difficulty in saying what he wished, for the truth is that when Mr. Berners had called Mr. Nye aside for a private interview, he had intended to offer him a heavy bribe to connive at the escape of Sybil. Now, however, he found the farmer not exactly the sort of man to affront with the proffer of a bribe, or even scarcely of a reward, and yet he was a poor man who evidently needed money, and would probably always need it, for Farmer Nye, as has been shown in his championship of Sybil, was a man of impetuous emotions, hasty judgments, and reckless actions, and was always sure to be in troubles, social, domestic, and pecuniary. So Mr. Berners, why, Mr. Nye, I said at the beginning of our talk, that I could tell you something to your advantage. Well, and, bless my soul alive, haven't you done it? I wonder if I could hear of anything more to my advantage than the chance of helping to rescue that lady as I have felt for so much, warmly inquired the farmer. You have a generous and noble nature to look upon it in that light. No, I haven't, but I'm a man, I reckon, and not a beast nor a devil, and that's all about it. Well, farmer, I confess that when I first spoke to you, I thought of offering you a heavy bribe to allow us to go free, and that was what I meant when I said I had something to propose to your advantage. Then I'm glad you didn't do it, that's all. I am glad too, for now I know your magnanimous heart would have led you to service without reward, and even at great loss. Yes, that it would, naively assented the farmer. And even so we accept and shall ever be grateful for your services, added Leon Berners, gravely. And all the while he was slyly examining the contents of his pocketbook. At length he drew a $500 note from the compartment in which he knew he kept notes of that denomination, and he slipped it into a blank envelope, and held it ready in his hand. In another moment they were at the stable door, before which Sybil stood, leaning on the bowed neck of her own horse, while Robert Munson held the other horse. Before Leon Berners could speak, Farmer Nye impetuously pushed past him, and rushed up to Sybil, pulled off his hat and put out his hand, exclaiming, "Give me your hand, lady." I beg your pardon 10,000 times over for all I said and did to affront you, not knowing who you was. But now, lady, here is a man who don't his body, and shed his blood for you as long as he has got a drop left in his veins. Overcome by this ardent testimonial to her innocence, Sybil burst into tears, and took the rough hand that had been held out to her, and wept over it, and pressed it warmly to her lips, and then to her heart. Yes, that I will. I'll die before a hair of your head shall be hurt, exclaimed the farmer, utterly overwhelmed and blubbering. Meanwhile Leon Berners was explaining to Robert Munson that they had found a friend and helper in Farmer Nye, but advising Munson to try to infuse enough of discretion into the impetuous mind of Nye to modify his reckless actions. And now, dear boy, added Mr. Berners, I will not speak to you of reward for this great service, but this I will say, that henceforth you shall be to me as a younger brother, and I shall take charge of your future fortunes even as though you were the son of my mother. You are too generous, sir, and indeed I want no recompense whatever, answered Robert Munson, sincerely. Then Mr. Berners went over to his wife and lifted her into her saddle, and when he had settled her comfortably in her seat, he mounted his own horse, and once more called Robert Munson to him. Goodbye, and God bless you, Robert, he said, warmly shaking hands with the young man. And you too, sir, and you too, sir, feelingly responded Munson. And then Sybil called him. Goodbye, dear Bob. I will remember you and love you as long as I live for this, she said. And so will I you, ma'am, he answered, and turned away to hide his tears. The same to you and your dear wife, sir, with all my soul in the prayer, responded the farmer. And here, Mr. Nye, is a testimonial. I mean a memorandum, that is to say, something I wish you to take for my sake. A keepsake, sir, if you choose to consider it so, yes. What might it be, sir? Inquired the farmer, receiving from Mr. Berners the small envelope containing the large note. It might be a lock of my wife's hair, or it might be my miniature, but whatever it is, hold it tight, and do not look at it until you get back to the house. All right, sir, but you have raised my curiosity, replied the farmer, as he carefully deposited his unsuspected little fortune into the pocket of his waistcoat. Now direct me as to how I shall find the best and most private road westward, said Leon, gathering the reins in his hands. You are facing east now. Ride straight on for about 100 yards, till you come to the crossroads, then take the road to your left, and follow it for about 1/8 of a mile until you come to another road still on your left. Take that and follow it as far as you please, for it leads straight west. Thank you again and again. We shall do very well now. Goodbye, all, and God bless you forever, exclaimed Leon Berners, waving his hat in adieu to the friends he was leaving behind. Then, the husband and wife rode forth in the night together. Before we follow them, we will see how it fared with the Chapter 34. The Pursuit. Horse, and Chase. Marnion. Farmer Nye and Robert Munson remained standing with their heads uncovered, looking after the fugitives until the sound of their horses' hoofs died away in the distance, and then they turned towards each other and impulsively grasped each the other's hand, and shook hands as comrades. Next Farmer Nye turned to the negroes who were squatting about the stableyard, wondering, no doubt, at all they had seen and heard, and he told them to disperse to their quarters, and keep still tongues in their heads, if they wished to keep their heads on their shoulders. And now we'll go back to the house and get a drop of home brewed, and go to bed, said the farmer, starting off at a brisk trot, and beckoning his young companion to follow him. I mean to manage so as old Pearly shall be made to believe as the prisoner escaped through his door, said Munson, as he came up. That'll be bully, said the farmer. They went back to the house, consulted the tall old-fashioned clock in the corner of the hall, found it was just 11, and they took their drop of homebrewed, and went to rest. Robert Munson, with design, threw himself down upon the mattress outside the carefully locked door of the chamber, from which he had helped his prisoners to escape. And being very much fatigued, he fell asleep, and slept long and late. The first persons up in the house were the farmer's daughter Kitty, and her old maiden Aunt Molly. They came down from their attic chambers and walked on tiptoes past the sleeping Munson, so as not to wake him. They went downstairs and had breakfast got ready, but had to wait very long before either the farmer or the young man appeared. When they did come down, however, and apologized for their tardiness, the women inquired for the other guests, and were told that they must not be disturbed. The day passed slowly. It was late in the afternoon before old Pearlie awoke, and finding the room quite dark, and feeling himself still very drowsy, he merely turned over and went to sleep again. And still overpowered by the combined action of the laudanum and the beer, opium and hops, he slept on until a very late hour of the night, when at length he awoke, but perceiving that all was quite dark and still, he lay quietly in bed, thinking this was about the longest night he had ever spent in his life. At last he got up, and opened the blinds to see if it was near day. And perceiving by a faint light streak along the horizon that the morning was at hand, he opened the other blinds, and began to dress himself as well as he could in the semi-darkness. By the time he had got on all his clothes, the day was a little lighter, and he went into the passage to see after the safety of his prisoner. He found young Munson stretched upon the mattress immediately before the door. Quite correct, he thought, but he resolved to go up to the door to make a closer examination. First he saw that the key had been taken out of the lock. All right, he said to himself. Munson has obeyed orders, and put the key in his pocket. And then, still farther to assure himself of the safety of his charge, he bent over the sleeping form of Munson and tried the lock, and found it fast. Quite correct. Nothing has been neglected. He is a careful officer, and shall be well reported at headquarters, he muttered, with much satisfaction. But to reach the lock at all, he had been obliged to bend so far over the sleeping body, that now, in trying to recover his perpendicular, he lost his, in struggling to throw off the burden, recognized old Pearlie, but pretending to mistake him for Mr. Berners, grappled him by the throat, exclaiming, "No you don't, you villain. You don't get her out of this room except over my dead body." And he shook him furiously. "It's me, Bob. Don't choke me to death," gasped old Pearlie, as he struggled and freed his throat for an instant from the grasp of Robert's hands. But Munson throttled and shook him more furiously than before, singing out, "Help, murder, arson. Here's this man rescuing of my prisoner." And he shook him until his teeth rattled in his head. "Oh, my good Lord. I shall be strangled with the best of intention," sputtered the terrified and half-suffocated victim, as for in another instant he freed his throat from his assailant's clasp, and breathed again. "Help, murder, fire," yelled Munson, renewing the attack. Bob, it's me, I tell you. Pearlie, wake up and look at me. You're asleep yet. And oh, my lord, the man will murder me by mistake before I can make him know," panted the poor wretch, desperately striving to keep off the strangling hands of his assailant, and growing weak in the struggle. And meanwhile the household, aroused by the outcry, had hurried on their clothes, and now came pouring into the passage, the women down the garret stairs, and the men up the lower back stairs. "Now I've got you," exclaimed Munson, triumphantly, as he knocked the feet from under Pearlie, and threw him down upon the floor. Then stooping to gaze at the fallen foe, he condescended at length to recognize him. "Oh, is it you, Mr. Pearlie? I really thought it was Mr. Berner, rescuing of his wife," said Munson, with provoking coolness. "Then I wish you would make surer another time, you stupid donkey. You've all but killed me," panted the victim, wiping the perspiration from his face. "What's all this? Is anybody hurt?" Such were the hasty questions put by old Farmer Nye and his family, as they gathered around the scene of action. "Yes. I'm choked and shaken nearly to death," gasped old Pearlie, in a fury. "It was done for the best," said Munson, soothingly. "Oh, for the best, indeed. Set fire to you, would you murder an innocent man out of kindness?" fiercely demanded Pearlie. "You see, he fell upon me, and woke me up. It was so dark here, with the window shutters closed, that I could not see well, so I mistook him for Mr. Berners broke loose and trying to carry off his wife," explained Robert Munson. "Oh, well, I reckon you're not hurt much, only startled and shaken a bit. Come and take a glass of morning bitters. That will set you up again, and give you an appetite for your breakfast besides," said the farmer, kindly. "Thank you. I'll take the bitters, if you will send 'em up here. I mustn't leave this floor until I see my charge out. And it is time for them to get up too," replied Pearlie, rising and knocking loudly at the chamber door. Of course there was no response. He knocked again and again, more loudly than before, and he called to them in a high tone. But still there was no answer. "Good Lord, how sound they sleep! I will go around to the other door and rap there. It is near the head of their bed, and they will be sure to hear me." And so saying, old Pearlie went to the adjoining chamber, where he had slept, dragged his mattress away from the door, and drew the key from his pocket, when, to his astonishment and terror, he found the door unlocked. Without waiting an instant, from any scruples of politeness, he rushed into the room. "They've gone. They've fled," frantically exclaimed Pearlie, rushing back into the passage, where he found the other bailiff still on guard before the fast door, and the farmer waiting with the glass of bitters in his hand. "Fled," echoed Munson. "How can that be? This door as fast as it is. Blast 'em. They've had the impudence to escape right through my door, and right over my body," panted Pearlie. "Then you can't blame me," naively put in Munson. "Who says I can?" angrily demanded Pearlie. "I can't blame anybody. And how the demon they managed to pick the lock and open the door, and climb over me, I don't know. Nor have we time to inquire. Take your bitters, Mr. Pearlie," said the host, offering the glass. The bailiff quaffed the offered restorative at a draught, and then said, "Farmer, saddle a couple of horses for us, directly. We must pursue them without loss of time. They cannot have got very far ahead of us in these few hours," he added, being totally unconscious of the length of time he had slept, and the whole day he had lost. My horses will be busy all day hauling wood," replied the farmer. "Don't care. I order you in the name of the Commonwealth of Virginia, to saddle those horses, and place them at our disposal to pursue our prisoner," said Pearlie, in a peremptory tone. The farmer was quite uncertain whether or not that was an order he was bound to obey, and besides, he was very unwilling that his horses should be taken off their work at all, and especially for the purpose of pursuing Sybil Berners. But still he felt that it would be safer for her, if not for himself, if he should yield to the demand of the sheriff's officer. He could put him on the wrong track, by counseling him to ride towards the east, while he knew that Sybil was far on her route to the west. So without further demur, he went out to execute the order. "And, farmer, when you have seen to that matter, I want you to gather all your men and maids into the All this was done as he directed. And when the family and the house servants were assembled in the breakfast room, and Pearlie examined and cross-examined them as to whether they had seen or heard anything of the prisoner or her husband during the night, they could all answer with perfect truth, that they had not. So old Pearlie got no satisfaction from them. The bailiff hastily dispatched his breakfast, and the horses being ready, he called to his young assistant to follow him, and he went out and got into his saddle. "Where the deuce am I to go after them, when there are so many roads to choose from?" groaned old Pearlie, in sore perplexity of spirit. "Would they not be likely to make straight for the east and a seaport?" inquired Farmer Nye suggestively. "To be sure they would," exclaimed Mr. Pearlie. "So now, Munson, we will go right back upon the road we came last night," he added, being still in ignorance as to the lost day. "And as the stable boy told me, they had taken the wagon horses to ride, and those horses were then fairly knocked up with fatigue, while ours are now quite fresh. We may very soon overtake them," put in Munson, artfully. And waving their hats in adieu to the farmer and his family, they rode off at full speed in pursuit of the fugitives. But they had not ridden more than 100 yards, and had but just reached the 4 crossroads, when they were both startled by a shrill whist. They drew their reins, and looked around just as the head of a Negro boy emerged from the bushes, exclaiming, "Hallo, master! Who are you? What do you want?" demanded Pearlie. "I'm Bill, and I don't want nothing. But I know what you want." "What do I want?" "To know which way the runaway lady and gemplin were." "No, they didn't neither. They was too sharp for that. They said how you would be sure to search for on that road, just as you are a-doing of now, so they would take another road. That was likely to. Boy, do you know which road they took? Yes, Siri. Then tell me. I will if you'll give me a quarter, was the moderate conditions of this treaty. Here, take it, exclaimed Mr. Parley, pitching the boy the silver coin in question. Thankee, master, grinned the lad, picking up the treasure. Now tell me. Well, master, they went along that left-hand road till they got to the next turning, and then they turned to the left again and kept on that tack towards that gap in the mountain where you see the sun set in the afternoon. How did you know all this, boy? I was out coon hunting when I heard 'em talking, and I listened and heard all about it. And as I couldn't find any coons, I followed arter them, and their horses was tired, as they kept on complainin' to each other. And so they went slow and I could keep up long of 'em. How far did you follow them? Well, master, I couldn't help it. I followed of 'em all night. And they never discovered you? No, sir, they never did. I was barefooted and didn't make no noise, and keeped nigh the bushes on the roadside, and so they never found me out. And where did you part from them? Well, master, I didn't part from 'em till I seed where they stopped. And if you'll take me up behind— oh, ho, that is good. So, my run-aways. I shall enable you, shall I? Exclaimed Pearly in triumph, as he beckoned the negro imp to jump up behind him. But stop, said Robert Munson, in an agony of terror for the safety of Sybil Berners. Stop. What are you about to do? You are about to abduct Farmer Nye's slave. Do you belong to Farmer Nye, boy? Though it don't matter a bit who you belong to. I'll take anybody I can lay hold of to guide me to the hiding place of my prisoner, in the name of the Commonwealth of Virginia, said this new bailiff, who seemed to think that formula of words, like an absolute monarch's signet ring, was warranty for every sort of proceeding. But I don't belong to nobody. I's fee, and so's mammy. We ain't got no master, and I ain't got no daddy to lord it over me, put in the boy. That's right, jump up behind, said the elder bailiff. And as soon as little Bill was safely perched up in the rear of his patron, the latter put spurs to his horse and galloped off at full speed. They went down the left-hand, or south fork of the crossroads, and galloped on until they reached the branch road leading west. They turned into that road and pursued it mile after mile, through field and forest, mountain pass and valley plain, until, late in the afternoon, they reached another mountain range, and heard the roaring of a great torrent. They entered the Black Gap, and slowly and cautiously made their way through it. By the time they had emerged from the pass, the night was pitch dark. How shall we ever find our way? Inquired Pearly, who, fatigued and half-famished, was ready to sink with exhaustion. Do you see that then gabble in sticking up through the trees? Inquired the boy. Yes, I see it. Well, him and her is in there. Are you sure? Inquired Pearly, anxiously. Here I is, master. If him and her aren't in there, here I is in your power, and you may skin me alive. All right, exclaimed Pearly, and dismounting from his horse, he advanced towards the thicket, followed by Munson and the Negro boy. Chapter 35. The Fugitives. They may not set a foot within their fields, they may not pull a sapling from their hills, they may not enter their fair mansion house. Hoytt. Leon and Sybil had ridden on through the darkness, over that wild country road. Their horses had had a very hard day's work in the wagon harness, and had not recovered from their fatigue. They were still very tired, and all unaccustomed to the saddle. The road was also very rough, and the night very dark. Their progress was therefore difficult and slow. Unconscious of being followed and overheard, they talked freely of their plans. Their prospects of final escape were not now nearly so hopeful as they had been on their two former attempts. They were now undisguised, and unprovided for the journey, except with money and a change of clothing. For necessary food they would have to stop at houses, and thus incur some degree of danger. All this they discussed as their horses slowly toiled along the rugged road uphill and down, through woods and fields, until they came near that mountain pass that they had been dimly seeing before them all night long and that looked like a grey cleft in a black wall. It must be near morning now. But I have not a very clear idea where we are. I shall be glad when it is light if it is only to consult my map and compass, said Leon, uneasily. I never was on this side of the mountain before, but it does seem to me that that must be a spur of the black ridge which we see before us, suggested Sybil. I was thinking the very same thing, added Leon. But if that, and hush. Don't you hear something? Inquired Sybil, when they had ridden a little farther on. No, what is it? Listen. I want to know if you recognize it, she said. I hear a faint, distant roaring, as of a waterfall, he answered, stopping his horse to hear the better. It is our black torrent, exclaimed Sybil. Good heaven! Then we have wandered out of our way with a vengeance. However, there is no help for it now. We must go on, or stop here until it is light enough to consult the compass. And at any rate, Leon, no one will think of looking for us so near home, she added. That is true, he admitted. And they rode on slowly, looking about as well as they could through the darkness, for a convenient place on which to dismount from the jaded steeds. Their path now lay through that deep mountain pass. Steep precipices arose on either side. They picked their way slowly and carefully through it, until they entered a crooked path leading down the side of a thickly wooded hill. Here they rode on, a little more at their ease, until they reached the bottom of the hill and the edge of the wood, and came out upon an old forsaken road, running along the shores of a deep and rapid river, with another mountain range behind. Well, heaven bless us! Here we are, exclaimed Leon Berners, reining up his horse and looking around himself in a ludicrous state of mind, made up of surprise, dismay, and resignation. Yes, on the shores of the Black River, at the head of our own Black Valley, chimed in Sybil, in a tone of voice in which there was more of satisfaction than of disappointment. Poor Sybil was sentimental and illogical, like all her sex. But at a point at which, I may venture to say, that even you, its owner, never reached before, added Leon, as he touched up his horse and led the way up the road, still looking about as well as he could through the darkness, for a place in which to stop and rest their horses. Suddenly, as they rode slowly onward, they heard approaching them from the opposite direction the sound of a wagon and horse, accompanied by a human voice, singing. Brothers and sisters there will meet, brothers and sisters there will meet, brothers and sisters there will meet. We'll meet, to part no more. Yes, bless the Lord, so they will. And all departed friends will meet, and meet to part no more. Glory, rang out the voice of the singer, who seemed to be working himself up into enthusiasm. It is only some Negro with his team, said Leon Berners, to soothe the spirits of Sybil, which always took the alarm at the approach of any stranger. Yes, but what an hour for a Negro, or for anyone else but fugitives like ourselves, to be out, said Sybil, doubtingly. Oh, he is making an early start for market perhaps. It must be near morning. Oh, there will be glory. Glory, glory, glory. Oh, there will be glory. Around the throne of God, sang the unseen singer, making the mountain caves and glens ring with his melody. Yes, bless Master, there will be glories and hallelujahs all through heaven, he added, for saints and angels there will meet, saints and me and my young missus there will meet. And meet to part no more. Glory, added the singer, with a sudden shout. Leon, that's our Joe, exclaimed Sybil, in joyful surprise. The cart and horses now loomed dimly through the darkness, being almost upon them. Joe, called out Sybil, in a gleeful voice. Joe, who da? Answered the man, in a fright. It is I, Sybil, Joe. Oh, my good gracious Lord in heaven, it is her spirit as is calling me, and she must be dead, gasped the man, in a quavering voice. By this time the two horses were beside the cart, upon the seat of which the driver sat in an extremity of terror. Joe, don't be alarmed. It is Mrs. Berners herself who speaks to you, and I am with her, said Mr. Berners, soothingly. Oh, Mas Leon, is it really and truly her herself and you yourself? Inquired the man, very doubtingly. Really and truly Sybil and myself, Joe. Oh, Lord, how you did scare me. Compose yourself, Joe, and tell me what you are doing here at this time of the morning. "Oh, Mas Leon, sir, I came out of the housekeeping truck as you left here, which I couldn't get a chance to fetch it before, 'cause I was afraid o' sittin' suspicion. And have you the things in that cart?" "Yes, Mas." "Then hold on for a moment, and spread the mattress on the bottom of the cart for your young mistress to lie down upon and rest, while you and I have a little talk." Joe promptly obeyed this order, and when the rude bed was relieved from their saddles and turned loose for a while. And then Mr. Berners and Joe sat down by the roadside to consult. "And first I want you to tell me, Joe, whether our sojourn at the haunted chapel ever was found out," said Mr. Berners. "Law, no, sir, it never were even suspicioned. Quite contrariwise, indeed." "How so?" "Why, it was ported round as you was both at master capping pendulums all the time, which when himself was taxed with it, he never let on as you wasn't there, quite contrariwise, as I said afore." "But how now?" "Well, he up and feed 'em all, and said his house was his castle, which he would shelter any one he pleased, and specially a noble and injured lady." "High heart! I thank him," exclaimed Mr. Berners. "Which fiancé you see, sir, confirmed everybody in the faith that you was both hid in his house, so artfully as even the sarch warranters as went there couldn't find you. And so, sir, nobody, from first to last, has once said, haunted chapel." Single quote. "Joe, how far are we from the haunted chapel?" "Not more 'n a mile, sir, from the little path that leads up to it." "Well, I think we had better go there again and rest today, and resume our journey tonight. There can be no safer place." "Nowhere in all the world, sir." "Then we will go at once. Throw the saddles into the cart, at your mistress' feet, so as not to crowd her. I will then drive the cart, and you may lead the 2 riding horses after us," said Mr. Berners, going at once to the side of the rude vehicle where Sybil lay in so deep a sleep that she did not wake, even when he mounted the seat and started the springless cart jolting along the rough road. Joe led the saddle horses close behind, and so they went on. "Joe," said Mr. Berners, "I hope that all things go on well at home, as well as can be, sir, Martha and Mrs. being away. Capping pendulum, he shows his powerful, tawny, and tends to the state. And Mrs. Winterrose and her daughters minds the house. Only they's in constant terrors all along o' that band o' bugglers." "Band of burglars, Joe." "Yes, sir, and highway robbers as well." "Indeed, Joe, I have twice lately heard this band spoken of. Does such a one really exist?" "Well, sir, it do. The neighborhood never was so misunderstood with robbers since a neighborhood it has been. Why, sir, Mr. Morgan's new store at Blackville was broke open and robbed of about $1,200 worth of goods in one night. And none of it recovered. No, sir. And, sir, Capping Pendulum's own house was entered and robbed of jewelry and plate to the tune of about $2,000. I am very sorry for that. And no clue to the robbers. Not the leastest in the world, sir. And no later than last night, Judge Beresford was riding home from the village, where he had been at the tavern, playing cards with a lot of gentlemen, and had won a deal of money, which he had about him, when, in the middle of the long woods below his own house, he was stopped by 2 men, one who seized his bridle, and one who pinted a pistol at his head, and gave him his choice of his money or his life. The judge he chose his life, and handed over his winnings. I'm not sorry for him. A man who gains money in that way deserves to lose it. But I am astounded at all that you have told me. Yes, sir, and the old ladies in charge of Black Hall is more astounded than you are, sir, being astounded to that degree that they sleep with the dogs in the room, long of m. This should be seen to. There should be a vigilance committee. But here we are at the path, Joe, and my wife is still in a deep sleep, and I do not wish to wake her, nor can we drive the cart through the thicket. Carry her on it to the chapel. If we are careful, we need not even wake her," said Mr. Berners, as he stopped the cart and got down from his seat. Joe tied the 2 saddle horses to one of the trees, and came around to the cart to help his master. Between them they cautiously lifted the mattress, and bore it along towards the opening of the path. On first being moved, Sybil sighed once and turned over, and then she fell into a still deeper sleep, from which she did not again awake even when they bore her into the dreadful haunted chapel, and laid her down, still on the mattress, in the old place, to the right of the altar. Poor child! She was so tired, so worn out in body and mind, that she could scarcely sit her horse. Yet she never once complained, nor should I have even surmised the extent of her prostration, were it not for this coma-like sleep. She will not wake now. We may safely leave her alone while we go back and bring our saddle horses here, for we must bring them in order to hide them today and use them tonight. And you, Joe, after you have helped me to bring the horses through the thicket, must go to Blackville and buy food and bring it to us tonight before we resume our journey. Yes, sir, and meantimes, there is some crackers and cheese and sweetmeats, and likewise a bottle of port wine, in the cart, as you left in the chapel when you went away. Oh, indeed, that will be a godsend, Joe. We must bring that back to the chapel with us when we come, said Mr. Berners, as with his servant he bent his steps back to the thicket path. Sybil, left alone in the interior of the haunted chapel, slept on soundly for some little time. She had not really been quite unconscious of her removal thither. She had half waked on being taken from the cart, but had immediately fallen asleep again, though she was still vaguely conscious of being borne along to some place of safety and repose, and that her devoted husband and her faithful servant were her bearers, vaguely conscious also of being laid down upon some level place of perfect rest, with a roof above her head, but beyond this she knew nothing, cared nothing, being too utterly prostrated in mind and body to rouse herself. How long she had slept she never could tell, when at length she was suddenly and fearfully aroused to a degree of wakefulness that neither the noisy jolting over the rocky road, nor the painful dragging through the thorny thicket had been able to effect. And yet it was but by a touch, the touch of an ice-cold little hand passing lightly over her face. She started up in a panic and glared around. All seemed black as pitch, and at first she could see nothing, but as she strained her eyes, she dimly discerned the shapes of the Gothic windows, with the dark night sky and the ghostly trees beyond, and she recognized the haunted chapel. They had brought her here while she was sleeping, and now, in the dead waste and middle of the night, she had waked up, alone in this demon-peopled place. She tried to cry out in her fear, but her voice died in her throat, and she sank back upon her mattress and closed her eyes, lest some shape of horror should blast them. Then again she felt hands at work about her person. They were creeping under her shoulders and under her limbs, they were lifting her from her mattress. Her eyes flared open in wild affright, and she saw two black shrouded forms, the one at her head, the other at her feet. She tried to cry out in her agony of terror, but again her voice died away in her bosom, and all her powers seemed palsied. They raised her up and bore her on, great heaven, whither? To the open door of the vault, from whose haunted depths a spectral light gleamed. They bore her down the dreadful steps, and laid her on the deadly floor. The iron door clanged loudly to, resounding through the dismal arches. "We have her now," muttered a hoarse voice. A hollow laugh responded, and Sybil swooned with horror. Sybil's further adventures will be related in the sequel. The end.